magic with a side of mystery. Witches in the Kitchen, Love Potion Number 1. By Cody Hart. This is narrated with AI. For the ebook and paperback links, please check the description. A 1,000-year-old secret, betrayal that runs blood deep, and a treasure 7 sisters can recover if they can only heal the broken coven they fractured by mistake. And a crystal ball with a superiority complex. Piper failed to pick up the family magic with any real skill. She'd like to say it wasn't her fault, but she was guilty, not stupid. Using the wrong spell at an even worse time, Piper sent her mother to the most dangerous realm imaginable and lost the spell book they needed to recover her. Wait, that's not enough? Of course not. Her sisters, Mia and Elsie, stood up for her to their 4 other sisters, and not only did Piper get banned from the coven and village where they'd grown up, but the only 2 sisters who would talk to her had the same fate she did. How could the Evans family fix anything if they weren't together? Blundering about in the human world, Piper and her 2 sisters devise a plan to start fresh in a community as quirky as they are, with a weird penchant to talk to moose statues and a centuries-old feud over water rights. Water rights, of all things. Attempting to fit in by standing out, the 3 witches open a restaurant that quickly becomes infamous for its magic in the kitchen and their salty attitudes. Through mishaps, mistaken identities, jealousies over the appearance of a wish from Piper's past, and whispers of secrets untold, the 3 sisters are left wondering if they belong more in their old world or this one. No way could Piper have gotten away with getting locked out of her house in her underwear back home. The longer the coven is broken, the more their magic acts out of the norm, except Piper's is starting to behave the way it's supposed to. But that can't be right. Can it? Shadows seek to destroy them, and if Piper's magic was more reliable, she'd be able to discover just how important family and community can be. Was it too much to ask that her crystal ball give her more answers than what the daily specials would be? And wouldn't it be great if her midlife could be more magical than Crisis? Love paranormal women's fiction or cozy mysteries? You'll love this family and their triumph over daily struggles. You'll laugh, cry, and maybe crave some magic in your life. Chapter 1. And then there were 3. Donatello, I don't want to hear it again. I'm sick of hearing how everything is my fault. I turned from the blue smoky crystal ball I'd had the idiot desire to bring with me from Black Rock. Who was I kidding? He was worse than if I'd packed my oldest sister with us. And that was saying something, since Mary was Bossier than anyone I'd ever heard of. See, she'd even ruined my ability to make good analogies. Flarg. It's not Donatello anymore. Not since you brought up that annoying reference from this world. The crystal ball's low rumbly voice could have been considered romantic or strong, if I didn't already know who or what he was. As my great, I'm bored with the greats, grandmother's son, he'd fallen in love with a human girl and given up his immortality. Who did that? After living together, the human died a natural death and Donatello became stuck in the ball. A ball my family had to consult on the regular. Let me just say, there was no end to sarcasm in our bloodline, and Donatello's sarcasm was bitter and rich. I guess being stuck in a small ball for eternity could do that to you. Well, it's not my fault you were named after a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Or maybe it was the other way around. My obsession with the 1990s pop culture had helped me in more ways than one. Annoying Donatello being a huge advantage at the top of the list. I smirked as I shoved my light brown hair over my shoulder. PSSH. Did you come in here for a reason, or do I need to disappear for a week again? His irritation was obvious, and I knew better than to call his bluff. He couldn't disappear. As annoying as he was, we needed him. I waved my hands and shook my head. No, no. If you do that, Mia and Elsie will have one more problem to put at my door. Can we just? I need the special for today, please. I pinched the bridge above my nose and closed my eyes, blocking out Dawn's swirling blue smoke inside the 10-inch crystal orb. It was solid crystal, but had the appearance of being hollow. One of the many magical features I'd never understood. How did he fit in there when there was no space to put anything? You're going to do unicorn noodles tossed with galaxy sauce. Dessert will be Persian fairy floss pudding. Don't scrimp on the floss. That will come in handy for the lovesick group of women coming in this evening. A trio, I think. They'll need the menu. Fairy floss wasn't cheap, but if Donatello said that was the special, then that was the special. I finished writing the notes on the small pad of paper I carried with me. Thanks. I'll let Mia know. I'll hold my breath. Donatello's salty side fit in with the bitterness of my sisters. We'd only been in Coeur d'Alene 3 months, but you'd think they would have forgiven me by now. At least enough to work better together. Maybe I would be condemned to dealing with their rudeness for eternity. Not something that surprised me, but definitely left me irritable. But nope. Apparently, if you banish your mother to a realm outside the scope of light magic, you are worth being shunned for 15 lifetimes. 15. How was that even justified? Before I could ask which lifetime lengths we were talking about, Mia and Elsie had opened their mouths and gotten banished with me. Who did that? Oh, and Piper? Donatello called me back, a swirl of purple along the edges of his smoky orb. I narrowed my eyes and waited for him to continue. I kind of knew what he was going to say, but it was just slightly different every night. He added a booming echo to his words. You might take a little extra care with your look tonight. You'll see someone tall, dark, and handsome walk through the doors. There it was. I gritted my teeth. Tall, dark, and handsome wasn't a joke. He said something about that every day. Tall, dark, and handsome was watching. Tall, dark, and handsome would pass by. Tall, dark, and handsome would crack an egg. What did any of that mean? Dawn knew I wasn't in the market for a man. I never would be. So, why would he tease me and say it every night since we left Black Rock? Every night. Or morning. Or whenever I asked him something. Like that was the price I would have to pay to get his advice. I couldn't help wondering if he'd done that to any of my other Evan sisters. Maybe because Dawn was more Evan than he wanted to admit. Magic didn't make us family. Our Sassita did. And we were brimming with that trait. I twirled my finger in the air, thinking of my hair and grinned as the simple spell worked to braid my hair tight against my scalp and secure itself with a rubber band. My pride was both due and also shameful. Almost 40 years old, and I still hadn't been able to master the magic of the first decade. The first decade. What was wrong with me? Young witch or not, there were levels for a reason, and everyone else in my family grew and developed at the right speed. But not me. Me and my blunderings had cost my family more than we could afford. More than I'd known possible. If Grandma Tatui ever returned, she'd fillet me and serve me up to the ghouls in the Hiawatha caves for fun. I shuddered just thinking about it. I left the secured back room that was camouflaged as a cooler and locked it up. Only Mia, Elsie, and I knew the code. No one would be allowed inside, ever. They couldn't. Everything from home we'd been able to bring dwelled in that room and the attached home we'd constructed. Well, everything but Flynn. That traitorous cat. I'd rather that little familiar go back where he came from. I heard that. You're such an ungrateful little witch. Flynn purred, wrapping himself around my ankles in an attempt to trip me. I wasn't trying to hide anything from you. I clenched my jaw and stepped over him, moving toward the kitchen where we stored the cauldron. That was fine to have everyone see. And we allowed the customers to see it once in a while. When we hid the black piece, it was behind a massive two-way mirror, both of which fit the brand of the restaurant. Witches in the Kitchen was a brazen and bold title of a restaurant, exactly the opposite of what Mia and Elsie wanted to do. They wanted to do some kind of cleaning company hiding up in the woods somewhere. That wasn't happening. And you know why. Beggars can't be choosers. We were banished from our hometown, so we were going to do whatever it took to fit in until we were let back where we belonged. I'd be hanged before that would take 15 lifetimes either. Dang Mary and her higher than thou attitude. She wasn't the only one who had lost a mother. She probably forgot that, though. I sighed, trying to contain my frustration as I left Flynn behind me. He wasn't interested in hanging around me anyway. I didn't gamble or owe him money. Period. Mia, here are the notes from Donatello. I pushed through the door to the kitchen and reached across the stainless steel counter to Mia, my second to youngest sister. Her blonde hair and brown eyes marked her as one of the Evans family so easily it made me jealous. She wasn't different. She didn't stand out except for her beauty. She had mastered her magic to the correct point for her age and was considered quite the catch back in Black Rock. I'd taken that away from her as well. Thankfully, her beauty stood out in Coeur d'Alene just as well, so at least she had that going for her. She just needed to go somewhere other than the restaurant to be seen. Thanks. She spoke tersely, her consonants clipped and short. I leaned forward, bracing my hands on the edge of the counter as I hung my head to look at the black tips of my Mary Jane patent leather heels. I'd acclimated quite easily to the human world, but my sisters longed to return home. Why would I want to go back where I didn't fit in? I was a misfit in a town of misfits. Straightening my shoulders, I took another deep breath and offered a soft smile. Mia, I know it doesn't make a difference, but I really am sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. I know. But I'm going to stay mad at you. You need to be punished. Mia's voice was loud in the quiet kitchen. Her honesty surprised me, but I nodded. You're right. I do need to be punished. I need to pay for what I did. I honestly wish I could just go rescue Mom and put everything back the way it was. I sighed again, folding my arms across my waist as I pushed away from the counter. Would I ever be free from my mistakes? Everyone kept suffering because of them. It's not like I did them on purpose. I wasn't like that. Even if I was, it's not like I could actually perform that kind of magic. My sisters knew this. Mia spun around, narrowing her eyes. How did you know what I was thinking? You pretty much yelled it. There was obviously no thinking involved. I rolled my eyes. If she'd thought through her words, she might not have been so honest. I worked hard not to bristle at her comments. I deserved worse than what she and Elsie had hurled at me over the long 12 weeks behind us. No. I mean, I didn't say them. I was thinking it, but I didn't actually say anything. She narrowed her eyes at me and then opened her mouth, letting out a huge screech that may or may not have been discernible as Elsie. In a moment, my youngest sister, the seventh daughter of the Evans clan, walked through the swinging double doors to the kitchen. Thankfully, the restaurant was closed until just before 4 p.m. or that screech would have sent everyone running for their lives. Thrusting a hand on my hip, I bit down on the tender flesh of my inner cheek and tried not to flinch as Elsie stormed toward Mia and me. What? What did Piper do now? Me. It always came back to me. I was the middle child and everyone knew I messed up more than I didn't. Everyone. Even me. She read my mind. Mia arched her eyebrows and then glanced pointedly in my direction. That's not possible. I'm sure it was an accident. You probably said it and just didn't know it. Elsie rolled her eyes, but still managed to glare my direction. Their anger was definitely getting old. I'd never had an inkling of what my special skill was. Never. Unless you counted clumsiness and poor memory. I had those down pat. What if? Was it possible I had mental powers? No. I needed to kibosh those thoughts immediately. I didn't say it out loud. I'm not stupid. Mia huffed, as if the mere idea was outrageous. Elsie cocked her head to the side, studying me with something different in her eyes that wasn't tinged with barely contained hatred. Really? Mind powers are rare. I don't think anyone in the Evans line has had those in the last 13 generations. Well, wait. I think Mom might have had them. But it wasn't her top power. I'd check the grimoire, but, yeah, that's not possible. I sighed again, my excitement in the mention of a rare skill dimmed by the memory of another huge mistake I'd made. I'd lost the Evans grimoire. That spellbook had been in our family longer than Grandma Tatui. Since none of us really knew how many greats to put in front of Grandma Tatui's name, we went with none and assumed she started the entire Evans line. Not a bad strategy to do with a witch who could turn your head into a bowling ball and your feet into pins and use your body as a lane. Even with all of her magical skills, Grandma Tatui didn't have mind powers. How cool would that be, if I had just a fraction of those? Maybe I wouldn't be such a recluse from the magical community. Then again, some actions couldn't be undone, no matter how much talent you had. Ouch, Elsie. Mia rounded the counter and approached us, setting herself at odds like putting us into a triangle. She sealed our moment, locking us in time and protecting our conversation from any and all who might be trying to overhear. She sighed and shook her head. I think we need to move on from the mess around Mom's disappearance. We aren't sure if she's dead or alive, but we do know it wasn't on purpose. I haven't been very forgiving myself and I'm sorry. A calming sense of reassurance seeped through me like warm water dumped over my face, trickling down my skin to my feet. Even though I knew what Mia was doing, that didn't mean I wanted her to stop. With her skill of emotional manipulation so useful, there was no way I'd get in the way of the things she tried on us. Mia was one person I trusted above all others. Even though she was mad, she was there with me when she could have stayed behind in Black Rock with our 4 other sisters. She left her twin behind for me. Not that she had much choice, but still, she was there. That wasn't a little thing. Elsie blinked and shook her head. I know what you're doing. I'm not ready not to be mad at her, Mia. Mom is gone. I can't see Jareth. I lost Penelope. You've lost Olivia to be here and do what? Make food for humans? They don't even care. We're an oddity. They don't even know it's real magic here. Elsie shook her head and closed her eyes, fighting against the comfort Mia was only offering and not forcing. I honestly don't care what she's done right now. If she's gotten a new skill or cut off her toe. Double ouch. I couldn't read her mind though. Maybe it wasn't a new skill. Why would it be a new one for me? Of course not. Just a blip. Simple blip like the rest of my life. Most likely, if I tried to access the power, I'd blow something up or send someone to a different realm. Did anyone blame me for avoiding any situations that might require magic? I get it. I do. I'm sorry. I can't keep saying that, though. I sighed and turned away, careful not to let my tears fall. I wasn't really a crier, but sometimes, just sometimes I really wanted to. The Evans family didn't reward weakness. And crying was definitely a weakness. Suddenly Mia and Elsie's arms wrapped around me. Don't be sad. We're mad, but we still love you. Those words from Elsie surprised me, and I blinked back the tears trying to surface, regardless of my willpower. It's just us. I'm still mad at you, but we're in this together. We're the witches in the kitchen. Mia's murmur didn't change the calming sensation over us. I couldn't help chuckling. Even mad, my sisters were there for me. What could I do to make it up to them? A knock on the back door pulled our attention. No one came to the back. No one should be able to see the back door. We'd spelled it. Okay, Mia and Elsie had spelled it. Who could possibly have broken through the spell? Chapter 2. We don't serve sandwiches. Mia and Elsie stood behind me as if I somehow knew a form of magic jujitsu or something. I didn't. In fact, let's be clear. I once lost a fight with a horsefly who I swear laughed as I sat drenched in the pop I tried throwing at him. It was better that we not talk about it. Ever. I glanced back at my sisters throwing me under the bus and narrowed my eyes. Fine. I knew how to do the incandescent spell. It wasn't as pretty as it sounded. The last time I did it, though, I'd blown up the neighbor's cauldron storage shed. Explaining that one had been embarrassing, but not as embarrassing as what I'd been trying to blow up. Cough. Mom's fignoblets patch. She made the worst fignoblet casserole and I wanted to gag just thinking about it. We approached the back door, my sisters at my flank. I flicked my fingers and the door swung inward, revealing an empty back alley behind the restaurant. Afternoon sunlight streamed past surrounding rooftops, glinting off the metal posts of the fences separating the back alleys of the stores on Sherman from the stores on Lakeside. We'd left the already present dark green dumpster in place and cleaned up the rest of the trash that had come with the less than ideal lease. Even the property manager had smirked when we agreed to the contract. What the sniveling man hadn't realized was we could take anything in the human world and make it better with simple words. The real trick was convincing supernaturals that we had what we said we had. The last thing we wanted was to appear magical in any respect, which was why we had a restaurant that focused solely on being a restaurant run by witches. Ironic, right? Only humans would be witches in public. What's that? Elsie interrupted my musings with a finger thrust past my shoulder. There on the back, loading dock, A black box with a satin black ribbon had been set like the most benign of hat boxes. The cylindrical shape gave me pause. Circles were particularly worrisome from where we came from. "Who do you think it's from?" Mia's whisper jarred me from where I'd frozen feet from the open doorway. I scanned the back alley area, looking for any sign that whoever was back there was still back there. "I can't tell. Can you guys sense anything?" Even asking Dawn to scroll through the images of time would be hard since Mia and Elsie had spelled the place. "No." "Grab the box. Let's see what's in it." "Do you think it's from Jareth?" Elsie's excited squeal reminded me there were other options than someone hell-bent on finishing out the banishing. I wasn't sure if Elsie and Mia were aware of what being shunned meant, but they hadn't brought it up, so I thought I might as well keep my mouth shut, too. Who needed to be told that you didn't need a tag to hunt a shunned witch or wizard? And by you, I mean the shadows, and by a tag or hunting, I mean exactly that. There was no protection offered a shunned magical being. None. And if the shadows had rights, then so did the hunters. The only thing with the hunters, though, they did whatever they could to get you. But that wasn't something I needed to tell my sisters when it would just worry them more. Right? That's what I was going with. As long as we kept our protection charms up on the building, there was no reason we would be in any danger. Plus, what idiot would hide themselves out in the open as witches owning a restaurant? Right. Well, let's not discuss that point either. I stooped and grabbed the box, pulling it inside as Mia and Elsie slammed the door shut behind me. Mia recarmed the door and the backyard with some movements of her arms that looked more like throwing X's at the wall than anything else. But it would work. Mia's charms were stronger than Elsie's curses, and that was saying something. I held the box out in front of me like it held a poisonous worm. The box was heavy without being cumbersome. Whatever was inside, it didn't move on its own or because of my movement toward the counter. Did we do something by bringing it in here? Mia whispered again, raising my hackles. Glancing over my shoulder, I snorted. It's a box. I doubt there's anything it can do at this point. But she made a point. What if we just brought something evil into our midst? Once the lines were crossed, it was a lot harder to get out than it was to keep out. Mia glanced at Elsie. I didn't say anything. I told you. Mia raised her eyebrows and folded her arms as we all encircled the center counter that wrapped around the main cauldron where we pulled our daily creations. The cauldron had been a family heirloom and Elsie had shoved it in her bag before we left. Elsie could make things fit in places they just shouldn't fit. She had one of those skills. I kind of hated her for it. Okay, well, let's see if it's something that's going to help us or hinder us. Elsie might be the youngest in the family, but she rivaled our oldest sister Mary's attitude. Rolling my eyes, I placed on hand on the front of the box and dropped my gaze to the matte exterior. I'm going to open it. Maybe narrating my actions would help me feel less nervous. Maybe. My confidence wasn't very high in many situations. I wasn't sure just what I should be focusing on, but I had a feeling it wasn't on skills I hadn't proven I had. Mia and Elsie didn't reply as they stared at the top of the box, with anticipation gleaming in their dark brown eyes. Eyes that I envied. Eyes that I wished I could have been born with. Moving into position to place both hands on the lid, I gripped the top of the box, exhaled and lifted. Or rather, I tugged. Then I stepped to the side and strained to lift the lid. I turned the box on its side, trying to pry the two pieces apart with my fingernails. After a few minutes of fighting with an object that didn't want to be opened, I set it upright and thrust my hands on my hips. Panting, I waved my hands and blinked. Okay, well, I don't think it wants to be opened. I glanced at the human clock behind Mia's head and my eyes widened. But the restaurant wants to open 5 minutes ago. Hurry. To your stations. We'll deal with this thing later. What do we do with it? Elsie continued, staring at the bewitched box. I snapped my fingers in front of her face and shook my head when she shifted her gaze to meet mine. Throw it in the foyer, but keep it away from the middle room. If it is bad, we don't want that in our place. They'd be able to find us. I didn't elaborate on who they were or even where in the foyer. I honestly didn't care. I just wanted to get the place open and get another night done. Our staff had already arrived and the front of the restaurant was ready for customers. The doors wouldn't open though for anyone but those we let inside until we uncharmed it. From 4 p.m. until 9 p.m. every night, except Sundays and Mondays, Witches in the Kitchen was its most vulnerable. No front door charms protected our establishment, but the back door did double duty as it refused entry to any and all who might even try to wander by. If nothing else, I could do a few of the simple spells, and I did them with such passion, they couldn't help being strong. I just wished I could do more than a small list of hexes and spells. The first decade was where I was stuck, and that was torture. Piper? Bethany, a small, fiery Hispanic woman we'd hired to be a hostess, tapped me on the shoulder. I whirled from the potions shelves, my hands flexed in a defensive claw position. Apparently, I was in more of a flurry over the unexpected and unwarranted droppings. That sounded grosser than I'd thought. Bethany reared back, her striped eyebrows and eyebrow ring arched high above her contact, altered purple eyes. Sorry, Piper. I didn't mean to scare you. The kitchen was closed and I couldn't get to you guys. She pulled at the ring in her lower lip with her teeth. I mean, there's someone to see you up front. He's been waiting for a while. One of the reasons I'd picked Bethany was because she fit the human idea of what a witch looked like, with her violet-striped straight black hair falling down her back, her thick fake eyelashes, purple eyes, and her pale skin. Not to mention her penchant to wear the weirdest, tightest black dresses and high black pointy-toed boots. She was everything I would imagine would come from the movie The Craft. Every Hallows Eve, one of the Evans girls' funnest traditions was gathering together to watch human witch movies and eat human versions of magical food. I can't even tell you how much I loved no-bake cookies. Okay, very much not a magical food, but the name suggested it didn't need to be processed at all when in fact it had to reach a very hot temperature to set. Plus, chocolate. I'll be right there. The specials are on the glass. I dropped my hand behind my back and wiggled my fingers. Words appeared in a smoky haze on the two-way mirror set up to separate the kitchen from the dining area on nights we didn't have time to prepare. Ooh, unicorn noodles. That just sounds weird. What is it? Bethany read the specials, her lips moving silently. Back in Black Rock, unicorn noodles were made from the strands of unicorn tails, but that wasn't what they'd be there in the human world. Not to mention, a human couldn't afford them. It's just pink, purple, and blue noodles. Mia is a whiz when it comes to making everyday items magical. I smiled as if I hadn't just spoken the very blatant truth. Of the 3 servers, 1 bartender, and 1 hostess we had on staff, Bethany was my favorite. Her personality made her so much fun to tease. She had no idea I was doing it. Nodding sagely, Bethany tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. Yes, that makes sense. People can't handle true magic. I know what that's like. She nodded again, unaware that her black lipstick was already fading. I knew you'd understand. I grinned at her, my attempts at being friendly rewarded by loyal employees and customers who came in for the experience and paid well for it. I grabbed a black and pink tie-dyed apron and pulled it on over my tight black jeans and hot pink 3/4 sleeve button-up shirt. My 4-inch heels were the only extravagance I allowed myself. Black and sparkly, my feet would hurt by the end of the night, but I knew fixing my diminutive height was worth it. Okay, I'm not that short, to be honest. 5 feet, 5 inches is nothing to shrug at, but my taller sisters liked to lord it over me, and I found it distasteful when they already did magic better than I did and they were younger than me. Some things just weren't fair. I tied the apron straps behind my waist. I had to manually do that one. The knot's charm was awful and I refused to try it again after knotting Flynn's tail about 10 years ago. Poor thing hadn't forgiven me for 5 years after. Where's the guy? I craned my neck as I approached the front, searching for someone who looked like they wanted to see the manager. They were usually angry with the results of a dish, which I brushed off as hogwash or old wives' tale. Or they wanted to give their compliments to the chef, where I would get Mia or Elsie. We'd agreed I wouldn't touch the food. Who knew how many people I would poison? Suffice it to say, I was messed up and I didn't look for ways to have it rubbed in my face. I'm the guy that wants to speak to the owner. His raspy voice sent shivers up my spine, but also grated along the emotions in my stomach where my anger resided. Great, I hadn't even seen him and I already wanted to yell at him. I turned and Dawn's words ran through my mind. Tall. Check. Dark. Check. Those eyes. That hair. Even his stubble was dark and alluring. Handsome. Double check. Dang. And judging by the tick in his jaw, he was as irritated as I was. Chapter 3. The witchy side of me. I never thought the combination of tall, dark, and handsome would irritate me so much. And I could tell it was the man bugging me. When I looked at him, I wanted to snarl. What a weird sensation to have towards someone I didn't know. There was a splintering in his irises between charcoal and blue. If I wasn't so annoyed by his presence, I'd be captivated. I refused to consider the fact that they could easily be the opposite sides of the same spell. He didn't say anything, folding his arms across his chest and staring his fill at me. I arched an eyebrow and narrowed my eyes as I lifted my chin. Did you have something to say to me, or did you just come to stare at the local witch? He wouldn't be the first one to come around checking to see if we actually fit the rumor I'd spread around at the opening of our restaurant. I'd once heard a vampire say that the best way to hide in the human world was to do it in plain sight. What better way than to claim to be exactly what we were? No one would believe it. How could they? No one believed in anything anymore in the human world. Why do you have one blue eye and one green? His voice was as rich and hearty as a cranky werewolf close to that time of the month. I took a deep breath, glancing around at the already filling tables. We were popular and busy, not usually with people who were so rude, but I'd had my fair share of curious looks. Forcing a smile, I folded my arms across my chest. Observant. That's a talent, you know. Now, what did you want to see the owner about? Staring at me another lengthy moment, the man blinked as if he barely noticed he wasn't exactly being polite. He cleared his throat and rocked forward on the balls of his feet, jerking his chin toward the alcove reserved for special guests. The ones that Dawn warned us about. I acquiesced to his silent request, leading the way as I glanced toward the back of the restaurant. Elsie watched me from behind the two-way mirror. I could feel her gaze as I walked. The man stopped abruptly, and I bumped into his back. "Oh, excuse me." I sighed, backing up a foot and smiling as if that would thaw the moment. He turned, his brow furrowed. Something in the way he flexed his forearms was even more infuriating. I just wanted him to leave. If I had enough control of my powers, I'd put a curse on him that made him forget the restaurant every time he looked at it. We'd be an empty lot as far as he was concerned. But, knowing my luck, I'd mess up and he'd only be able to think of me. "What's wrong with her eyes?" His lips didn't move, but I heard him easily. "Wrong with my eyes?" For starters, my right one was starting to tick. That didn't bode well for him. I might not be great, fair, at spells and powers, but I could throw a right hook like nobody's business. And why is she so pretty? That's more than annoying. "Okay, state why you came and get out of there." The last thing the ugly swan needs is a distraction. He pulled his shoulders back. "You think I'm an ugly swan?" I spoke before I could figure out what I was doing. He'd said something about an ugly swan? Was he calling me that? The gall of the man was rising to unprecedented levels. He tilted his head, his blue eyes wide. I wasn't calling you that. Well, okay, you must know who I am. I'm over from the ugly swan." He waved his muscular arm toward the dark and broody building across the street. I blinked and followed his motion with my gaze. The ugly swan. Why hadn't I put that together when he'd mentioned it? Had he mentioned it? No. I think he only thought it. I was confused and trying not to add more fuel to the fire. I swallowed and smiled tightly, folding my arms before I turned back to him. "Okay, you're from the ugly swan. What can I do for you?" He thought I was pretty? Or had I imagined that? And why would I imagine him thinking that? I couldn't shake my internal irritation with him. Fine. I'd deal with it, but not right then. He shook his head, the movement pulling the rounded collar of his tight black shirt down his neckline enough to show the shadowy edges of a tattoo, but not enough to see the shape and details. Interesting. I'm confused. Do you need me to do something for your ugly swan? I blinked at the man who had not yet told me his name. I hadn't been out on the front part of Sherman Avenue since we moved in. Usually, I went through the back. Too many beings would be looking for my sisters and me. We didn't leave the restaurant unless we had our totems with us, and even then we weren't sure of our safety. Knowing what the owner of the ugly swan looked like, I might have to start redirecting my route. He sighed. "Look, you're new. I'm glad you have such good success this early on. It won't last. No offense." He lifted his hands and shrugged. I've been here more than 10 years. The ugly swan has the south side of the street for parking. Your customers are ignoring the signs and blocking my customers, even the regulars. Ah. Business. Was he there tattling on the customers? He understood I couldn't control grown adults, right? I cocked my head to the side, my arms still folded. "Okay, well, I'll make sure and send my customers your way when they're finished. That way, they're both of our customers. Judging by his rough appearance and the neon lights gracing his establishment, most likely he ran a tavern, although the name of it left me more than curious to hear the story behind that one. He scoffed, shaking his head. Nah, I don't need favors. I just want you to do something to mark your parking spots better. He left, shaking his head again. You won't be around long enough to make that kind of effort worth it though, so I'm not sure what you should do. I jerked back, ignoring the presence of more customers coming through the door and slowly but steadily filling up the tables as the hostess seated them. Wow, that was rude. You could be more supportive. Can't we be friends? Did I want to be friends with someone as uncouth as this man was? Not interested. Thanks, but you and your weird eyes. He clamped his lips shut and pushed by me, headed toward the front door. What? I was so easily pushed aside. Deliver his message and be gone? I narrowed my eyes and muttered a small phrase while moving my fingers. The stop spell. How many times had I used the same spell growing up? The number of spells I could do were limited, but I could do them. And stop was a solid one. The rude ugly swan owner stopped mid-stride and turned back to me, confusion on his face. I'd laugh if I didn't have something to say. You're not interested in increasing your client pool? Or just not interested, period? Not interested. Liar. I'm definitely interested. She's off limits. Competition always is. He narrowed his eyes and pressed his lips into a thin line. I pulled back at the revelation in his thoughts. At least I was getting the trick of reading someone else's mind, human as he may be. I'm competition? The man inhaled and narrowed his eyes. He held up his hands and shook his head. I had to release him from the holding. I wiggled my pinky, but stopped before I could complete the phrase. 3 women stepped slowly through the front door, pausing at the hostess stand made from mahogany and purple heartwood. They waited to be seated, the one in the center with her eyes downcast and her shoulders jerking up and down, while she kept her mouth covered. Are we going to finish this conversation? The still unnamed man who hadn't stopped annoying me, but was definitely easy on the eyes only pushed at the conversation because I hadn't let him go yet. He had no idea why he was still standing there, which was probably why he continued talking. He must have thought he was there for a reason and he wasn't going to back down. Whispering with my lips barely moving, I bent my pinky in a hook shape and swirled it out to the side. Unstop. No more halt. I'd learned a long time ago the simpler spells were the strongest and the easiest to master. Until I hit 10 and I realized I wasn't able to move forward in the lessons like my sisters. First decade spells were as far as I could go. I think we're done. Let me know if you change your mind about being friends. I wrinkled my nose. Friends were better than enemies any day of the week and twice on Sunday. Thank you very much. I waited until he walked out, trying not to look like I was staring at his well-formed back and rear, and we could have made really good friends. Glancing over my shoulder, I nodded tightly at Elsie. The 3 patrons were there. The women Dawn had warned us about. I couldn't see Elsie from her position behind the mirror, but I knew she could see me. Every night we waited and watched for the customer Dawn told us we needed to help. They would come in alone or in pairs, or even in a small group like the trio standing at the hostess table at the head of the line. I moved into place, nodding discreetly at the hostess as I reached for the menus and then grabbed the unpublished menu from under the register. There was 1 copy and we only used it once a night. No more than that. It was our hard and fast rule. No exceptions. Ladies, thank you for coming to Witches in the Kitchen. Why don't you come this way? We're going to seat you in the alcove. It's special accommodations. I smiled and led the way to the alcove I'd just been in. I waited for them to get situated and in their seats before handing them the menus. The crying woman got the special tin plate we used for the love potions menu. She blinked, wiping the back of her hand across her nose. She didn't speak, and for a second, I doubted giving it to the right person. When she raised her pain-filled gaze my way, I knew I had it right. I just had to explain what exactly I was giving her. Chapter 4. A Witchy Pain. What exactly are these? The woman wiped at her eyes and blinked again, the movement not effective in clearing the glossy look from her gaze. Alcohol is what I'm looking for. I just want a lot of alcohol. Do you witches make those? The women with her shook their heads and giggled uncomfortably. You're not getting wasted tonight, Maud. You're just going to get slightly buzzed. We need you sober so we can plan. I smiled sweetly and waited for them to turn to look at me. Well, our special tonight is listed at the top of your menu. While you decide on what you want in this menu, I pointed toward the beautiful food menu that Elsie had designed, then turned my attention toward the tin type. Might I suggest you talk about the options in the tin menu? You might find those more fulfilling in your life. I winked and snapped my fingers. Instantly, a server stood beside me with a tray full of ice waters with lemon wedges and a floating hibiscus in each glass. The women oohed and awed and then collectively leaned over the metal menu, ignoring the food menu. I didn't blame them. That menu made promises that even a really well-done plate of ribs and potatoes couldn't do. I tapped the table, grabbing their attention. I'll be back to get your orders. Wait. Do you really work magic here? The woman on my right whispered the question as she cast a furtive glance around the dining area. The waitress huffed with humor and then walked away, leaving me to the question asked every night by at least one patron. Everyone wanted to know why the food was so good, why they came in hurting and left good-natured, why they couldn't stop eating even when they were full, why they didn't like blah blah but left loving it. They didn't understand, and for some, they wanted to believe in the possibility of magic. No, they didn't want to believe in magic itself, they wanted to believe there was a possibility. Didn't we all? I shifted my feet so one foot stuck out at an angle and I folded my arms, considering the trio of what I was starting to gather was a group of lifelong friends who had been through a lot together. I believe in all kinds of magic and mysticisms. You'll need to be more specific with your questions. The woman in the middle with the traumatized eyes sighed and lowered the menu to rest on the table. She stared at the floating flower above the ice in her glass and then raised her gaze to mine. He cheated on me. It's been 20 years of scrimping and saving and being debt-free. 2 kids. The picket fence. She sniffed, reaching up to her water glass and turning it around and around as she spoke. We started making money, really good money, you know? And I just found out, he's having an affair with the bimbo who owns the yoga studio next door to the business. She closed her eyes and hung her head as if spilling her truth was shameful to her, as if she had control over what had happened. Suddenly, Mia appeared at my side, her calming presence permeating in waves from her skin. They're hurting me. They need to stop hurting. She didn't say anything, but I heard her thoughts as if she spoke directly to me. Her breathing was ragged as she studied the women, searching for the one with the most pain. I'd seen Mia work more times than I could count. She was like a hunter looking for the injured. When she found them, she honed in on them and then softened their pain with the edges of comfort she could offer. She never forced them to completely abandon their pain. She'd told me once that she couldn't do that, or when it returned, it would destroy them. I also knew that when Mia comforted others, she suffered. For a woman who had sworn off relationships, it didn't seem fair that she had to grapple with the emotions of loss so often. Emotions she didn't sign up to have. The woman's sobs subsided and she blinked again as she straightened her shoulders and took a deep breath. Forgive me. I'm not the type to sit here and cry. I'm really not. She's not. The friend on my left shook her head as if I doubted what they said. I'm not sure we're even hungry, to be honest. We just heard from a friend that recently went through this, that she came here and you guys solved all her problems. Solved all her problems? Hardly. We weren't problem solvers. But we did know how to give a nudge in the right direction. I half shrugged and pointed at the metal menu. We called it the metal menu because no one would understand if we called it the cursed menu. Or maybe they would. I didn't really care. Well, if you're not that hungry, how about we bring out some crowd-favorite appetizers and some drinks while you peruse the love potions menu? I quirked an eyebrow and sighed, smiled at the women as they raised their bewildered eyes to mine. Love potions? The last thing I need is a love potion. The middle woman shook her head and shoved the menu toward me, anger starting to dissipate the sadness in the creases around her mouth and eyes. I don't want that anymore. I want revenge. She snarled, slamming her palm on the table. The rest of the diners in the restaurant were unaffected by the sounds coming from the alcove. Mia had spelled the small space to be soundproof for just such occasions. Okay, well, I think that's a bad idea, to push away what we're offering. My favorite options for someone in your situation are number 1, 3, and 5. But, hey, if you think a margarita and a plate of mozzarella sticks are more to your liking and will do more for you than get you sadder and fatter, then I suggest you make your way across the street to the Ugly Swan. I didn't back down and I didn't mince my words. I held my place and issued the verbal challenge with a smile. Mia gasped, the sound soft beside me. She glanced my way, but kept her mouth shut. Both she and Elsie knew I did things differently for each client. I might not be as good as my sisters at magic, but I handled people and supernatural creatures better than almost anyone in Black Rock, our hometown. They knew I got results and I didn't need magic to do it. 1, 3, or 5. The woman stared at me as she slid the menu back in front of her. Maud, let's just get out of here. I don't want part of anything that's too out there. The woman on the left scanned my form as if I was the questionable thing that was out there. I just smiled. My silence must have unnerved even her because she joined her friends in studying the metal menu. I knew what they saw and could see the image of the well-designed menu in my mind's eye. As they read through each one, their laughter and conspiratorial murmurs brought a true grin to my mouth. I leaned across the table, tapping the top line that was identified as fine print but was not set in small font. We didn't make our potions accessible without a warning. I repeated the warning as if I was reading it instead of reciting it from memory. Ladies, I'm going to make sure you understand that if any of these potions are used incorrectly, the powers will be reversed back onto the purchaser tenfold. If you're seeking revenge without due cause, the repercussions could be devastating. Maud took a deep breath, holding my gaze with hers as she nodded. I understand. She bit her lip. do they really work? As if we were the only two people in the restaurant, I didn't look at her friends as I considered what Maud wanted. I could tell she wasn't asking me if the magic was real. I could sense that she believed, even if her friends were more skeptical. But the fact that Maud believed told me it wouldn't take much for her to become a supernatural groupie. Dangerous and very detrimental to the magic community. I had to play my cards right so she didn't put herself or me and my sisters in danger. To be honest, it all comes down to what you're looking for. Situations can be created by magic or not. It's how they're looked at that makes the difference. That was a load of hogwash and I knew it. There was so much magic involved it would make a practicing wizard dizzy. I smiled beatifically just the same. So, I order these for me? I don't understand. Maud set the menu in front of her and folded her arms, leaning her elbows on the tabletop as she squinted at the fancy font. I glanced over my shoulder, making sure Mia and I were within the confines of the circle cast around the alcove, before speaking. Okay, so here's the thing. If you're seeking revenge, you have to be willing to watch the consequences. You have to truly want revenge. You won't order it for you. The potion will be made to order, based on specific things on the list that will come up once you order it. I would think long and hard about each one, but if you're looking for a gift for your husband, I would definitely consider 1, 3, or 5. However, if you want him back and you don't want to lose the marriage you have, you'll look at a few of the other ones. Essentially, these potions bring about the truth of the situation. How many times had I said that exact spiel since starting the restaurant? I was the interface with the customers. For some reason, I understood humans. I connected with them. I also understood the bitterness of losing a loved one. Maud's friend on my left pointed at the menu. Oh, I like the sounds of number 3. Manhattan. That sounds like a Manhattan. I curved my lips into a knowing smile as they exclaimed over the potion I'd come up with. Number 3 was special. So, wait, when he drinks it, he'll start to hurt? Maud looked up at me, hope in her eyes. All that guilt he feels or should feel will center in his chest. It will burn stronger and stronger until he can't handle it, and then he'll confess. The pain will never fully go away, but you'll have your answer and you'll be able to move on. They supposedly made life a lot easier, according to the testimonies we'd gotten from previous customers. Get that one, Maud? Do it. The other friend giggled, sipping her water. They hadn't even ordered alcohol, and yet they were already acting like a runaway mob giddy with payback fever. As if waiting for me to flash my 3 fingers in the air, just above my right shoulder, Elsie appeared at my elbow and inclined her head toward the women. Ladies, I'm Elsie. I'll be taking over for Piper. Here's the list of things I need from you so we can make the potion. With Mia's calming confidence oozing around the alcove, I knew the trio was in good hands. I left the table, making my way around the full dining room, smiling at random customers, some returns and some new. You could see the ones who had never been there as they stared around at the purple and red-tinged lighting glowing from behind sheer black gossamer wall coverings. There were no candles, no light bulbs, just a glowing light Mia had created the first day we'd opened the restaurant. No one wanted to leave as the lights changed colors with a slow evolution through the dark rich spectrum we'd agreed would help with the ambience of the dining experience. Elsie finished the potion in less than 30 minutes and returned it to the trio and then motioned for me to join her in the back. The meals made themselves under supervision from Mia. No other staff was allowed in the back. Elsie usually observed the kitchen, But she was practicing the potions since Mia couldn't be expected to run all of the kitchen works all the time. I agreed with that. Neither of them wanted to waste their time teaching me, since I hadn't been able to pick up the fine art of potion mixing up black rock. Elsie grabbed my elbow, all memories of being mad at me conveniently shoved to the side. We had ducked behind the two-sided mirror and Elsie's eyes were wide. I don't understand that box. Have you seen it since you brought it inside? How had it become my fault? Hadn't we all been a part of that? Bringing the box inside shouldn't be on me like a curse. I'd just brought it in. I sighed, exhaling through my nose and narrowing my eyes. Okay, I'll play. No, I haven't seen the box. I've been too busy dealing with the crazy tavern owner and the love-sickened women's group. Mark my words, Elsie. I can see us making a potion for the blonde. She was everything a man runs from. Elsie rolled her eyes and tugged my arm toward the foyer leading into our apartment. Slamming open the door, Elsie pointed toward the box sitting innocuously on a small table where we normally counted out the day's profits. We can't open this. We have to get rid of it. I blinked at her, shocked at the vehemence in her voice. Elsie, we don't even know what it is. Something in me didn't want that box to get destroyed. I didn't know what was in it, but I had a feeling, call it a gut instinct, that the box was going to be pivotal in what happened to us girls. She thrust her hands on her hips and narrowed her eyes at me. We can't open this. Maybe she meant literally. I nodded slowly. You're right. It's spelled or something. As soon as I figured out what held it shut, I'd do my best to break it open. Elsie took a deep breath, her nostrils flaring. My beautiful auburn-haired sister with her deep Evans brown eyes made anger look graceful. No. I mean, we shouldn't. It will break our family more than it already is. That's when I noticed Elsie's eyes. The pupils were dilated unevenly. I'd only seen that look one other time, and it was when she was getting a prophecy. Sometimes, it just plain sucked. My sisters had all the talents and magical skills. I had nothing but an ability to throw people off kilter with my blue and green eyes. Chapter 5. Turn to the witch, not the left. Our family can't get any more broken, Elsie. I spoke calmly. I didn't want to add more drama to the moment, but I knew what else was saying. That moment would be recorded by Dawn, and we would be able to dissect it at a later point in time. Right then, though, I had to make sure Elsie stayed calm. She had to deliver whatever message she was being shown. All of it. Or she would start to scream and run around the restaurant. The last time she'd done it, she'd scared off half the clientele, and one of them had been a restaurant critic. Just what we needed in a brand new town trying to make our mark. Oh, we'd made our mark okay, as the crazy witches of Coeur d'Alene. We didn't need to add fuel to that fire. Mia joined us, her presence exuding calm and comfort. I sank back onto my heels, my lips quirking as I allowed her to soothe my stress. I knew what she was doing, and I didn't want her to stop. Nodding, I backed out of the room. Mia would take care of Elsie. Our dinner rush would end right before we closed, and the kitchen was set to deliver whatever orders were turned in. We had no kitchen staff, but I could still supervise. Once the magic was set up, there was nothing I could do to ruin it. Thank goodness. The rest of the night passed quickly. Elsie rejoined me in the kitchen, oblivious to what had transpired. Fine. I'd deal with that revelation the next day when Don gave us the rundown on the happenings around Black Rock and Coeur d'Alene. He would relish rubbing Elsie's moment in her face. I couldn't say I blamed him. She tended to act like she was better than the rest of us. After the easy cleanup of the kitchen and the floor after the staff left, Mia and Elsie went through the foyer and upstairs into our large apartment. Space Saver, the spell, was one of the first ones we were taught as children. This was because we had to learn how to fit all of the dishes from a Black Rock dinner into a small dishwasher. Using the Space Saver spell, we learned to expand the space of the human-made washing machine and make it fit everything in one full load rather than many multiple loads. Even knowing that I had been able to perform that spell, Mia and Elsie hadn't let me do it. I motioned them on as they glanced back at me as if questioning if I was going to go up to my room or not. I was not going to my room, not yet. I couldn't yet. I needed a little bit of time to think. Just enough I could breathe. No matter what I did, I felt out of my element. They disappeared through the swinging door into the foyer and I turned, grabbing my bracelet made from lynx claws and kestrel talons. I needed the totem and held it in my palm with fierce desperation. As if trying to haunt me, Flynn suddenly appeared at my side, his dark brown ombre fur fading from a black tail to a white chest with all kinds of creamy and chocolatey browns in between. His brilliant blue eyes were all knowing and none too innocent. He settled on his haunches on top of the hostess station, his tail twitching side to side in a curious jerky motion. He sighed as he stared at the bracelet I slid on my wrist. What I wouldn't give to get my claws back. I rolled my eyes. I know, Flynn, but you're the one with the gambling problem. He'd lost his front claws in a game of smoker, which was a cross between poker and tarot, the supernatural version of poker. The gambling problem in supernatural villages was a growing situation that had many lifers very concerned for the up-and-coming generations. When the familiars were affected, you knew there was something serious going on. Well, I think that's rather judgmental of you to say, don't you think? Flynn's ears twitched side to side as he studied me. He licked his front paw and rubbed it down the side of his face. Where are you going? You know you're not supposed to leave. Do I need to raise the alarm? His snide threat was more of a blatant exploitation. I narrowed my eyes. I'm going for a walk. Would you like to come or can I get you a can of salmon? He would take the salmon. He always did. This wasn't my first time rushing from the restaurant at a late hour. Don't mind if I do. He smirked. If cats can smirk, he would be a professional. I huffed as I rushed back to the kitchen and pulled down a can for him. I didn't bother scraping the contents into a bowl. He'd just balk at me as I did so. Pulling the lid off, I set it on the ground and rushed through the front door before he could say something else. As the door closed behind me, I took a deep breath. 10 p.m. looked pretty good on Coeur d'Alene with its small, downtown vibe. The sun had set just over an hour ago, leaving a dusting of light just along the faintest edge of the horizon. Mountains encircled the large lake, nestling the perfect setting for a lake resort town and a witch village across the water. Even though Black Rock was right across the lake, the air smelled different in Coeur d'Alene and not in a bad way. There was a sweetness on the breeze that reminded me of honeysuckles. We didn't have honeysuckles in Black Rock. They were magnets for bees, and many witches and wizards were allergic to the pollen they carried on their minute hairs. I strode down Sherman as if I belonged there and not on the actual streets of a magical town just across the way. The odd thing was, I couldn't help but feel like I didn't belong at Black Rock and hadn't for a while. Nothing was there for me now. My sisters had forsaken me. My mother was off in some realm where I wasn't sure I would be able to rescue her from. No, I didn't want to think about Hayden. Not that night. I'd tackle one issue at a time. For tonight, I just wanted some time to watch the small waves lap at the edge of Tubbs Hill. I passed one of the moose statues set up all around the town of Coeur. I hadn't seen any two of the life-size monuments to a cartoon animal look alike. The one I passed that night was painted in brightly colored flowers, the lights from passing cars glinting off the reflective glossy curves of the massive beast. I couldn't figure out the town's fascination with the character. But that didn't stop me from copying some of the motions I'd seen others do, trailing my fingers along his smooth side as I passed by. Maybe it brought them luck, or maybe they just did it to acknowledge his presence. Maybe he was magic. The walk to Tubbs Hill was a short, but liberating one. Sidewalks turned into trails that led through a large park and then left the grassy slopes and turned into a dirt footpath that split heading around the base of the water, surrounded hill or headed up to wrap around the peak. I didn't have to be good at magic to feel the power coursing through the forest covering the 100-acre hill. The magic was different than that of a witch or a warlock, though. Witches and warlocks were from two ends of the spectrum and could easily be identified as good or bad. This magic, though, seemed to balance on some cusp of neutrality, keeping things just so with nature. The only magic I'd ever heard of that could do that was fairy magic. They wouldn't protect me, but they wouldn't stop me from protecting myself either. I stuck to the trail that wrapped around the base of the hill, climbing over the jagged rocks as they appeared before me with each step. I'd overheard patrons talking about hiking Tubbs. The lower path would seem like it wasn't going anywhere, but then it would drop you smack in the middle of a beautiful beach surrounded on either side by boulders. Then the path would continue on and take you to another place set apart for enjoying the sun on a summer day. Or enjoying the moonlight by night. I took a deep breath as I pulled further from the pull of the town. I just wanted to be myself and not apologize for my clumsiness or my inability to turn a candlestick into a pencil. Transfiguration was one that you learned at about 16. I didn't want to talk about it. With the moon high overhead, I paused my headlong flight around the hill and leaned against a large rock nearest the water. I could feel the power from the water, pulsing as if it too wanted to connect with me. That's when I heard it, not with my ears, but deep in my chest. Help! Chapter 6. Which way is up? The cry for help was jarring. Not just the way I heard the sound, but that it was clear out there that late at night. Who was in danger, and how could I help? I straightened from where I'd leaned, lifting my chin as if that would help me hear better. I hadn't heard it with my ears anyways. What was I doing? How did I hear better, if I barely understood how I had heard the voice? Shaking my head, I closed my eyes and focused inside. That's what I was doing before I'd heard the cry. I'd been focusing on my internal struggles. My own internal conversation. And that's when I felt it, the crying, the sobs, the whimpered plea for help. I could almost taste the young woman's pain. The more I went inside myself, the more I actually went outside of myself. The focus was easy to achieve and I blinked as I slowly opened my eyes to feel my way toward her. I didn't want to lose the tremulous connection I'd established. Understanding how I was at least able to tap into the mental capabilities I'd never had before was a huge part of being able to continue to use them. I climbed carefully over the rocks in front of me, their shapes barely seen in the pale moonlight shining from the dark sky. The girl sounded lost and scared, enough reason to feel the moment was urgent. I needed to see, and I needed to see immediately. How was I supposed to help her, if I couldn't see where to put my feet? It wouldn't help either of us, if I fell and got injured, as well. I picked up a rock and furrowed my brow. Maybe my found mental abilities meant I could do more complex spells than the ones I'd always limited myself to. Maybe it was more of a mindset limitation than anything else. Holding the rock in my hand, I closed my eyes and murmured, "Glow bright. Glow strong." When I opened my eyes, the rock in my hand hadn't changed. Great. Failing again. I sighed and stepped forward. The rocks under my feet glowed now. That didn't help me at all. Zip. Zilch. Nada. I didn't need to see where I had stepped. I needed to see where I was going to step. But as I carefully edged my way out of the beach and back onto the path, I noticed that the path lit up a few feet ahead of me as I walked. Okay, fine. I could utilize that. It wasn't ideal, but it was enough I could move forward without worrying I was going to face-plant into a stinging nettle. Flynn would never let me live that down when I returned to the house. Exhaling on a whoosh, I pressed my lips together and squinted down the path, continuing to walk forward as I tried to find the internal cry for help again. Keeping my focus was hard. I rounded the hill to the left, reaching the southernmost tip at the same time I noticed the blinking lights of black rock almost a mile across the lake. Humans wouldn't be able to see them, which kind of made me sad since the lights crawled up the side of the mountain with a beautiful randomness that humans would appreciate. They seemed to crave chaos and random beauty. Not that I blamed them, as I too loved the way my hometown looked from so far away. I walked a few steps more down the path and blinked. A large shadow covered part of the black rock lights. I backed up, noting for the first time the presence of a massive boulder set up about 20 feet offshore. From research on the area, I'd learned a few weeks ago that Tubbs Hill had minimal beach space with sharp drop-offs into deep water. They recommended more advanced swimming experience for visitors to the hill swimming areas. A clutch of rocks glowed where I moved to step and I reached down, picking up the biggest one I could see. The rock continued to glow, but dimmed was around the edges. I narrowed my eyes and hurled the rock at the mass offshore. The light continued to dim as it sailed through the air, but not before I saw the pale outline of a young girl clinging to the crevices on the north side of the boulder. I widened my eyes. Help. Her weak internal voice worried me. How long had she been out there? How had she gotten out there? Where were the people she'd been with? Only crazy people went to Tubbs Hill alone that late at night. Let's not talk about me. I'm obviously insane. Being insane, what could I do to save the girl? Well, I wasn't sure how she got out there or even how deep the water was leading up to the boulder, but I had to try. Biting my lip, I studied the calm inky surface of the lake and tried to control my pounding heart. I hadn't seen what was in those depths that only came out at night. I knew what they ate, and it wasn't flesh. They ate souls. They looked for the opportunity to cause drownings, and then they devoured the souls of their victims. The legends and myths about them were some of the most well-told ones in Black Rock. I didn't even want to think their names. I'd never seen one, but the drawings in the books I'd studied growing up had caused nightmares for months. They would sense I was in the water. Me and my limited power. They would know. Could I be fast enough to grab the girl and get back to the beach before they could reach me? I just want to go home. The girl's soft whimper reached me, prodding me into action. Slipping my sandals from my feet, I reached into my pocket and closed my eyes. I'd forgotten my phone at the restaurant. If I'd had it or been thinking, I could have used the flashlight feature on the cell, but I hadn't brought it anyway. Wow, I was proving I was just one action away from dying. At least I'd worn my totem. It kept my presence from supernatural beings a secret while I was in town, but would it work in the water? Would it work if it was wet? These weren't exactly questions I'd needed answered when Mia had created the totems for us. They hadn't even been designed to be used as much as I'd been using mine. That was neither here nor there. I licked my lips and tucked my shirt into my pants to keep it from billowing out around me and preventing easier swimming. I stood at the edge of the water, my toes dug into the gravelly sand. Taking a couple deep breaths, I broke into a sprint, high-stepping through the water until it was too deep to run. Then I dove in. The dark water rushed around me, clinging as it pulled at me. I sliced my arms through the water as fast as I could, kicking like the eels of hell were at my ankles. Reaching the rock, I stretched my arm up and yanked on the frightened girl's waist. Come on. We have to hurry back. I'm right here. Swim as fast as you can. The girl yelped, but did as I said. She dropped unceremoniously into the water beside me, going under briefly before bobbing back to the surface. She cried out, openly sobbing as she pushed through the water. I followed her, glancing behind us, wishing I could feel the vibrations in the water as things approached us. But I was powerless in most instances. This was just one of many situations where I couldn't rely on magic to help me. Something hit my leg. The girl's internal screams started a panic inside my own chest. Kick as hard as you can. We're almost there. And we were. A dozen feet became 8, became 4, and in seconds we flung our belabored bodies far from the water, huddling against a dry, albeit chilly collection of rocks jutting from the hillside. We huffed and gasped, panting as we turned our gazes to stare at the small ripples working across the water we'd just left. I probably was imagining it, but I wouldn't doubt the possibility that a car-sized shadow seemed to pass and skim just under the surface to the left of the boulder where I'd pulled the girl from. Out of habit, I reached for my wrist to twist my totem and reassure myself that it was there. Except, it wasn't. My bracelet was gone. And that's where my real panic tried to drown me. I whipped my head side to side as I scanned the dark surrounding us. Pulling the girl to a standing position, I ducked my head so my mouth was close to her ear. We need to get out of here. It isn't safe. Where do you live? Did you come with someone? I didn't focus too much on studying the girl. She was merely a couple of shades of gray in a gray and black landscape with the sun long gone. We needed to get out of there, safely, before I had to worry about what she looked like or who she was. Can you get me to the Ugly Swan? I can get home from there. The girl hiccuped, like she had been crying for a long time. The possibility of that was high and I felt bad for her situation, but if I stayed outside my own place very long, I'd be found and killed and in no position to protect anyone, let alone this girl I'd just pulled from the water. Even my fear that I wasn't safe wasn't enough to keep me from blinking at the girl in surprise. The Ugly Swan? She sniffed, wiping at her face with her wet hand. Yeah, my dad owns the place. He'll be furious I'm out, but I can't go home like this. Not yet. Like what? And who would have thought the taciturn yet extremely delicious? Where had that come from? Tavern owner had a daughter? And did he have any idea she was stuck out on a dangerous boulder in the middle of the lake at that late hour? My guess was no. Was I enough of a witch to rub his parenting in his face? No, but I was witch enough that I had to drop his daughter off, make sure she was okay, and tail it out of there. Was he married? It wasn't the time to think about that. No. Just no. I felt naked without my totem as I stretched my stride, pushing us over the dark path. My totem was gone. I might as well have been naked. Any supernatural being would know what I was, a rogue, a banished witch, and they would be out to get me. Chapter 7. Which way did she go? The girl and I rushed over uneven terrain as if she sensed we were being chased as well. I wasn't sure I was being chased, but I had no doubt I would be. It was just a matter of time at that point. At the trailhead, I stopped at the tree line, holding out my arm and blocking her from going past me. She didn't fight to get by me as she waited for me to give her the okay that it was safe to move again. There was implicit trust and I didn't have time to analyze why that made me feel better. My chest rose and fell as I studied the park, the parking lot, and more trails all converging on one center point. As if I could smell the ugly swan, I lifted my face, directed toward my own restaurant, but distinctly aware that I would have to stop at the tavern before getting safely inside. I kept my voice low, tilting my head to the side, but continuing to watch the area around us. We need to get out of the open. Let's run across the park to the bus over there, then slip between cars until we get to the alley behind the swan. I rested my hand on her arm and ducked to see if I could see her eyes. You okay? We can take a second to catch our breath, but not long. I couldn't explain what we were running from. I couldn't tell her that even though I seemed to have everything in control, I actually didn't. I had no idea what I was doing, no idea how to keep us safe, and I didn't have enough magical knowledge to protect us. Okay, that part wasn't true. I'd almost memorized every magic book I could find growing up, looking for the key that would unlock my potential. But nothing worked. No matter how I tried. So, I knew the spells, I knew the charms, the curses, the potions, all of it, but I couldn't do anything with what I knew. I'd have to fall back on the stop spell. Wow, magical witch that I wasn't. The girl nodded and rested her hands on her hips. I'm Bella Thompson. Thanks for getting me. How did you know I was there? I avoided her question, reaching my hand out to shake hers as I instead replied with, I'm Piper Evans. I'd own the witches in the kitchen restaurant across from your dad's place. Why were you clear out there, Bella? Was something chasing you? No. She shook her head and fell silent. After a few seconds, I'm sure we couldn't afford, she muttered, I was trying to get to the lights. There's a town across from Coeur Lane on the lake. I know it's there. I can see it. But every time I bring it up to people, they act like I'm crazy. I don't understand it. She shook her head. I didn't say anything but blinked at her reply. She could see the town? That was impossible, unless she had magic in her blood. Unable to focus for too long on the enigma I'd pulled from the lake, I nodded tightly at her and scanned the area one last time. Ready or not, here we come. I grabbed Bella's hand, tugging her along behind me. Stay close and move fast. We need to get to the swan as fast as possible. Something doesn't feel right tonight. I couldn't tell her that my totem was gone. I couldn't tell her that the fact that she could see the town lights meant that she was just as unsafe as I was. Just like I couldn't tell her I thought her dad was hot in a completely off-limits way. I wasn't looking when she nodded, but I didn't need to see her agreement when I felt her break into a flat-out sprint over the lawn. I followed suit, pumping my arms hard but still unable to keep up with her youthful speed. Dang kids anyway. We hit the first car, and ducked into the shadows behind it. I closed my eyes and draped my arms over my knees, gulping in air like there was a shortage. Bella's head bobbed beside me as she copied my position and tried to breathe easier, too. The shadows wouldn't protect us for long. Swallowing, I nudged Bella with my elbow. We need to keep going. We're almost there. But we weren't. We had a few more blocks to go, and I wasn't sure about Bella, but the spikes and drops in my adrenaline wore on me, that and the fact that I had to try to keep myself aware of what could be coming for me and the girl. Bella didn't fight me or question what I said. In fact, it was the weirdest encounter with a teenage girl I'd ever had. I couldn't help eyeing her suspiciously as we broke into another faster than a jog, whatever we were doing. Turning the corner, I bumped my shoulder and winced, holding my expletive on my tongue. And as if I'd conjured the ugly swan, which I hadn't, we were suddenly standing in front of the double hardwood doors. Bella didn't hesitate as she reached out, yanking the doors open. I wanted to go home. I needed to get into the safety of my own place, check to make sure my sisters were okay. But I didn't abandon Bella. She needed to be kept safe, and I had to make sure the tavern owner knew his daughter was safe. My dad is going to kill me. Bella's internal struggle was strong, and I hadn't even tried to listen. I could feel her worry and her confusion as we walked inside. I moved behind her like I couldn't help it. And part of me accepted that I couldn't. For some reason, she'd been able to see that town. That made her supernatural. Judging from the way she acted, she had no idea. And I had a hard time believing the cold-hearted tavern owner had any idea, let alone belief in the supernatural. Things were slow in the Ugly Swan, normal for middle of the week, with a place that predominantly specialized in alcohol. But the Swan hopped on the weekends. I didn't particularly feel safer so much. But at least I could put a wall at my back so I didn't have to continually look behind me for someone sneaking up on me. "Hey, what are you doing here?" The tavern owner's robust voice echoed off the wood paneling that lent a deeper air of masculinity to the already definitely male-in-taste pub. He rounded the end of the long shiny bar, his brow furrowed and his arms flexed as he strode toward his daughter and me. I wasn't scared of him, but Bella's shoulders hunched and she dropped her gaze to the ground. Stepping around Bella, I held up my hands at chest level and smiled as reassuringly as I could. "She's fine. It's just dark out there and I didn't want to leave her by herself." I glanced behind me at the young teenager and winked when she raised her gaze to mine. Maybe she'd get the hint. We could keep her out of trouble, but she couldn't throw me under the bus. We had to have each other's backs. "Why are you here?" "I told you not to leave the house." The tavern owner folded his arms over his chest with his legs solidly shoulder-width apart as he studied his daughter. "I want an explanation, little girl." I bristled at the term he used to address her. I wasn't a feminist in the way humans used the term, but by all means, I had no problem sticking up for a fellow woman when a man was upbraiding her. "Hey, like I said, nothing happened. She's okay." I lowered my voice, trying not to bring undue attention toward Bella's situation. "I want to hear it from her lips. I don't necessarily trust your kind." The insufferable man didn't bother looking directly at me after dropping the disparaging comment. "My kind? My kind? What kind was that? Did he know I was a witch? Or was he saying something about women? Or maybe something about out-of-towners?" I set my jaw and narrowed my eyes. "My kind? What exactly does that mean?" I was focusing on the wrong thing, I knew that, but at the same time I wanted an answer. My kind? He waved his hand in my general direction. You know, your kind. You're from out of town, you're a businesswoman, which probably means you're a loud mouth. No offense intended. He added the last part like it was an afterthought, glancing at me like I was more of a nuisance than anything else. Why is she here? What am I going to do with Bella? Why can't I catch a break? I held out my hand, determined to break through his stubborn shell. I'm Piper Evans. Nice to meet you. Thrown off, he reared back, narrowing his eyes as he studied me. I'm Ryder Thompson. Thanks for bringing my daughter back. Do you know what she was doing? Did I know? Well, I couldn't exactly say that Bella was clinging to the side of a boulder in the lake. That would bring on entirely too many questions I didn't have answers for. Bella's thoughts broke through my own. He's going to kill me. I was looking for Tiny. Bella blurted the excuse like it happened a lot, searching for someone named Tiny. Tiny got out again? Ryder turned from me and continued to stare at his daughter in disbelief. You know, if you're ever looking for something to do with Bella, you're welcome to send her over to the kitchen. I'd be happy to find her work. I could hire her. We pay pretty well and she could hang out in a non-tavern setting. I grinned like we all shared some fun secret, but they continued glowering at each other as they weighed their options. Ryder cleared his throat as if I hadn't just volunteered to watch his kid for him. He was obviously not able to stay on top of things with her. What he needed was a babysit charm, but there was no way I was going to recommend one. He'd never understand what I was saying. Plus, I'd have to go across to the restaurant and grab Mia. She'd have no idea why I was talking about charms to people with more reasons to distrust them than not. I don't know. Thanks for the offer, but Ryder looked at me like he had more questions. I raised my hands. I know. I know. Not interested, right? I smirked, because what else would I do? He kept making it clear he wasn't interested in even being friends. Why was I still pushing? It's not like I needed any complications in my life, especially from, what had he called me? Competition? I turned from Ryder and faced Bella, who watched the volleying between her father and I with hope on her face. Half shrugging, I twisted my lips to the side. Okay, Bella. I'm glad you found Tiny. If you happen to need anything before you go looking again, let me know. I make a pretty good partner to go running into the dark with. I winked. With my back facing her dad, there was no way he would see the action. Plus, I needed her to know she would be safe with me. She could trust me. And whether Ryder wanted me to or not, I had to figure out how a girl with magical powers was living in Coeur and hadn't been hunted yet, while obviously under the same roof as a normal human man. The only way to learn that would be to spend more time with her, get her around Dawn, Flynn, and my sisters. Bella's relieved smile made me feel marginally better as she nodded. Okay, thank you, Piper. She glanced nervously between her father and me, but kept whatever was bothering her to herself. I could feel the length of time I'd been without my totem breathing down my neck, and I took a deep breath, clasping my hands together. Well, I better get back. Thanks again. Nodding tightly at Ryder, I headed toward the door. Was I ready to make the dash across the street? I had to pause at the doors and scan the street before pushing them open. I didn't want to seem scared in front of Ryder, but I also didn't want to get my head severed from my body in front of him either. It was all a balancing act, Apparently, the coast would never be completely clear. I pushed the doors open and sprinted across the street, narrowly missed by a car driving down the street. The horn blared and my cheeks flushed. I'd been so focused on shadows looking for me or other supernaturals, I'd completely forgotten to check for cars. Maybe I was too stupid to live. Inside the restaurant, I locked up and sank onto the stool in the back by the kitchen. What had I gotten into? Too bad I'd lost my totem. My only release from being penned in with my sisters since our banishment was getting out and being amongst the living for short periods of time. Without my totem, that wasn't going to be likely anymore, and I honestly didn't want to tell Mia and Elsie that I'd lost it. They would tease and torment me, and I just didn't want to deal with it right now. Or any time. I sighed and stood from the stool. Time to go to bed. I needed rest, and nothing was going to make sense until I had a chance to let the gargoyles of my mind work on them. I moved across the room to the foyer between our suites and the restaurant and opened the door. Shutting the door behind me, I turned back, ready to murmur goodnight to Dawn when I stopped. There on the table beside his blue glowing orb sat my totem. All the bones and talons intact. I caught my breath. Who had found my totem and been able to get it inside the restaurant? My stomach sank. Who indeed? Chapter 8. Sea witches aren't a thing. I couldn't sleep. And who could blame me? I'd lost my totem in the dark waters of the Coeur Lake. There were things in there. Just thinking about them made me shudder in my blankets. I stared at the ceiling of my room most of the night. Even the nightlight spell didn't do anything for me. Nothing. As the illusion of the night sky swirled overhead, I was lost in my own thoughts. I finally stopped the simple spell taught to literally toddlers to help them get to sleep at night when I realized there were 2 comets I'd missed and I hadn't even known until they were almost all the way by. That just irritated me, which didn't help me in the sleep arena. Finally, about 5, I got up and pulled on a fuzzy robe. We didn't have robes in Black Rock. The human clothing had fast become mine and my sister's favorite. We walked around every morning with a crazily designed one as we grabbed our tea and scones, another human thing we loved, and sat around talking about the night before. Since I was the first one up in our apartment kitchen, I put the water on to boil and set to making the scones. We'd opened the restaurant for a lot of reasons, but a big one was because we loved to cook. And humans had a terrific helping tool called Pinterest, which I couldn't stay away from, but that wasn't what was important. Instead, while I made my scones, I contemplated more of what had kept me up most of the night. For one, Bella had seen the lights to a witch town that wasn't supposed to be seen by anything but supernatural beings. Her dad didn't see magic, so maybe there was a mistake. I hadn't asked Bella if she did drugs, maybe I should have. The second one, and potentially the most immediately concerning, would have to be that I'd lost my totem and then had it returned to me. Was it possible Mia or Elsie had followed me and found it? Could they have found it in the waters after it fell off? If not them, then who? Or what? How had they gotten inside? The restaurant was spelled not to let anyone magic inside except my sisters and myself. Was there a possibility that Mia and Elsie's magic was starting to glitch all over and not just a few instances? Okay, but even if they had found my totem, how had they known where I would be? Why would they just drop it off and disappear? Were they the same person or persons that had left the hatbox on the back, spelled, I might add, drop, off area? Needless to say, there was a lot I didn't know and even more that worried me. I stared off as I waited for the water to work its way into a boil and for the scones to bake in the oven. I loved the human contraptions. There were so many great things they used that seemed to ground me in the moment. Magic was nice to rely on, if you knew what you were doing, but for someone like me, I liked having the option of baking without relying on the magic. It definitely helped with my self-esteem issues. As the kettle whistled, each of my sisters emerged from their rooms, rubbing their eyes and yawning. Mia's robe was plastered that morning in yawning kitties, darting around and around the robe as they chased the tails of the waist tie. Elsie's was almost as fun as she designed hers, to have balloons floating up the front of the robe in bright colors and birds flying amongst them. "What has you up so early? I didn't hear you come in until late." Mia claimed her normal wicker seat in the breakfast nook just off the kitchen where we sat every morning. Cool early morning sunlight sent peachy rays across the sky and through the greenhouse-style glass walls and ceiling of that specific room. The room you couldn't see from the street unless you broke through our charms. I couldn't sleep. I murmured as I delivered their drinks to them and brought a plate full of huckleberry scones. I claimed my own seat and tucked my feet under my rump as I studied them. "Okay, before I get into anything, did either of you follow me to the lake last night?" Elsie wrinkled her nose and gripped her teacup tight in her hands as she shook her head. "The lake? Are you crazy? And at night? Is something wrong with you?" She gave a dramatic shiver. "I don't even go down there during the day." I didn't. I wondered where you went, but I found a good book in our library I wanted to read again, so that's what I was doing. I didn't even hear you come in. Mia bit delicately into the scone she'd taken from the tray and studied me with curiosity. "What makes you ask? Did I tell them?" She's probably going to say she did some magic when we all know Piper can't do anything worth doing. Elsie's voice echoed in my head and stung deep in my heart. I blinked at her and pressed my lips together. Did I just let that comment go? I guess I should, since she didn't actually say it, but a huge part of me hated being the stupid one. Or the one they thought of as stupid. I inhaled deeply. No. They wouldn't stop treating me like they were unless I said something. Actually, Elsie, I'm not going to say I did something magic if I didn't do it. I don't care if you think it's worth doing or not. I narrowed my eyes as she widened hers in surprise. And from now on, I suggest you watch your thoughts. I'm getting pretty good at this, and your thoughts are uglier than your words, and that's saying something. At least, my younger sister had the grace to look embarrassed as she stole a peek at Mia, who stared at me in surprise. As I was saying, if neither of you followed me to the lake, we have a problem. I shifted my gaze between Mia and Elsie, certain I had their attention. The problem looks more like our charms and spells aren't faulty, and by ours I mean yours. I waited for that to sink in. Elsie shook her head. No. Our spells are spot on. We don't have problems with our magic. But she didn't need to finish her thoughts, and I didn't need to read them to know she was thinking that the problems with magic belonged solely in my corner. But that wasn't the case anymore. Look, I know you guys are used to me being the magic problem. I get it. But I didn't do the charms to protect and shield us. You did. I waited for them to understand where I was going with that train of thought. Why do you think there's something wrong with the magic, Piper? Mia jumped to the problem at hand rather than point fingers. That would be the empath in her needing the contention to disappear immediately. I lost my totem at the lake when I went in the water to save a girl. I'll come back to the girl who actually is another issue we have. I blinked as Mia held up her hand. Wait, you went into the water at night? She screeched, her mouth open as she stared at me in shock. "You're lucky you're not dead. What is wrong with you?" That question was going to get old fast. I had to. The girl was stuck on the rock. She couldn't get down, and it was too dark for anyone to be able to find her before morning. I couldn't just leave her there. I shook my head. Back to the totem. I lost it in the water, right? It was on before I went in and off when I got back. I checked multiple times. It was gone. Completely gone. I shook my head and reached down into my robe pocket and slowly pulled the totem from its depths. But when I got back here and came up to bed, this was beside Dawn's spot. I held my hand out, my fingers flat with the totem resting soundly on my palm. Mia and Elsie dropped their gazes from my face to my hand and stared. They just stared, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. And I didn't blame them. It would be easier to believe I was somehow mistaken rather than someone had retrieved the totem from the water and got it back to the restaurant and inside our spelled secret inner sanctum before I'd returned. Mia and Elsie didn't speak as they processed what I'd said. I didn't try to probe their thoughts because 1, I wasn't very good at it, and 2, I'd just told them something was wrong with their magic. That wouldn't be easy news to hear. After a minute, Elsie blinked and then drank more tea. "Okay, I can't process the totem thing right now. I just can't. Let's focus on the girl." Mia nodded, sipping her own tea. Was I surprised, or was it more like I recognized survival mode when I saw it? Probably the latter. I told them what I knew of Bella, leaving out the hot dad and the run I'd had with him the day before. I shook my head, sipping the raspberry and fungi tea I'd made with extra nectar. The thing I don't understand is how she was able to see black rock unless she's magic. Is she magic? And how is that possible? I mean, her dad was oblivious to anything different or new or out of the ordinary. Magic would definitely fall in any of those categories. Plus, I didn't sense anything supernatural about him at all. I'd sensed a lot of other things I'd just as soon not worry about. "Yeah, but you're not exactly a reliable source, Piper," Elsie said as if out of habit, and then she shook her head. "Sorry. No, I get it. And you're right, to a point. But I didn't sense anything off the girl either. So maybe there's something going wacky with my own gifts. I don't know. All I know is that things aren't making sense and I desperately need them to." I wasn't going to get mad because I'd been thinking the same thing for most of the night in my ponderings. "Do you think we should talk this over with Don? He might have seen something along these lines before." Mia stood without waiting for our answers. We wouldn't argue. We were all out of our elements, and getting someone with more experience to look at the situation was exactly what we all needed. I followed Elsie and Mia down to the foyer, taking a seat on one of the curved ottomans we'd set up so we could have meetings with Don at the center. He hadn't complained. He was definitely a narcissist and enjoyed being the center of attention. As we settled into place, I tried not to stare at the curious box still sitting on the far side of the room. Opening it would have to be on our list of DOS, but not at the top. We had more important things to discuss. "Oh, well, Piper, I can feel that your powers are shifting into place. What a nice change." Don almost purred, his blue light glowing brighter and brighter as he spoke. I shook my head. I can't help feeling like they're worse, to be honest. While they might be stronger, I was far from controlling them the way I would like. I couldn't agree more. Elsie's harsh comment surprised me. I whipped my head her direction and curved my lip in a half snarl. Come on, Elsie. You don't have to be so rude. Just stop already. I didn't say anything, she whispered, staring at me with worry in her eyes. She should be worried. The last witch we knew with just a slight ability to read minds had been banished from Black Rock to an unknown realm. By me. Our mother. What if I had mind powers? Maybe I'd be able to bring Mom back. Chapter 9. Which drink should I get? We decided I'd check on the girl since I had my totem and Mia and Elsie weren't in love with the questions around how I'd gotten it back. Don didn't have anything to add since he'd been checking on our sisters back in Black Rock. He wouldn't give us information about them. I didn't feel like adding that to my list of things to worry about. Donatello would work with Mia and Elsie on the specials while I went across to the Ugly Swan and checked on the girl. I'd never admit to being excited to also check on Ryder Thompson. My sisters would never let me live that down. Before I left, Mia checked the totem to make sure it hadn't been tampered with. I decided it was best to keep my mouth shut about how reliable her magic would be at this point in time. For some reason, things were shifting and I couldn't figure out why or whether they were for good or bad. I wasn't going to complain though. If I was able to get some kind of power by that time in my life, I would be grateful for any. Well, except dark magic. I didn't want the repercussions of dealing with that one. I slipped the bracelet on my wrist after getting changed and ready for the day. Leaving the restaurant still felt iffy, but at least I had my bracelet for some level of protection. Was it fair to assume whoever had returned it meant me no harm? Or were they just setting me up for something worse? What could be worse than being caught by the shadows? Nothing that I could think of. Unless, of course, it was the water creatures I'd rather not think about. And hunters. There were those, too. Sunlight warmed my face and bare arms as I left the protection of the restaurant and stepped onto the cement sidewalk. Coeur d'Alene bustled at night, but during the day there was a different kind of energy buzzing around the streets. Classic cars whined to within an inch of their lives as they revved their engines, cruising Sherman Avenue. The drivers waved at people they knew on the sidewalks. A group of elementary-aged children stood in a loose group around a bright green and orange-painted moose to the east of my restaurant front. A woman in plaid shorts took their picture and crooned about what an adorable shot it would be for their moms. If I didn't know better, I'd swear the moose taunted me. Brushing my hair back from my face, I walked sedately toward the crosswalk, determined not to be scared in the middle of the day. There was nothing out to get me, not with sunlight shining in every direction. Shadows couldn't find me without, well, shadows to hide in. And other supernaturals wouldn't want to be out in the heat. They just didn't react well to having their features exposed in the harsh light of the sun. Some of us had serious wrinkles. Witches and fairies were a vain lot and we knew it. I was young enough. I wasn't worried about my age showing. Not yet anyway. Plus, since I'd never really been able to rely on magic, I'd had to do a lot for myself over the years, which included actually walking where I wanted to go or moving heavy things with sheer muscle. None of the moving spells my sisters used. I couldn't help wondering if Elsie's diet charms would continue to work in the human world or if they'd malfunction and start showing on her hips. That would be karma if ever there were some. Crossing the street at the intersection of 4th and Sherman, I looked both ways and waved at a group of men in a bright red Chevy Bel Air from the early 1950s. I only waved to thank them, but they must have taken it as some kind of come on because when I reached the other side of the road, they drove by and honked, whistling and calling out something about a number. What number? People were so weird. strolling toward the ugly swan, I glanced in each window I passed by. Fig Pickles had the best toys. With the large wooden Ferris wheel in the window, the store called to my inner child who had played with floating rocks as a child. What I wouldn't have given to play with a whoopee cushion or go. No, wait, not that. What is it called? Ho. Do. Yo. I continued striding back up the street to the ugly swan. Mrs. Honeypeep's candy shop would appeal to Mia if she came out with me, but for all the magic spells and curses that Mia knew, she didn't know one that would get rid of the fat from human sugar. There was nothing solving that, save staying away from it. I passed parallel parked cars, swinging my arms as I moved as if I belonged there in that daily life, in that small town. People came from all over the world to see the wonders of the beautiful lake, walk down the street while eating a huckleberry ice cream cone, and just enjoy the fact that they knew nothing about werewolves, vampires, or witches. What would that be like? The weight of my totem pulled on my wrist. There was no logical explanation for how or why I had gotten it back. In either case, it wasn't something I wanted to think about right then. I came to a stop in front of the ugly swan entrance and wrinkled my nose. Ryder hadn't been exactly pleasant both times we'd made contact. In fact, I wouldn't be too far off if I suspected he wanted nothing to do with me. Yet, there I was, forcing myself on him yet again. Egad, I annoyed myself. I glanced around me at the people walking on my left and my right. They didn't seem to care that I'd stopped or that I stared at the tavern like it had the power to eat me alive. For all I knew, it did. Ryder wasn't what he seemed, and I wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. Not yet, anyway. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the doors open and plunged into a cooler, darker atmosphere than the sunny bright mid-morning outside. I blinked as my eyes adjusted, my hand tight at my side, ready to do the stop spell, if there was an emergency or something. I really needed to learn some way to defend myself. The stop spell was only going to work in certain situations. The night before I'd been too concerned with watching my back and making sure Bella was delivered safely to her dad. I didn't have the time to study the tavern owned by the man who was neither nice nor interested. How the latter galled me, I'd never tell him. The tavern was quiet. No customer sat in any of the seats spaced around glossy wooden tables. The light above the bar was off, casting even more shadows around the large area. Pool tables in the far corner and air hockey tables made everything seem even bigger. I blinked as I took in just how big the interior of the tavern actually was. From the outside, it looked like it was less than a third of the size I was seeing. I shut my eyes and inhaled slowly through my nose, focusing on my internal thoughts. Was there any way Ryder was a wizard? Did he have magic in him that I hadn't been aware of because I was magically crippled? I'd never felt so handicapped before. I mean, sure, I was different from the other residents of Black Rock, but I couldn't be the only supernatural person in history not to be very good at their vocation, right? Wasn't it possible that some witches weren't very witchy? Why? Or was that just my hope talking? A creak from the rear of the tavern jerked me to the present and I stepped back. If he wasn't a wizard, which I couldn't sense for sure, and he was magic, then he'd be a warlock. Wizards and warlocks were the only ones who could pass as men during the night and day. Vampires didn't hide anything well, especially with their over-sized canines and dramatically pale skin. Even the ones who were of ethnic origin had a paleness to their appearance that just didn't seem natural. Werewolves? Entirely different story and not something I would have missed if I'd come in contact with one, magic skills or not. So, If Ryder wasn't a wizard, then he was warlock, and that meant he wasn't a good guy. He messed with magic that's sole purpose was to satisfy greed, lust, or cruelty. Warlocks were the first ones to take up the hunt for a rogue or banished supernatural creature. My chest rose and fell as my panic grew. A warlock was a threat to a witch as great as my mother or my grandma Tatui. I didn't stand a chance with my less than impressive magical skills. I needed some kind of a sign that declared me as inept. I hated owning that, but it was what it was. Maybe they'd leave me alone out of pity. A thud broke through my thoughts, and then the crash of glass breaking split through the calm of the afternoon. Sweat dampened my palms, and I backed up further, intent on getting out of the tavern. Instead, my back hit the wall behind me. I must have swerved from the doors as I studied the various mounted dead animals hanging on the walls and the different pictures of humans with their kills spotting the paneling. Iplops. Iplops. My favorite curse word repeated in my mind in sync with the rapidly increasing rate of my pulse. Who was back there, and what had I walked into? Chapter 10. Which way is the exit? I froze, holding my breath like someone used the stop spell on me, even though there was no one else in the tavern besides me and whoever had created the crash in the back. Then Ryder's voice yelled out as it echoed through the wooden walls. Dagblastic. You confounded, his words became illegible as his voice rose to new heights. My eyes widened and I raised my hand to clutch at my throat. He knew how to cuss in extremely creative ways. I smothered my silly feeling that I'd been afraid. Ryder was the only one in the tavern. I scrunched my nose and walked slowly toward the doorway the sounds came from. When I reached the threshold to the back storage area, I cleared my throat, taking in the scene of Ryder bent over, wrestling with a case of half-broken, half-intact bottles of what smelled like whiskey. Humans and their liquor. He didn't look up as he jerked his hand toward the bar past me. Just put the kegs by the hoses. I'll get them hooked up. Leave the invoice on the counter. I'll get it paid. He thought I was a delivery man. That explained the unlocked doors when business hours weren't for another couple hours or so. No, I mean, I'm not. I don't have a delivery. I moved my thumb over my shoulder and blinked as Ryder jerked upright, dropping the box of liquor bottles. A loud crash resulted from the second drop. He closed his eyes slowly and leaned his head back with a small groan. Ugh, well, if you're not here for deliveries, then why are you here? What do you want? His gruffness was offsetting, but not enough for me to leave without doing what I'd come for. I actually came to check on Bella and make sure she's okay. I glanced around the stocking area like he might be hiding his daughter under one of the wire shelves or behind a pop syrup dispenser. At least he had the grace to look embarrassed as he reached for a broom behind him and the dustpan hanging beside it. Yes, she. Well, she's headstrong, a lot like her mother. Even if she wasn't chasing after the dog, she'd never admit it. She does whatever she wants, whenever she wants. It's all I can do to keep her safe. The first thing that struck me while he spoke was that he actually did have a dog. I wasn't a dog person, but that didn't mean I didn't find them adorable and full of energy. I'd just never connected with any back in Black Rock. I barely got along with the cat, Flynn, and he was stuck with the family. Girls are, how did I say what I wanted to say? That she was supernatural and therefore unpredictable? Girls are unpredictable. I guess that was going to work. Inwardly, I rolled my eyes at myself. What was I doing there again? Yeah, well. Ryder shrugged, sweeping the glass shards into the dustpan. The scratching of glass on the concrete flooring set me on edge. I scrunched my nose again, gripping my hands until my nails dug into my palms. I stood there awkwardly in the silence, uncertain what to say or even if I was still supposed to be there. Had I been dismissed and I had no idea? Just as I started to think I should probably duck out, he spoke as if he wasn't sure if I was still there. Sorry for the way I treated you when you brought Bella back. I honestly get worried about that girl and I don't know what to do to keep her safe. She attracts the weirdest people to her. My lips parted and nodded as if I understood. I didn't understand. I didn't get what he was talking about. How would I? I'd lived in Black Rock my whole life. Everyone there was weird in human terms. Was he saying I was weird? He scooped the dustpan contents into an industrial garbage can and bent down to repeat the movement twice more, cleaning up the broken remains and leaving the alcohol spilled to run in rivulets toward the drain set in the ground. Ryder stood and hung his tools up and then motioned for me to follow him to the bar area. While I'm thankful, I need to make it clear that I don't want her hanging around you. His abruptness took me by surprise. I stopped on the opposite side of the counter and furrowed my brow. I'm sorry? I didn't say it in an apologetic way. I wouldn't mind slapping him, though. What was wrong with him? Why did he think it was okay to say something like that to me? He waved his hands as he shook his head. I don't mean that the way it sounds. Yes, I do. His thoughts interrupted my reply. Okay, so he did mean it. Why? Is there a reason you don't want her around me? Maybe he knew I was magic. Or as magic as I could be with my problems. Whatever they might be. Ryder leaned forward, bracing his elbows on the edge of the bar and rubbing his face with his hands. He sighed. It's not that I don't like. He slapped a hand on the counter and then pointed a finger at me. I don't even know you. But I don't like what you're pushing in your restaurant. There. I said it. He grabbed a rag and wiped at the wet counter around the sink and taps set up just so around his station. I didn't reply. What did he know about what we pushed at our restaurant? I clenched my teeth. He didn't know what he was saying. I waited for him to elaborate. He looked up at my silence and licked his lower lip. I don't want to seem unneighborly or rude. Here in North Idaho, we think everyone should have their freedom to do whatever they want, but you're pushing food? I'm pushing food. Is that not okay? Didn't everyone eat? I was thoroughly confused. You know what I'm trying to say. Your restaurant is called Witches in the Kitchen. Are you trying to say you're witches or something worse? He spat the word like he meant it as a curse. A slow grin curved my lips. Are you saying you're prejudiced against witches, Mr. Thompson? I smiled at him as beatifically as possible. I needed to make him feel he was as silly as he was worried about sounding. Humans didn't believe in magic. If they did, Black Rock would be burned to the ground whether they could see it or not. Ryder pinched the bridge of his nose as he looked away from me. She can't understand. She's not a mother. I drew back at his thoughts bared to my reading. He had no idea if I was a parent or not. He was assuming because I didn't understand why he thought the name of my restaurant meant I shouldn't see his daughter. Desperate to ease the contention, I searched for something else to focus on. Even with the tension between Ryder and myself, there was something comforting about the tavern. I motioned toward the wood paneling. What kind of wood is that? I had a feeling it was black walnut and red oak, but I didn't say anything as I tried to redirect his focus away from the way I was making him feel and more onto the good feelings associated with his tavern. Red oak with some black walnut. I heard once that those woods center a place. Where had he heard that from? Woods held their own magic, and it wasn't usually something humans knew. They liked the wood, the grain, the color, the different textures and uses, but as far as I was aware, they weren't aware of their different purposes. That's interesting. Where'd you hear that from? I trailed my fingers over the glossy smooth sheen of the counter, as nonchalant as I could be. I'd come to the tavern to find out more information about the girl, but was discovering more about the owner than I thought possible. Ryder stopped swiping the rag over the counter and stared at the deep brown coloring of the surface, his eyes narrowed. After a second, he glanced up, meeting my gaze with his. You know, I'm not sure. I can't remember. I nodded, biting my bottom lip. I had a feeling he'd been erased. But I couldn't prove it, even as something deep in my chest thrummed with the knowledge. He'd been erased and they hadn't taken everything. The only times humans' memories were erased was when they had working knowledge of the supernatural world. It wouldn't be everything, just any memory or knowledge that was linked with the supernatural mental string. Well, whoever told you that was smart. My favorite wood is purple heart. I smiled to allay any fears he might have about not remembering. I felt like I'd walked into some kind of alternate reality. I'd never been around an erased human. I'd heard stories, but they'd always been just that, stories. Humans and supernatural beings weren't allowed to mingle. Supernaturals could go into the human world, but we were unprotected. If we revealed our magic, we would expose ourselves to those who spent their lives chasing the rogues down. Rogues were impossible to differentiate from just a wandering witch. I was a rogue. I didn't want to talk about it. You know, I honestly don't know why I find you annoying. He tossed the rag to the countertop and stared at me, resting his hand on the edge of the counter surface. Okay, thank you. Why would anyone talk like that to me? I was fast beginning to think whoever had erased him had taken some of his standard manners. He shook his head, smirking as he did so. Actually, it's a good thing. I just know you bug me, and I can't put my finger on it, which means I'm probably just being ridiculous. He shook his head again. What do you think you'll do with Bella, if she joins you over there? I blinked at Ryder like he'd just performed a full, frontal flip from the standing position. What? He shook his head. It just occurred to me that Bella doesn't have a lot of women in her life. Okay, she doesn't have any women in her life. Even though I don't like that you're pushing black magic over there, I do want her to have someone she can talk to. For whatever reason, she seemed to like you. He shrugged as if he hadn't just accused me of being a dark sorceress. I wasn't sure if I should be enraged or amused. He obviously had no idea what he was saying. Dark magic? Why would you say that? I'm pushing Halloween. I smiled again. I had no idea what was making him say and do the things he was, but I intended to find out. Isn't that what witches do? Aren't they all crazy and evil? He asked it rhetorically, I could see that, but that didn't mean I didn't want to answer him. I shrugged, mimicking his motion from moments before. Actually, I don't know any, but I would imagine there are good and bad ones? If they were real, anyway. I mean, isn't that the same for people? Some are bad, some are good? He stared at me as if I'd said something profound when all I'd done was place logic in the place of insanity. You know, I never thought about it like that. He flexed his arm and his forearm muscle rippled. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come across that way. Okay, I appreciate that. Would you want to be friends now? Could I get him to trust me enough to at least pretend to be friends? I watched him with an eyebrow quirked as he studied me in turn with his arms folded over his chest. After a handful of heartbeats, he shook his head. Nah, it's probably better if you stay on your side of the street. I'll let Bella head your way, but I'll stay over here. Got it. Not interested. I inclined my head, trying not to roll my eyes. Oh, I'm interested. And that's the problem. A faint readiness colored his neck and cheeks at the same time his thoughts hit me. I could respect that. He was protecting himself against something. Wasn't I doing the same thing? Acknowledging that didn't make his rejection sting any less. I pressed my lips together and nodded again. Got it. But before I could turn and dart out of there, definitely a failure at what I'd set out to do, a loud honking filled the air behind me. I whirled, my hands in tight fists at my sides. A grungy white Chinese goose waddled toward me out from under a booth on the far side of the tavern. The goose continued honking and coming toward me like he was more guard goose than anything else. Was he the type of goose that would bite? Chapter 11. Which fowl are you? I was bit a long time ago by a cranky Canadian goose that may or may not have thought I was going after its nest. I was, but why are we worried about that? When your grandma Tatui sends you out to get a goose egg, you do whatever she says. She's scary and very powerful. You don't argue. And why would you? It's a goose egg. Well, honking leads to hissing, which leads to wings spread wide and biting. This happened, people. I didn't want to relive the trauma there in the tavern. I swallowed, stepping back and pressing my spine against the counter. Why was it so hot in there all of a sudden? What is that? I sounded stupid and I didn't care. I'd rather sound idiotic than scared, something I had no doubt Ryder Thompson would hold over me every chance he got. That's my guardian goose. I call him Stanley, but I honestly have no idea what his name is or why he doesn't leave. Ryder waved his arm toward the door as he came out from behind the counter to stand beside me. He rested his hands on his hips as he stared at the goose coming toward us like it was a dog or something. You have a goose in a bar named after a swan? How does that work? I cleared my throat, determined not to show my fear or to point out the fact that I was moving even further from the goose with every waddling step he took. Ryder chuckled, nodding. Funny story, that. Stanley, here, has been with me since I decided to open the Ugly Swan. Only, it wasn't going to be called that in the beginning. I was thinking of naming it the Drunk Unicorn, but when I was here looking the place over, the realtor stepped outside and this S. O. B. came through the front door, flapping his wings and honking at me. Ryder pointed at the goose with a sweeping motion. See how his neck curves at the top and he kind of hooks it? Yeah, this species of geese isn't supposed to do that. Only swans do the curve like that. I told him he was an ugly excuse for a swan and it stuck. So, I signed the paperwork and called this place the Ugly Swan. I thought for sure he'd be dead by now, but he's looking more alive than half the clientele. I'm not ugly. I'm not what he thinks. He's lucky I'm here to protect his butt. The goose shook his feathers out and lifted his beak. I'm beautiful. The cocky attitude came off the feathers like an aura of light. I really liked him. I blinked, my eyes going wide as I tried not to laugh. For whatever reason, the goose had decided to talk to me. Why me? It's not like I was anything special. I couldn't answer either without Ryder wondering what had gotten into me. I nodded to indicate to the goose that I'd heard while trying to appear like I was actually listening to whatever Ryder was spouting off about the goose sleeping under a booth. He actually sleeps under the booth? How do you know it's a boy? I quirked my eyebrow, glancing pointedly at the goose as I spoke. The goose honked in annoyance. I'll show you what makes me a boy. He ruffled his tail feathers, squatting and moving as if to turn around to flaunt just what exactly made him a male. I waved my hands in the air. I believe you. He's a boy. I get it. Yellow ass blacked. What was that all about? Ryder tucked his chin, staring at me with wonder. Okay, so he's a boy. We've established that. I licked my bottom lip and eyed the goose warily. What was he going to do next? What is Bella doing today? Would she like to come have dinner at the restaurant tonight? I offered the suggestion without thinking things through. What could I possibly have to offer a teenage girl who had magical tendencies? Why was I still standing there in front of the flashing goose and the man who didn't want anything to do with me? Ryder ran his hand through his thick hair he kept pushed back off his forehead. I hadn't noticed how thick it was. How many men would kill for that hairline? Don't go just yet. I'll text Bella and see if she wants to stop by. She's pretty introverted and doesn't usually leave the house. She might not be interested. Prove she is your daughter. I didn't smile as I made the joke straight-faced. I wasn't sure just where the conversation was going or what I was going to do with the girl when she came by the restaurant or even what I was going to tell my sisters. They'd sent me to the tavern to find out more information, not to make friends with the suspicious neighbors. I tucked my hair behind my ear and nodded as I moved to the other side of the bar to give him privacy while he called Bella. The slapping of webbed feet on the tiled floor behind me left a chill on my skin. I leaned forward and rested my elbows on the edge of the counter as if I studied the shelves of liquor across from me. What I'd really done was put myself in a great position to talk down toward the ground where the goose made himself comfortable. Is your name Stanley? The goose sighed. I'm not joking. I wish I was. He sighed like I'd just asked him to abandon his wings at the door. He shook out his wings and moved his head side to side. It's been so long as Stanley, I'm not sure I'd answer to my old name. He paused a second, letting his wings settle against his sides again. William T. Bobbsey. I think I might have those syllables wrong. It's nice to meet you, William. What did you mean by he's not who I think he is? I glanced down the length of the bar, glad to find Ryder lost in conversation on his cell. Your suspicion of him is strong. I could smell it when you snuck in. He honked softly as we talked conspiratorially. I didn't sneak anywhere. I furrowed my brow at the insinuation. Call it what you will. It's not my problem. Just stay away from him unless you have good intentions. He shuddered, turning to preen the feathers behind his wing. And intentions to stare at him because he's your type or whatever your doughy eyes mean is not a good intention. He doesn't need another broken heart. Just so you know, I don't need another broken heart, either. Plus, I'm not going to. I don't even know what you're saying, to be honest. But I did. As far as the goose needed to know, I wasn't interested in Ryder as anything other than what? What did I want from the intrepid tavern owner? The truth was, I didn't know. I didn't know what to expect from him. I didn't know what capacity he would fill or could fill, but I knew he was supposed to be in my life. Are you his familiar? What I was actually asking was if Ryder was magical and I just couldn't sense it. That was the most important point. If there was a rogue supernatural in the human world and that creature was directly across the street from me and my sisters, that didn't bode well for our hiding out. It'd be hard to keep ourselves secret from anyone looking for him. William started honking his amusement, sounding like he had a feather ball stuck in his throat. I glanced toward Ryder, meeting his alarmed gaze. He said something to the person he was on the other line with, and I spoke hurriedly to the goose. Is that a yes? I'm not a familiar, love. I'm a transfer. He got his amusement under control just as Ryder reached my side, studying the goose as he walked out from under the stools I'd slid onto. Is everything okay? Stanley sounded like he was dying. I waved my hand. It looked like he got a hold of some kind of drink or something. Ryder nodded sagely. Sometimes I wonder if he's not a closet alcoholic. If anyone else had walked in, they would have thought our conversation was loony. I still wasn't convinced that Ryder was human. He had a transfer watching over him. There were more questions involved with Ryder Thompson than I could process in one day. What did Bella say? I folded my hands at waist level and smiled, like there was nothing more important than what his daughter's answer was. Oh, she would love to. I'm not sure if she will tonight or tomorrow. She's still shaken up about last night. His decidedly warmer attitude toward me threw me for a loop, not one I would turn down, though. I nodded, unsure what to do with my hands. Okay, well. Right. I better get back to it. I just wanted to check in on her and see how she's doing. Could I be more awkward? He stared at me, studying my eyes as if he'd never seen anything like them. And he probably hadn't. Where are you from? Ryder's question made me pause. How did I answer that? Not far, actually. Why? I wouldn't think your eyes are common. Is it something handed down through your family? His questioning led me to believe he was actually more interested than he wanted me to think. Actually, everyone I know has brown eyes back home. I kind of stuck out looking like this. I waved my hand toward my color, varied eyes. Not the only way I didn't fit in. My laugh was derisive, designed to hide the pain behind being a misfit my whole life. Yeah, I understand. Fitting in seems to be the only thing people want. We seek it in the weirdest ways. He half-turned, looking at his bar before facing me again. Look at my life's work. A bar in an effort to be the cool kid at the table. Everyone wants to sit here. No one can say no to me. I'm everyone's best friend. He winked and pointed at me. Except yours. We're not friends, remember? I laughed. If anything, we felt more like friends than anything else. If we weren't friends, did that make us enemies? Or was there something else I needed to consider? And what was the goose trying to warn me about? Chapter 12. Oh, I love witchy revenge. Somehow, I survived the confusing encounter at the tavern. Ryder was going to give me whiplash if he didn't stop with the hot and cold, hot and cold. Did he want to be friends or not? I couldn't put a finger on what it was about him that pulled at me, but add in the issues with the goose, who had 2 names, and the fact that he was a transfer, and I had a lot going on in my head by the time I walked through the doors of the witches in the kitchen restaurant. I can't believe that took you so long. What did you do, offer to create a hybrid with him? Elsie folded her arms and narrowed her eyes from where she stood by the hostess stand. Ha ha. I rolled my eyes and brushed past her, as if I didn't care what she thought or what she said. Part of me did care, and that's what made me more than a little irritated. She continued doing what she was doing. Most likely adding the special to the hostess list for the servers to share. I'd have to ask Mia what Don had assigned for that day. He liked to be creative when he was in a good mood. Elsie. Is Piper back? Don has something to show us. Mia's excitement bounced off the walls and around the two-sided mirror from where she was in the kitchen. I'm here. I glanced over my shoulder as Elsie fell into step behind me. She arched a challenging eyebrow at me and pursed her lips. Why did she have to be such a witch sometimes? And by witch I definitely meant the connotation humans applied to it. In the kitchen, Mia waited with her hands on her hips and her smile wide. Dawn just said Maud gave the potion to her husband. Mia rubbed her hands together. Did you guys want to watch it or wait until later? She glanced between Elsie and me like there was really an option. Of course, we would watch it immediately. Hold on. Elsie ducked into the kitchen and grabbed 3 packets of snake tails. We preferred them fried with Himalayan sea salt, but Elsie was trying new options, and this latest was baked. We ate them like chips. I didn't love them and I didn't hate them, but they did in a pinch. We each took our packets from Elsie and filed into the foyer area where Don rolled. As if he knew the attention was on, he glowed a deep royal blue with silvery edges. Yes, what can I do for you, ladies? Oh, you. Can you start from the beginning? You know this is our favorite part. Mia settled into her seat, leaning back so she reclined on the settee-style cushions. I did the same and Elsie slid into position on her seat as well. Laying back made it easier to see the image Dawn projected on the ceiling. Our soft crunching on the snake tails didn't take away from the sound. There were no real speakers to listen to. Dawn just immersed the sound around us until it felt like we were there in the moment. Maud hid her sadness well as she smiled at a man with glasses and a weak chin. His thinning hair was combed to the side and he wore a white polo shirt over pressed khaki pants. I wanted to slap him and I didn't even know him. Judging by the sounds coming from Elsie and Mia, they were equally unimpressed. A woman like Maud deserved better. If she used the potion the right way, she could find better and get rid of the baggage her husband was. I'm not going to be home tonight. I have an out-of-town conference this weekend I need to get ready for. He sat at the table where she'd already put a plate stacked with a sandwich, chips, and a pickle. Side note, I love pickles. I have no idea why they weren't in Black Rock, but I wanted to go back just to have my sisters try them out. That's fine. I hope you have fun. Here's your drink. I had to add ice, sorry. Maud set the glass on the table by his plate. She hadn't made herself anything. I recognized the slightly brown bubbly liquid that was love potion number 3. This was my favorite part. He growled something unintelligible as he reached for the drink. He didn't need to drink the entire thing. 1 sip would do what was needed. In fact, We'd warned her not to let him drink the entire thing or it would kill him. Elsie stood up, shaking her head. I hate watching losers like this. I'll be in the kitchen. She shook her head as she rushed from the foyer. I got where she was frustrated, but the good part was coming. Why didn't she want to watch the revenge sink in? I turned my attention back to the scene unfolding in front of me. Maud stood at the island counter, behind her husband, seemingly calm, but her gaze flicked from him to the drink and back. Of course, she was waiting for some kind of reaction. I'd forgotten to give her a heads up on time frame. Her husband finished his sandwich, drinking almost half his drink. Oh, he was going to be miserable. Finally, Maud couldn't seem to handle it anymore. She slapped her hand on the counter behind him as he reached for his pickle. He turned, his eyes wide. What is wrong with you? Are you getting hysterical again? I know about the affair. I know what you're doing. Maud didn't move. She kept distance between them, her cheeks bright pink as she studied the man she'd married. I had no idea why she would marry him. He seemed like a weak man with slouched shoulders and cruel shadows in his eyes. Affair? Like I have time to cheat on you. I'm too busy trying to provide this life for you. The man waved his hand at the house, turning back to his plate and rolling his eyes where she couldn't see. He was definitely climbing up my list of people I didn't like. Maybe he'd be willing to be a subject I could practice magic on. I gritted my teeth, immersed in the moment. Maud tucked her chin, hurt in her eyes. I didn't need to know what she was thinking to understand the pain. She probably thought she'd paid for a potion designed to grant her revenge, and there she was making him lunch and pouring him a drink, and for what? Nothing that she could see. She would also be nervous because of the warning I'd given her that went along with the potion. I glanced at the clock on the wall behind her. She was so close. The moment of truth would be there any second. The effect only took 10 minutes. They were almost there. What if it didn't? What if she was wrong? What if she'd come into the restaurant with less than innocent intentions? One way or the other, someone was going to be in pain. Thankfully, I could see when the potion started to work on him. I could see the pain as it started up his left arm. He'd think it was a heart attack. Classic number 3. I couldn't stop grinning, relieved Maud hadn't been wrong. Does that make me a bad person? I couldn't stop it because I knew what was coming. I knew it. I'd seen it a dozen times at least since we started the restaurant, and it never got old. Revenge never got old. Mia's soft laugh made me smile harder. She knew what was coming, too. He shook his arm, ignoring whatever words Maud was saying. I think we all were ignoring her as we focused on him. I didn't even know his name. I didn't care about knowing. He was the bad guy we needed to see squashed. He reached up with his right hand and rubbed at his left shoulder, his eyebrows drawing together. Another 30 seconds passed and his face paled. Then he shifted on his seat. It would spread across his chest to his other arm. In moments it would continue to follow down to his legs and feet, creating an insatiable itch and burn that he'd scratch at and make it hurt worse. That was my idea. Any attempt at assuaging the pain would only create more. He fell to the floor from his seat and Maud clutched her hand to her neck. We'd warned her about this part, too. She would feel bad. It was only normal. But to stop herself, she had to be ready to watch him writhe in pain. She'd wondered what would happen if he was innocent. What if she was hurting him and he was innocent of cheating on her, of being unfaithful? That's where Mia had stepped in. She'd had to explain that the only way her husband would feel the pain was if he was guilty. If he was innocent, then Maud would be consumed by the pain. As he started to burn and hurt, Maud had to be prepared to hang back and not do anything to help him. She had to. If not, he'd never come clean. That was the first part to the potion's potency. She gripped her elbow, her knuckles white as she watched him wriggle on the ground. In a moment that must not have been as strong as the others, he gasped, "Are you going to get me help?" The way he said it left much to be desired. Like she owed it to him. I wanted to kick him and let him know no one owes you anything, especially her. But he wasn't the type to hear me. He would be a waste of time and effort. That's why the potion Maud had chosen was better for the situation than anything else. She knew what she needed to move on, and she knew what he would need to wake up. After she let him suffer for roughly 15 minutes, not long enough, if you ask me, Maud walked to kneel beside him, careful to keep a safe distance between them. She tilted her head to the side and spoke sweetly. "Dan, I think you need to be honest with me, right now. Maybe it's guilt eating you alive. Do you think that's possible?" She shrugged at him, as if she had no idea what the steps were to the revenge kit she'd purchased. "I can barely breathe and you want to quiz me over something." He couldn't breathe, I could see it. He wouldn't be able to, if he didn't own it. Maud shook her head. "It won't feel any better until you're honest. You can trust me on that one." She tapped her hand on the floor as if to drag his attention back to her from the pain in his body. He stared at her, desperation mingling with the pain as he tried to get control of his body. "Fine. Yes, I'm cheating on you." The pain ebbed, just a bit, but enough he could tell his words had something to do with it. He closed his eyes, his lips outlined in pale skin. "Multiple women, multiple times." Maud fell back on her rear end, her hand over her mouth. She'd known about the one, but not the many. She scooted back, putting more space between them. She held up her hand. Probably to stop him from saying more. She wanted him to burn, and I understood that. I didn't judge her for it. He continued confessing, noticing how it relieved some of the pain, but it wasn't enough to stop the pain. It would never be enough. He would have to deal with that pain for as long as it took for Maud to forgive him. That was his curse and her new control. And while we hadn't explained that part of the potion to her, when she was ready to let him go and the pain he'd caused her, they would both be free. I nodded, glancing at Mia with a half-smile. "Another one can go on our wall, I think." A scream rent the air, reaching us through the thick walls of the foyer. It sounded like Elsie in the kitchen. Chapter 13. Witch slapped by a mop. Dawn stopped the projection on the ceiling as Mia and I darted from the foyer. The screaming continued in sharp, short bursts. We came to a screeching halt just inside the kitchen, our eyes wide. Slapping my hand over my mouth, I struggled not to laugh. I wanted to laugh so hard my stomach hurt. Elsie's thick auburn hair whipped around her head, half of the strands darker than the rest from being wet. Bubbles slid down the limp strands and trailed down her neck and face. She had both hands on the handle of an upside-down mop which struggled to get closer to Elsie's face. The mop strings flipped wildly from side to side, flinging more soapy water here and there throughout the kitchen. Elsie turned wide eyes our way, taking her gaze off the rogue cleaning tool, just long enough to register our presence. She snapped her eyes back to the mop and screeched, "Help! Make it stop!" Mia continued standing there, her lips parted in surprise. I sighed, longing to keep the humorous moment playing just a second longer. Mia wasn't acting, and I wasn't going to listen to Elsie screeching anymore. My ears. Ugh. I performed the stop spell and froze the moment. Okay, what had gone wrong? It looked like Elsie had spelled the mop to clean, but it turned on her. What else was out of place? The broom looked like it was corralling jars in the corner. Was that because it was supposed to be doing that, or was it too going rogue? I moved my ring finger and unpaused Mia. I jerked my chin toward Elsie. Get her out of there, and let's unspell the kitchen. I'm not sure what she was doing, but there's no reason to leave anything to chance. Mia glanced at me, startled. She nodded. Okay. How did you do that? I furrowed my brow and screwed up the left side of my mouth. Mia knew how to segment out spells. The fact that she was asking me was what threw me off. Usually, you can barely do the stop spell, let alone segment. She shook her head, moving toward Elsie and taking the mop from her frozen hands. I don't understand. Elsie knows how to do this spell. It's like breathing for her. I wanted to say that Mia had been having mishaps, too. I wanted to say they had no idea what it was like to have to second-guess everything you did because of the way other people would look at you when you failed, or because of the repercussions of failure, but you still had to try or you'd never know what you could have done. I wanted to say so many things, but I kept my mouth shut. Right then was not the time to make a comment like any of those. I can't believe this mess. Mia turned her head and I followed suit, taking in the sauces spread across the floor and splattered on the walls, the toppled cauldron with purple cleaning fluid dripping from the black rim, the floor mats folded over and shiny with something smeared across the rubber edges. I shook my head at the presence of spaghetti noodles clinging to the ceiling, dangling down as if stalactites in the deepest of caves. Where was the jam trying to escape to as it paused in its attempt to roll down the hall? The industrial-sized can of olives had been upended, letting the black devils loose onto a floor already tormented by spilled oil, splotches of peanut butter and what looked like fig filling. Fig? When did we buy fig filling? Mia wrested the mop from Elsie's spelled fingers and turned it right side up or down, whichever way you wanted to say it. Elsie didn't fight since she was frozen as well, her hair hovering all around her and her angry and horrified expression in place as if it were a mask. Hurry. Get her out of it so we can unspell. Mia grabbed a cloth and wiped at Elsie's face. This is such an easy spell. What went wrong? She glanced at me, her cheeks taking on a shade of embarrassed pink. Sorry, Piper. I probably shouldn't say things like that. I shrugged, burying the continual hurt my family's words usually brought on. The fact that they took it for granted that I'd never been good at anything just stung more. No one had tried helping me get better. They'd brushed me off. She probably did this. Mia bit her lip, keeping her eyes downcast as she wiped Elsie off. My nostrils flared. Legitimately flared. I walked up to Mia and tapped her on the shoulder and then tapped my foot until she turned around, questions in her eyes. Look, I know what you were just thinking. If I were you, I'd be careful what thoughts you let run rampant through that little mind of yours. It's not my fault I had a hard time at Blackrock. For whatever reason, it's getting easier for me and harder for the two of you. Maybe you shouldn't be so rude to me anymore. Or ever, but I didn't add that. I was trying not to cry. Yeah, I'm one of those women who gets frustrated and tries not to kill someone, so then she cries. Other people think she's weak, and it's just not the case. I'm actually really strong. No one died, yet. Mia dropped her gaze and nodded tightly. She waved toward Elsie and murmured, "Can you unstop her? We need to get this cleaned up before we open." I didn't look at Elsie as I quirked my finger again, releasing her from the spell. Everything stayed in place while I asked, "What spell did you use to get everything started? Was it clean crazy or mop master?" They were spells from our teen years, the second decade. That was the way witch mothers got their children to help with chores. The magic they had to perform mostly dealt with controlling and manipulating inanimate objects, transformation, and disappearance and reappearance. It wasn't until the 20s or the third decade that they learned how to teleport and other things I'd never had a chance to learn. You had to graduate from one thing to the next, build upon your skills. But not me. You have to grow in order to move on. I never grew. Elsie spluttered as she snapped out of stop, wiping her eyes and wringing her hair out. She spit to the side, staring at both of us and then at me. She strode toward me, thrusting her finger into my face and narrowing her eyes. "What do you think you're doing?" "Stopping the mess you were making." I folded my arms and lifted my chin. I had to do something. You weren't exactly in control. Mia and Elsie were younger than me. They needed to recognize that there still had to be an order to things and they couldn't be disrespectful, especially when I was trying to help them. Elsie's makeup dripped down her cheeks. One thing we'd all agreed on was how much we liked human makeup. We ordered it, had it delivered from some store named after a rainforest. Like magic, it appeared on our doorstep. Mia had an addiction. I pretended like I didn't. Elsie hid her purchases. Her mascara gave her away, though, like right now. You did this, didn't you? You made the mop go berserk and the broom start a rebellion. Her chest rose and fell as she tried to catch her breath. I jerked back, tucking my chin. Are you kidding me? I didn't do anything of the sort. This was your magic going haywire. Why are you blaming this on me? Because my magic doesn't lose its sanity, Piper. Yours does. Elsie folded her arms across her chest and lifted her chin as if she expected me to argue with her. Instead, I stepped back, sweeping my arm around the room and licking my lips. By all means, sister, give it a go. And help me. I wanted her to fail. I wanted her to crash and burn, so maybe, just maybe, I wouldn't feel like such a failure all the time. She held my gaze while she turned back to face the kitchen. Unstop it. I nodded, keeping my comments to myself. I didn't have to read her mind to know she blamed it on me. Elsie finally broke our staring contest and flourished her hand in the air, muttering something under her breath. Mia stepped back and then screamed, turning and running from the mop that was suddenly chasing her across the kitchen. The broom pulled back and swung jars our direction and glass splintered on the wall. I ducked, raising my eyebrows as Elsie shook her head. Piper, do something. Mia ducked under the counter, covering her face with her hands. What is the spell you did? I'd have to try to do it backwards to unspell it. If that was even the problem. I could feel something happening when Elsie had tried to cast her spell. It felt like a pressure around her. Crazy clean. She pursed her lips and stepped back. It wasn't necessarily her magic, but it wasn't necessarily not her magic either. I muttered the spell backwards, careful to keep my syllables just so. I might not have been able to move on in learning the spells, but I'd still managed to memorize most of the books we'd had lying around the house. When you're as obsessed as I was with fitting in, you did everything you could to try to be like the rest of the family. As soon as my words finished, the mop dropped to the ground and the rioting condiments toppled to the side. Without looking at Elsie or Mia, I performed a soft flourish and said the crazy clean charm on my own. And for the first time in my life, it worked. The mop did its job. The jars jumped into their cabinets. The ketchup into the fridge. The broom brushed garbage into the dustpan. Even the cleaning liquid picked itself up off the ground. I stood there, my mouth partially open as I watched my first successful spell completed that wasn't in the primary age of spellbooks. I may or may not have blinked back tears. Without rubbing it in their faces, I motioned toward the front. Come on. We need to talk. Mia and Elsie led the way through the doors to the dining area, and I followed, the door shutting exactly when the mop found its spot in the cleaning closet. Mia and Elsie took their seats in a booth in the back. It was our normal spot for meetings. We liked feeling like we were at the restaurant, like a patron rather than owners and workers. Elsie's features were pale and she held her clasped hands on top of the table. She didn't wait for anyone else to speak before she launched into her diatribe. So, what? You can do magic now and we can't? That doesn't make sense. What does that make you? Like a super rogue or something? They both turned their gazes toward me and I shook my head. How had it so quickly become my fault? And why weren't they celebrating the fact that I'd finally done a harder spell? I would hope I would be celebrating for them rather than acting the way they were, if our roles were reversed. I want to go home. Mia's soft plea drew Elsie and my attention. Can we? Can we just go home and beg Mary to let us back in? Could we? I honestly had no idea. I had no idea how some of these ancient laws worked. Mia should be able to go home. So should Elsie. They hadn't banned our mother to an unreachable realm. They hadn't done anything they weren't supposed to. They were perfect. I don't understand what's going on with our magic. Are we broken? Elsie's discouragement riddled the air with disappointment. I knew how they felt. I honestly did. But I also had a feeling that they were way off in what they were assuming. Something from a history class resurfaced in my memory and I shook my head. No, we can't go home, Mia. Banishment is forever. And Elsie, I glanced at her, a sudden fatigue coming over me. I don't know if your magic is broken or not, but I think we're being hunted. And being hunted meant so much more than just having your magic messed with. They wanted you alive, but mostly dead. Because they couldn't take your powers, if you were confident that they'd work perfectly. Chapter 14. Witches cause stitches. I'm not sure which part of that day my sisters hated more, the fact that my magic was getting better and theirs weren't, or the fact that I'd had to be honest about what exactly was going on. How was I the only one that knew we'd be hunted after being banished? From the way they acted, you'd think I was trying to make things difficult for them. We kept things casual the rest of the day. I didn't hear from Bella or Ryder, not that I was waiting, and I kept my head down, serving dinner alongside Elsie while Mia worked in the kitchen. It probably wouldn't be appropriate for me to suggest I take over in the kitchen department. They weren't willing to let that kind of control go. Not that I blamed them. Denial was one of the hardest controllers we had. As witches, we were all a little bit more obsessive about our control than most probably were. The next day, though, was summer solstice, the longest day of the year. Also, a great time for supernatural communities to draw upon nature's extended exposure to the powers of the sun. The moon had barely set the next morning when I stood at the railing of the top deck portion of our roof, staring out over the small town. There were skyline edicts in place that protected the view from almost anywhere in town. Nothing higher than a certain height was allowed. There was one company, though, hell-bent on destroying that and charging to do it. For the time being, I could still see the lake from our place, though, glimpses through the building tops, trees, and around the edge of Tubbs Hill. If I could levitate, I'd fly my butt over Sherman Avenue until I could see Black Rock off in the distance. But I wouldn't leave the protection of the roof to my hidden sanctuary. I had to be more careful. Whoever was after us had somehow gained entrance to our home base. While I understood what was going on, or liked to think I did, I noticed a decided lack of acceptance in Mia and Elsie when I broached the subject. They weren't having it, and I couldn't blame them. Why would they want to believe that someone who wanted to take their powers and then kill them was able to get into their restaurant and our townhome at will? No one wanted to believe that. No one. The only reason I was believing it was because I'd grown up a realist. I might not be able to do magic, but that had made me realize that not everything was inside my control, which meant I had to see things for what they were. Not leaving the restaurant wasn't the end of the world. I'd have to convince myself of that at some point. As it was, I studied the view below me. Posters plastered the downtown, some even stuck to a moose statue side and to another's antlers. I'd seen the posters for the last few weeks announcing car dealing. According to the locals, it was an annual celebration that centered around humans driving their extremely old cars up and down Sherman and Lakeside and tons of little side streets. Apparently, according to the florist who was next door to us and liked to come in for our nightly specials, the event extended for blocks and doubled in size every year. An event like that would draw magic and non-magic alike. We would definitely be in danger of discovery. I don't understand why we can't just go back to Black Rock for the solstice celebration. Mia wrinkled her nose as she joined me at the railing, yawning and pulling her hair back into a sloppy bun. Her robe competed for brilliance with the sunrise since she actually had a sunrise on her robe. I gritted my teeth, irritated that I'd gone with steaming cups of coffee all over my robe. I'd have to think harder about the design next time and not just about what I was craving. Sighing, I shifted my gaze back to the streets below us, sleepy and unmoving. We could take a picture right then and it would look perfect on a postcard of small town simplicity. Even if we could go, which we can't, Mia, remember? Banishment means you can't go back? My heart heavy at the same thought, I powered through. Even if we could, we wouldn't. Anne Marie said tonight we will be slammed. I still wasn't sure what slammed meant, but I had a feeling it translated to busy. I'd have to look it up on the Urban Dictionary I'd found on the internet on my phone. Humans had more magic at their disposal than they realized. Mia laced her fingers together and leaned forward on the railings, the flaps of her robe flipping this way and that as she yawned again. I know, but still. I miss Olivia. Her fading words hit me below the sternum and I nodded tightly. Of course, Mia would miss her twin. I missed my other sisters and I didn't have the same kind of bond with them that Mia had with Olivia. I nodded, careful to keep my tone understanding without sounding condescending. I know. I wish I could fix it for you. She had no idea how much I wished I could. I'd have to bring my mother back to even be considered to return. We only had access to 3 generations and I needed to bind up 4. We had 3 only if I could recover Grandma Tatui from wherever she'd disappeared to. I had to do all of that when I didn't even have enough magic to perform basic spells from the 2nd decade. I mean, I was able to do some, but not nearly as many as I needed to. Mia sighed, bending her head down and closing her eyes. Yeah, I know. It's not your fault. You can't help how you are. I get that. Her phrasing stung but was tempered by the sincerity behind it. I'm not stupid, though. I couldn't help the tears pricking behind my eyelids. Honestly, I wasn't weak. I wasn't the type of witch that was emotional or didn't know that she lacked in certain departments. I got it, and I had always been able to adapt and accept it. But it seemed like Mia and Elsie were particularly cruel when I was starting to get some magic I'd always been denied throughout my life. Why would they act like that? I would have thought they'd be more supportive of my growth. Being a witch wasn't a zero-sum game. Just because I got my magic didn't mean one of them lost theirs. We could all have our magic at the same time. In fact, we would be stronger as a unit if we all had them. Especially if I was finally starting to get mine. I needed to change the subject before I full-on started crying. The last time I broke into true tears with sobs and everything, I'd accidentally blown up a wastebasket. That was with minimal powers at best. With my growing skills, who knew what would happen this time? I cleared my throat and hunched into my shoulders. So, since we can't go back to Black Rock, my tone didn't brook an argument. What do you want to do besides work? The sun will be up until almost an hour and a half past closing. We could still try to fit something in. Let's ask Elsie when she gets up. I know she was stressed yesterday about her magic possibly going haywire. I don't want to add more pressure. She let her words trail off. And that's when it hit me. Elsie resents me, doesn't she? Could I blame her? Our mom was somewhere in the ether, and I was the one that had sent her there with my ineptitude. And we couldn't see our friends or our family because of my mistakes. That was another headache on me. It's not that she blames you. It's a lot to deal with. Mia's eyes were red, rimmed as she turned her face and fixed her gaze on me. I still don't know if I've forgiven you, but I have to try. I nodded, hurt that I even had to be forgiven. It hadn't been on purpose. I'd apologized more times than I can count. Why couldn't everyone move past it? What are you doing today? Thankfully, Mia changed the subject this time. I needed out of the restaurant. I was thinking of going for a short walk. Do you think you can help me sneak out? Forget the danger. I had to get out of there. My conversation with Mia had left me feeling claustrophobic and nauseous. I needed fresh air that I couldn't get standing there on the roof. Confusing, I know, but I don't want to talk about it. Elsie didn't want us leaving. Since their magic was slightly skippy, she thought it was putting too much at risk to go out, even with our totems. Mia's eyes grew round and large. I don't think. What if something happens? The totems might not work. I shrugged. Well, I have more faith in your magic than that. Plus, if they don't work, then that's on me. I know the danger. Can you cover for me? I had faith in Mia's magic, just like I had faith in Elsie's anger. I wasn't dumb enough to stir things up with her in person. Not much she could do when I wasn't around. Uncertain, Mia nodded slowly. Okay, yeah, that's fine. but be back before dawn reveals the specials for tonight. I'm not covering for you that long. Got it. Thanks. I turned from the railing and headed downstairs. I collected my totem, stepping over a sleeping Flynn whose front legs twitched as he dreams. That was one cat I wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley. With my totem securely hanging from my wrist, I stepped out into the warm morning. Just early enough, I made my way a few storefronts down from ours to the Twisted Sisters bakery. I'd been getting scones from there for a few weeks and I loved the extra surprise of cinnamon in their frosting on the blueberry scones. Maybe that's what I needed. With all the walking I did, I wasn't worried about gaining too much human weight. At least not yet. I had no doubt it would slap itself on my hips in no time. But until I couldn't fit in my jeans, I wouldn't worry about it. You only lived in the human world once. I'd probably be killed by hunters soon anyway. I chuckled at my unfortunate humor. Mia and Elsie would never understand. The same moose stared at me on the corner as I waited to cross the street to get to Twisted Sisters. I grimaced at the empty eyes and spun when someone tapped on my shoulder. Excuse me. Could you take our picture? We're trying to get a picture of our family with all of the moose statues on Sherman today. An older gentleman with a baseball hat shading his eyes held out a small cell phone already set up in camera mode. I slowly took the device, taking in the family of 5 as they clustered around the colorful moose with the statue smack in the center of the photo. Bright smiles from all of them, and I clicked the button a couple times to give them some options before smiling and offering the camera back to them. They took the cell gratefully and walked the opposite way I was headed. I stared at the moose, squinting as if he held something back from me. What exactly is it about you that everyone seems to like so much? I reached out, running my fingers down the large nose of the moose. Do you know what you're doing? A man's husky voice pulled me from my thoughts and I jerked to the side. My chest tightened and I laughed uncomfortably. There was something off about him. A shimmer, but it wasn't something like I normally saw on other supernaturals. It was almost like a waxy sublayer around his aura. Glancing around and then back at the newcomer, I blinked like that would clear things up. I'm sorry, do I know you? He looked like he could be older and blend in anywhere. I squinted, trying to decide if he was a brunette or a dark blonde. I couldn't even make out the color of his eyes. I doubt it. It doesn't matter. I just wanted to make sure you were aware these animals won't talk back to you. Not like the other ones. His lips curved into an all-knowing smirk. My stomach dropped. The only ones who would know that animals spoke to me would be another supernatural. Which meant, he knew what I was. Which meant, I'd been found. Chapter 15. Witch and Seek. I swallowed, trying to study my escape options without actually looking like I was. How did I not know what his origins were? He was a different kind of supernatural I hadn't seen before. If he worked with the shadows, it would fit. I'd never seen a shadow in person. They were supposedly easy to spot, if you knew what you were looking for. How did I know, though? I had no idea what I was looking for. They didn't worry about shadows coming into Black Rock. The town members knew they were protected, so why worry the upcoming generations with education on a faction that was determined to destroy any and all of those residents? I smiled like I was confused. Animals don't talk. I was just, it's supposed to be good luck or something to talk to this moose. I just feel like I need some of that luck. I waved generically toward the statue. Have you tried talking to the moose? Animals don't talk to humans, but they talk to your kind, don't they? It wasn't a question. He wasn't wondering if I was different, he was adamant that I was. Fear was becoming my controller. I shouldn't have left my place. I should have listened to Mia and considered Elsie's concern. I should have stayed there and watched the crowds from the safety of the windows. What game was I playing? I couldn't believe I'd gotten myself caught up in that kind of danger. Again. Hadn't I learned my lesson with the Tubbs Hill incident and Bella? Apparently not. My chest rose and fell and I clenched my teeth. I don't know what you're saying. My kind? Is there something wrong with being from Nebraska? Was Nebraska a place? I saw it on a gallon of milk we'd used for our mousse we made a few weeks ago. The picture on the container had waving wheat fields and corn and large blue skies overhead. He grinned, but his eyes were haunted. Call me crazy, but I expected shadows to have no humor, no souls, and to be guiltless as they completed their tasks. This guy seemed more lost in himself than anything else. Well, you don't have to be from around here to know that that moose is something special. He tilted his head forward, holding my gaze, hypnotizing me into standing still. What was going on? The loud thunder of a supped-up engine ripped through the moment jarred me from the man's hold. I jerked from my stillness, turning to find the fire-emblazoned old car cruising by. Apparently, it wasn't too early for noisemakers in Coeur d'Alene. I stepped back, trying to stay on the sidewalk but put distance between me and the strange man. When I whipped my gaze back to him, I gasped. He was gone. Where could he have disappeared to? I spun in a circle, searching for him. Was he going to come up behind me? Was he waiting to catch me unawares again? I reached down, curling my fingers around a few of the bones dangling from the leather strand around my wrist. If that man had been supernatural, then why was he able to see me with my totem on? Wasn't I protected? Why wasn't anything working? I told Mia and Elsie it was because they wanted us to believe we were worthless, but were we actually becoming obsolete? Was there something going on that we couldn't stop? I glanced at the moose who had seen the whole thing. He couldn't back me up. He couldn't have defended me. Knowing all of that, I was still standing there. A scone wasn't an option. Even a donut wouldn't be enough excuse to run to Twisted Sisters. I turned back to the kitchen and folded my arms as I rushed back to our place. I didn't want to chance seeing anyone else or being seen by anyone who would be out to get me. Or worse, what if that creepy guy was following me and got to me before I got inside? I lengthened my stride, glancing around, whipping my hair side to side as I searched for anyone who might be after me, or watching me, or someone who just looked out of place. I passed the florist, petals on the lake. Cute, but not where I could stop right then. I needed to get inside. Something was on my heels, pressure built behind me. Was I going to be able to make it back in one piece? I broke into a run, holding my breath until I slammed the door open and then shut it tight. I leaned on my hands, pressing all of my weight against the door as if I was holding it shut against something trying to get in. While staring out the window of the doorway, I caught a glimpse of Ryder watching the restaurant from the stoop of his tavern. His expression was hard to read, but it didn't leave me feeling settled like I could have used right then. Ryder ducked into his doorway and I turned, pressing my back against the door and taking a deep breath. Okay, if the totem was still working like Mia and Elsie claimed, that guy shouldn't have been able to see me. They even said they checked it. What if they were setting me up? What if they were so mad at me that they just wanted to get back at me for getting us all banned? Was that possible? Were my sisters that resentful of what had happened? Closing my eyes, I suddenly wished with all of my heart that I'd been banished by myself. I could have handled that. I would have just made it work. But with the guilt of taking my sisters with me hanging over me, I realized I couldn't tell what was real regarding them and what was because of my own shame. Shaking myself from pity, I pushed off the door and inhaled through my nose. Okay, fine. I couldn't change things. What I could do was figure out a way to fix what had happened. The supernatural personage outside had seen through my totem. That meant that the magic my sisters were pushing off them was shaky at best. We had to protect ourselves better, which meant they, had to humble themselves and accept that they weren't the magic experts they liked to act like they were. Obviously, I couldn't approach it like that. I drew my eyebrows together and walked distractedly through the dining room. I pressed my lips together when I hit my toes on the leg of a chair left out. Iplops. Seriously? What could happen next? Piper? Is that you? Elsie rushed from the kitchen, her hair moving around her like a wind had been let in through the closed door. Was she doing it with some kind of magic? Was her magic working up again and things were out of control in the kitchen? I glanced past her, looking for a sign that something was wrong so I could maybe fix it. Wow, that never happened to me. I never was the one who fixed things. Yeah, it's obviously me. I waved at me and paused, lifting my leg and rubbing my toes through the leather of my shoes. I stubbed my foot. I shook my head and placed my hands on my hips. Okay, so I'm not going to lie. I think we need to have a discussion with Mia about your guy's spells. I don't know how to say this, but your magic is slipping. It's legitimately broken or something. I held up my hands as she opened her mouth to say something and I shook my head. No, I'm not trying to be mean. I promise. I just think you need to know that things aren't working. I jerked my thumb over my shoulder and dropped my gaze to the floor. I had to get this information off my chest, which meant I would do better not to look directly at her. It has to be said. If the magic is glitchy, then we need to look at other ways to protect ourselves here. There's so much that could potentially go wrong. I think it bears looking at. She folded her arms and tapped her toe, waiting for me to look up. I finally did, pulling my shoulders back as I studied my younger sister. She already hated me. What could she possibly think of me now that I'd insulted her magic? It's Mia. She studied me as if that was enough. You're blaming this on Mia? I saw you in the kitchen, Elsie. I hate to break it to you, but those were your spells. If it is the hunters doing that to us, then why aren't they doing it to me? You can't just blame it on Mia. You know? Where is she, anyway? I leaned to the side, trying to see around Elsie's slim frame for Mia. She should be there to hear that Elsie was throwing her under the bus. No. I mean, Mia is gone. She's just gone. She disappeared just a little bit before you got back. I already searched the place upstairs. I was making my way through the restaurant when I heard you come in. Her lower lip quivered and I realized her eyes were glossy with unshed tears, not heartfelt anger. I blinked as her words sank into my chest. Mia's gone? What if it was that man who had seen me? He'd confronted me. What if he was trying to distract me so that whoever was working with him could nab my sister? What are we going to do? Elsie pointed to the hook by the door. She left her totem. Those 4 words nailed my fear for Mia into place. There was no way she would leave her totem willingly. She was more scared than Elsie and I combined. She hadn't even gone out of the restaurant since we'd arrived. Did you see or hear anything? I strode through the dining area, peeking under tables and chairs. Mia? Where are you? This isn't funny. I'm telling you. She's not here. I was talking to her about. I can't remember, to be honest. Complaining about something, probably. Then she stood up and walked out. I thought maybe she was going to the bathroom or something, but then she never came back. She just left in her robe. Elsie's panic was contagious. What if Mia had been snapped up by a hunter? I knew something or someone was in town and could see through my totem. What I didn't know was if they had Mia and what exactly he was supposed to be. Mia could be in more danger than we could imagine, and that left my stomach tied in knots. Where could my little sister be? Chapter 16. Missing witches are alarming. I balked at Elsie. There was no other word for it. What do you mean she's gone? I'd heard her explanation. I'd heard what she said about searching for Mia, but that didn't mean it was actually sinking into my understanding. Elsie sighed and threw her hands in the air, letting them fall to slap against her upper thighs. She turned away to hide the glossiness of her eyes. Where do you think she went? Where would she go? Where could she go? It wasn't like she had a lot of options out there. In fact, I don't think she actually knew what was just outside the walls of the kitchen. She could see things, of course, from the roof and the windows, but that was different than being out there and experiencing things. I glanced up and blinked as I realized that Elsie stared at me with expectation in her eyes. I was the oldest. I should know these things. I should be taking care of them, even though they didn't respect me. Even though they didn't think I had any magical knowledge or skills, I did have this responsibility to take care of them. I could feel the weight of it on my shoulders. I took a deep breath, but Elsie broke through the silence before I could, her voice catching on every 4th syllable or so. Do you think she went back? I mean, is that possible? Do you think she could do that to us? Would she leave us? She keeps talking about how much she misses Olivia and... I mean, I know they're twins and they need each other. She wiped her eyes. I just hoped we'd be enough, you know? This emotional side of Elsie left me speechless for a moment while I tried to assimilate just what exactly she was suggesting. Maybe the sisters back at Black Rock had taken Mia back because Olivia was there. Even though the suggestion felt like a punch in the gut, I had to admit, it was a possibility. I took another deep breath and shook my head. Even if she wanted to, Mia can't go back, Elsie. None of us can. I know that's my fault. I know this happened because of me, but I swear I didn't mean for it to happen. I closed my eyes and then opened them, hoping she could see my sorrow and regret. I just hope one day you can forgive me. You find Mia, and I'll think about it. She quipped, but I knew she was serious. I could feel her desperation and worry for Mia as it mingled with my own. I nodded and thought for a minute. Is there a tracker spell on us at all? I couldn't remember what all the steps were that we'd taken when we moved into Coeur d'Alene. Each of us had done what we could. Elsie and Mia had done real magic spells and charms. Since my magic had been so simplistic and lacking then, I'd set up cans in a tower beside the doors in case someone came through them. Then they would get knocked over and we'd hear. Well, that went over well when Flynn came in from one of his late nights out on the town and the whole restaurant had been filled to the rooftop with cat screeches, curses, and us girls screaming for our lives. No. We'd decided we wouldn't need it since we hadn't planned on leaving the building. You were the only one who has constantly left. Elsie paced in front of me, moving to take a seat on one of the stools at a tall table set up in the middle of the dining room. She leaned her elbow on the surface and stared at the floor as if all was lost. All wasn't lost. Just Mia. And I knew we could find her. We had to. I couldn't lose my mother and my sister. I just couldn't. Well, what if we tried the locator spell? We only need 2 witches. We have that. I smiled optimistically, moving my pointing finger between Elsie's chest and my own. Elsie slowly dropped her hand and stared at me like I'd just recommended the dumbest thing she'd ever heard of. Are you kidding? That's a 4th decade spell. You're not even into 2nd yet. She scoffed, shaking her head. Come up with something more realistic, Piper. And that irritated me. I wasn't going to lie. I actually wanted to smack her on the back of her head for being such a brat about it to me. I sighed and folded my arms while still standing in front of her. You want to give it a go at least? What could happen if we don't succeed? We don't find her? Well, then we're not worse off than we are now. Elsie shook her head and dropped her gaze to the floor while she considered our options. Did she really think we had that many before us? Unless Mia came through that door, we were helpless. What would it hurt for us to try? I waited for Elsie to make up her mind. I couldn't lie. I wanted to try out the spell. If my magic was starting to make an appearance, this would be a good test for it. Elsie was right. I hadn't performed any 4th decade spells. I'd memorized the book because that's what you did when you were pathetic, but I'd never done the motions or tried any of the group or partner spells or charms. No one was dumb enough to try with me. Even the curses were out of my league. But I wanted to try. I had to try. After another drawn-out minute, Elsie lifted her gaze to mine and nodded, skepticism rich in the scowl on her lips and the frown between her eyebrows. Okay. I'll grab her apron. We needed something we could see her in. She wore her apron every day. That would be easy to picture her in. As soon as Elsie returned, she set it on the table she'd been sitting at and stood on one side, waiting for me to take my place behind her. I was older, so my rightful place in the hierarchy was behind Elsie to bolster the power and draw from the space around us while Elsie drew from me. I'd never been considered in the hierarchy. That was something only reserved for witches who graduated each decade. Pride swelled in my chest that I was finally moving up, even if just to try something out. If the spell was successful, it would be because of me and Elsie, not just because of Elsie. That couldn't be ignored. But if it failed, it would be undoubtedly because of me. Another point that wouldn't be ignorable. Elsie folded her arms behind her back at waist level, gripping her elbows with the opposite hands. I folded my arms and raised them up in a square shape and rested them on Elsie's shoulders. We chanted the ancient words, finding a rhythm as if we both had done this 1,000 times, which we hadn't. The locator spell wasn't used all that often because witches didn't go missing. We just didn't. While we chanted, the dining area began to light up and the apron moved, taking on Mia's form. An image of Mia running down a trail, glancing back over her shoulder and then shoving through some bushes, was shown to us with the apron acting out Mia's movements. The path she was on split and I knew exactly where she was. We ended the spell and I pulled back from Elsie, feeling more invigorated, more charged. Okay, I know exactly where that's at. She's at Tubbs Hill. What was it with that place? Out of everywhere Mia could go, she chose Tubbs? That just didn't make sense. She wasn't outdoorsy at all. Probably a huge part of why she'd been able to last so long in the restaurant without venturing out. What would she be doing there? Elsie sagged back onto the stool, resting her arms on the table and her shoulders rolling forward. I rounded the table, sitting across from her as I thought. Okay, what would she be doing there? I grabbed the fallen apron and stared at it. Why would she look back like that? Is she trying to get away from us? Or from someone else? Elsie slowly pushed off the table, sighing. I blinked, my eyes going wide at Elsie's sudden appearance. Els, are you okay? Her hair had lost its luster along with her skin, which had gone deathly pale and almost translucent. Shadows under her eyes were more pronounced with her pallor and she moved painstakingly slow. She closed her eyes as she tried to steady herself. No, that took a lot out of me. Did it do anything to you? I paused, trying to check myself for any sign of deficit. Was I okay? I didn't feel tired or run down. In fact, I felt like I'd been given a shot of the highest concentrated caffeinated beverage intravenously. I shrugged, bewildered but also excited. No, I feel amazing. I'm so happy it worked. I didn't want to say I told you so. I didn't want to point out that for the first time in my life, I was the one who had been able to perform a spell as well as rebound energetically off of it. I was giddy, but contained it. There was nothing celebratory about rubbing it in my sister's face when her magic was clearly waning and taking its toll. I wasn't sure what was going on with Mia and Elsie's magic, but I had to try to figure it out. Because like it or not, my own magic was coming out stronger and stronger. I'd just performed a spell I had no hope of performing just a few months ago. There was no ignoring that. I don't know that I trust the totems, Elsie. I held up the one I'd worn outside the restaurant. A supernatural made comments to me. He knew who I was, or at least what I was. There. Just blurted out, I guess. Even tired, she turned wide eyes on me. What was he? A hunter? She dropped her voice to a whisper. A shadow? So, she did know that we needed to be wary of them. I shrugged. I don't know. He was different. But he saw me. So, the totem isn't working. I didn't want to say it was because of their magic or anything else, but the implication was there. And she knew it. Without saying a word, Elsie rushed to the totems, scooping them up and setting them on the table in front of me. Spell them. Make them work. For some reason, my and Mai's magic isn't doing it. There's something wrong. She swallowed a sob and shook her head. I don't know what to do if my magic doesn't work. I don't know who I am without it. She dropped her head into her hands and quietly cried. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to say. I'd never had my magic and that's who I was. A witch without magic. I'd had to become funny, reliable, resourceful, simply because I didn't have what everyone else had. And now that I was getting it, I wasn't sure what to do with it. but at least I knew who I was. And there my sister sat, bereft and unsure. To go from not having to having was definitely better than to have and then to lose. Can you go find Mia? After you fix those? Elsie's sudden confidence in my abilities left me breathless. I nodded. I knew the spell for totems. I could do it. Couldn't I? Only one way to find out. And then I had to go find my sister. Chapter 17. Which car is yours? I harmed the totems, keeping quiet as I did so, and the items took on a slight sheen, which meant I'd done it right. I hadn't noticed the lack of a sheen on the totems before. Maybe the totems hadn't been spelled properly, or maybe the magic had faded like we suspected. Whoever was after us was doing a pretty good job of messing with our magic. But something inside me suspected that actually wasn't the problem. There was something about Coeur that was affecting our supernatural makeup, and whoever could be after us was using it to their advantage. I grabbed my bracelet, leaving the other 2 totems on the table for Elsie. She'd come back around to being more gracious toward me. I had to believe that. Ducking out the door, I could feel the shift. I felt like I belonged. That was how you should feel with a properly spelled totem. It was camouflage to make you feel like you were exactly where you should be, which made everyone around you believe you belonged there, too. In the short time I'd been inside, the crowd had grown. Old classic cars in varying colors lined the street on both sides. Ryder couldn't claim I was the cause of blocking his parking spots this time. The mess on the road was strictly from car dealing, not me. The cranky side of me wanted to stop by and point that out to him, but it probably wouldn't go over well. I wrinkled my nose and turned toward Tubbs Hill, joining with the crowd milling up and down Sherman. I fell into step behind a woman with blue hair and a man with dreadlocks that reached to his rear end. The town was artsy, and I loved the different types of people that created the culture of the community. As long as I stayed behind the 2, no attention would be on me. I glanced around, searching the crowd on either side of the road for the man who had spoken to me, making it clear the totem wasn't spelled correctly. Would he wear some kind of camouflage as well? What would he do to fit in or hide? What could I do beside the totem? There was a celebratory feel on the air. Maybe everyone knew it was summer solstice. Maybe they all had the same fervor we did. Or maybe they just liked really loud and really flashy cars. I was going with the latter. I covered the blocks to get to the grass of Maccoon Park, softly grinning at the numerous children playing on swings and on the water pad Bella and I had run by. I wasn't really dressed for hiking, and Mia had looked like she was taking the upward trail. A couple with walking sticks stood at the head of the trail, looking at a map of sorts. I stopped beside them and paused, glancing their way and then smiling broadly as I motioned toward the hill ahead of us. Have you been up there? The man nodded, but the woman shook her head. Apprehension drew her eyebrows together and created a line above the bridge of her nose. I haven't. I'm not really. I mean, I don't really like the outdoors. She glanced embarrassedly at her companion. He chuckled, wrapping his arm around her and squeezing her tight. That's okay. We're just trying to decide which trail will be easiest for her first time. Easiest. Tubbs Hill wasn't known for its difficulty level, that I knew of. I shrugged. I've only ever been on the lower path, and it takes you by a bunch of beautiful, sometimes private, beaches. There's even a huge boulder off the end of it that is amazing to see. It's hard to believe it's there. The girl raised hopeful eyes toward the man. Hey, while I have you. Did either of you see a blonde woman head out this way? She's hiking by herself and she's the biggest klutz. I laughed and rolled my eyes. I couldn't tell them the truth. What would they think? My sister is a witch and I think she's in danger of being caught by the hunters, but don't worry. You're headed down the right path. I blinked as I waited for their answer. The man nodded. Yeah, I saw her running to the left of the trail. He dropped his gaze to the woman. You had stepped into the restroom. She nodded, gripping her walking stick with white knuckles. I let myself try to hear what she was thinking, and I almost winced at the pure terror coming off her. I glimpsed the image of a memory of a little girl falling from a hiking trail and spending the night in the woods while her family looked for her. Well, that would never do. I smiled and pretended to drop something. I had no idea if it would work, but I had to try. I knelt down, mouthing some words and moving my finger over a small rock before picking it up. Without opening my mouth, I centered all of my thoughts on the woman in front of me. Tell him the truth. Take the rock. Tell him the truth. Take the rock. The woman narrowed her eyes and slowly reached for the rock in my hand on my flat palm. Using my left pinky, I performed the stop spell. In the short moment that I held everything in pause, I finished spelling the rock to change the man's desires to match that of his companions. It would last a week, but she wouldn't need that long. I put the rock in her hand and wrapped her fingers around the small gray item. Before unstopping them, I whispered for her ears only, don't let your fear hold you back. Only do what you're comfortable with, but don't let fear control you. I unstopped the moment and motioned over my shoulder. Thanks you guys. Have fun going for ice cream. I'm going to head up the hill. Ice cream sounds delicious. What do you think? The girl bit her lower lip. If I'd succeeded at the spells, multiple easy spells at once from third decade, eek. Then the guy would agree with her and not even look back at the hill. If I didn't do it right, he'd be confused. He nodded, not even looking my way as he turned and held out his hand to her, heading toward the excitement on Sherman. As they walked away, I couldn't help the grin on my face. I was worried about Mia, but also a little proud at what I was able to do. I couldn't help it. I'd been without magic for so long. How did you not celebrate going from misfit witch to fit in witch? I hated that I couldn't be home showing everyone exactly what I was able to do. I started up the path, swinging my arms with overt optimism. Blinking in the sunlight, I winced as I climbed higher. The magic of the hill seemed strengthened by the brightness of the sunlight pouring down over its rocky surface. That wouldn't be witch magic. Of course, it was supernatural magic corralled in the rise of land, but witch magic came from all of the elements. This magic felt strongest during the day. Fairies worked in daylight and hid during the night. My original idea that tubs belonged to the Fae seemed even more consistent as I climbed. Maybe the hill was completely theirs. If that was the case, then that's why they allowed so many humans to walk on their land. Fairies liked humans, wanted to be human in fact, and often confused themselves with the other. I used my arms to push me harder up the trail. I wasn't in it for the workout, but I could feel a shift in the magic as if I was following a trail that got darker and darker. Something wasn't right. Even more than I'd already been worried about Mia, this added to the urgency. I could taste something sickly sweet as I climbed higher and higher on the well-traveled path. Whatever it was, it coated my tongue like a ball of butter. I couldn't get it off my tongue and the roof of my mouth. I paused at a soft plateau on the incline and rested my hands on my hips as I tried to catch my breath. Looking out over the view of the lake, I couldn't help looking toward Black Rock. I couldn't help longing for home. An overwhelming desire to do whatever it took to get there poured over me like a waterfall. I had to get over there. I was almost to the lookout. I could go there and jump into the water and swim. The thought consumed me, and I continued the climb with renewed fervor. That's all I wanted, all I craved. The taste in my mouth seemed to get stronger, but it was no longer unpleasant. It just was. My stride got longer, and then I put my foot on a small collection of rocks that appeared sturdy. Instead, they slid out from under my shoe and I fell, falling off the trail and landing on my stomach in a thicket of what could only be described as hell bushes. Thorns clung to my hair and clothes with a tenacity I would give to Flynn on his gambling nights. As I slowly extricated myself from the bush, 5 feet from the path, the taste in my mouth dissipated to merely a thought, and I didn't have the soul-stretching desire to get back home. I eyed the trail with narrowed eyes. Had the path been spelled? I couldn't go back on it. The need to get home had been mind-controlling. I couldn't stop and I couldn't think about anything else but that voracious need. Mia. I somehow knew she'd been trapped in it as well. I had to get to the lookout before she did anything stupid, but I couldn't go back on the trail. I couldn't take that chance. I picked my way over the rocks and brush, through the foliage working to pull up my clothes as I followed parallel to the trail. I had to keep checking to make sure I wasn't too close as I tried to work my way forward. How close was too close? Trying to be smart, I didn't dare use any more magic. I'd been lucky with the locator spell. I'd been even luckier with the couple, but I still didn't know how I'd pulled that one off. I couldn't take the magic for granted. Maybe being able to use it was just a trick and I was actually leading hunters to me. Or maybe my magic use was a shadow test. I had no idea, but I couldn't treat it so lightly. I was a witch and there was nothing safe about my situation. I continued climbing, going as fast as I could with the various obstacles in my path as I looked for a way to get to the lookout. And when I climbed over a sharply edged boulder jutting from the surface of the mountain, I stopped. There in front of me was the lookout. And standing on the wrong side of the safety rail was my sister. And she definitely looked like she wanted to jump. Chapter 18. Which way? I'm not sure how I jumped so far or ran so fast to reach the guardrail, which thankfully was a few feet from the edge of the path. Bracing myself on the strong metal railing, I reached out, twisting my fingers in the back of Mia's shirt. And just in time. She tried leaning out over the edge and letting herself fall. Fall? What in the double iplops was wrong with her? Yanking her back, I spun her around and shook her shoulders. Mia, what is going on? Snap out of it. I stared into her eyes and waited a moment for some semblance of rational thought to break through the haze she was in. Mia blinked at me, her body shaking as reality cleared the confusion from her expression. She swallowed and then sobbed, falling into my arms. Oh, Piper. It was awful. I was talking with Elsie, and then something told me to go to the window of the restaurant. The window. What's the big deal, right? Her frail arms had goosebumps which were extremely out of place in the heat of day. It's okay, SHH. Come on, get over here. We can talk just as well on this side of the railing. I didn't want to scare her, but she wasn't safe standing there with at least 100-foot drop-off behind her. Mia shook her head, folding her arms and pulling back from my embrace. What was she doing? Was there a chance that she was still under the influence of the spell? Rather than take any chances, I took a deep breath and climbed over the waist-high railing to join her. If nothing else, I could at least stop her from going further. I couldn't leave her there. Maybe she'd feel better once she got the story out about what happened. Okay, so you went to the window. Then what? What made her leave without talking to Elsie or taking her totem? True, the totem was worthless, but she didn't know that. I saw her. Mia's eyes were wide and her lower lip trembled. She shook her head, pressing her fingertips to her closed eyelids as she cried, tears seeping down her cheeks. I saw her and I couldn't not go, you know? I cocked my head to the side and studied Mia. You saw who, Mia? Who did you see? Was it our mother? Had she seen her? If Mia had seen her there on Earth, then we might be able to go back home. The whole reason I'd been banned had been because of the mistake I'd made with my magic and sent my mom away. My sisters hadn't wanted to take the chance I would hurt anyone else, accident or not. While I understood what they were worried about, I didn't think it was worth it to banish me. Why would they do that? We needed to be together so we could search for a way to find her. But that was neither here nor there. I needed to know what Mia saw. I swallowed and reached out, touching Mia's arm. Was it Mom? Please, say yes. I wanted nothing more than to hear that yes, it was Mom. I wanted to go back home, too, and not because of a magically spelled path. Mia shook her head, moving her hands from her eyes to cover her entire face as she cried. I pulled Mia against my side, turning us to face out as we leaned our backs against the railing. We were about half a foot down from where I'd been on the other side of the railing. The drop-off wasn't more than 5 feet from where we stood. I wasn't comfortable there, but I couldn't force Mia to do anything more than what she was doing. I gave her a little bit of time before I nudged her with another question. Who was it, Mia? Olivia. I saw her. I had to follow her. She looked lost, like she didn't know where she was going. She looked like she was looking for something, or someone. What if she was looking for me, Piper? What if she's lost and she can't find me? Mia's desperation added more cause for alarm than just her story alone. Okay, I had to think. There's no way Olivia had left Black Rock. She was the more headstrong of the twins. She definitely didn't have the same empathetic skills that Mia had. They might look exactly alike, but they couldn't be further apart on the insides. Not that Olivia was a bad person. In fact, she was very generous and kind, but she didn't take anyone's guff and she stood her ground for what she believed in. Something wasn't right with Mia's story. It didn't fit Olivia's character. I ducked my head to get Mia's attention as her head was bent. Mia, do you mind if I try to see the memory? That's all I'll look at. I could try anyway. There were no guarantees. Let's be honest, I wasn't even sure if I could control the mental gift like that, or even if I still could do it. One minute I could do things and the next I couldn't. I was a mess and things weren't getting any cleaner. Furrowing her brow, Mia nodded slowly. She reached out, wrapping her fingers around my forearms to create a strong connection. The action made me remember the times we'd been asked to share a memory or a thought with our mother. She had mind powers and she would lock arms with us as she looked for what she needed. Mother was always very careful about what she did and to who. If I was getting those same skills and talents, I would have to apply the same set of ethical codes she did. I couldn't help thinking that if my magic had been as wimpy as it was back in Black Rock, then how had I had the strength of power to send my mother to another realm? That just didn't seem like it should be possible. I shook my head. Not the right thing to be focusing on right then. Bending my head, I tried to clear my mind, just think of Mia's thoughts and memories on what had happened not too long ago. I fumbled a bit, but after a second, I could see what she'd seen. She'd looked through the window and sure enough, it looked like Olivia standing in front of the kitchen, her hands on her hips as she turned around in a circle, searching. What was she looking for? But there was something. What exactly was it? It looked like Olivia, but it also looked like Mia. I paused the memory and looked closer. It was an image of Mia. Mia had a smattering of the smallest freckles across her nose that Olivia definitely didn't. Mia liked the outdoors, while Olivia had refused to see the sun when it wasn't absolutely necessary. Well, Mia liked the outdoors to the extent that she liked her herb garden. I ran through the rest of the memory as Mia chased glimpses of Olivia through the crowd and then found herself at the bottom of Tubbs Hill. She glanced back over her shoulder, which must have been the image Elsie and I had seen. Then she started the climb. She stopped and looked at the view like I had, and I could feel her need to get home, which had matched my experience. I stopped the memory. I didn't need to see more. Mia slowly raised her head, lifting her gaze to pin me for answers. Okay, what did you see? I got all the way to the path. I licked my lip and then took a deep breath, ready to tell her the full, on truth. Mia, I don't think that was Olivia. Mia stamped her foot, the temper tantrum surprising. I let go of her hands and backed up a step. What was wrong with her? No. It had to be Olivia. I saw her, right here, she told me I could come back home. They'd forgive me, and I could come back. Her voice dropped into a whisper. She said all I had to do was jump. That's all. Mia looked up at me, her eyes glossy with unshed tears. I miss her so much, Piper. Of course, she did. Until we'd been banished, Olivia and Mia had never been apart. They shared a room in the family home. They dressed alike, they did everything together, and then Mia had gotten banned. All of us had cried for their separation. The entire situation had sucked and still did. So, I had no doubt the allure seeing Olivia would be for Mia. I took a deep breath and turned my gaze down the side of the cliff and shook my head. Mia, I was on the same path as you. It spelled to make us want to go home no matter what. That image in your memory of Olivia was actually a mirror image of you. Whoever spelled the path and tricked you wants us to jump, wants us in danger. I honestly don't think Olivia would do that. I pressed my lips together and shook my head again, holding Mia's shocked gaze with my own. Why would anyone want to kill me? I'm no one special. Even my magic is flawed. Mia sighed, scooting closer to the edge of the cliff. Maybe we should sit down. We can sit right here, but that might be easier to relax since we did all that hiking. We just needed a minute to think and not be stressed about being in danger. Or I did. Because Mia didn't seem bothered by anything other than the fact that I wouldn't let her jump, and I didn't want to add more pressure to the moment. We sat and stared out at Black Rock with our arms wrapped around our drawn up knees. I'd never felt more human than in that moment. Not magical. Not anything, just human. I didn't know what to say to Mia to make things more bearable. I was the reason my sisters were banned. I had to hold that guilt to my chest for as long as we lived and longer. Do you think they miss us? Mia's small voice tugged at something inside me I wished would stay dormant. I closed my eyes, desperate to keep my tears at bay. Mia and Elsie weren't the only ones suffering. After a moment, I sniffed and opened my eyes, continuing to stare out at our hometown. I hope so. I know I miss them. I miss Mom, though, the most. I hadn't talked with Mia and Elsie about our mother and her disappearance. I tried to, but they wanted time and didn't want to deal with it right away. I understood that completely, and more than a small part of me was relieved that they'd given me a reprieve. I think it's probably time we had that talk. Mia stood, brushing the back of her pants off and moving to the other side of the rail, like I hadn't just tried to pull her over multiple times. The talk. Okay, we could do that. I stood, brushing off my own pants when a wave of vertigo hit me and I reached out, grabbing for something to hold on to. My hands just touched air. And then my feet flailed in the air. Oh, no. I was going over the edge. Chapter 19. Witches be trippin'. My confusion cleared as I fell over the edge of the drop off. I was suspended in the air for less than a second when I landed on a ledge with an oomph. If I'd been any longer in the air, I might have attempted the stop spell, but honestly, I tried to catch my breath from landing on my back. Not the most opportune way to land, but at least I landed. Mia's shrieking reached me in a repetitive staccato that jolted me from my prone position. I rolled to the side in the small amount of space I had. Pushing to all fours, I used the edge of the ledge beside me to climb up to a standing position with my hands gripping a root system not far from my face. Mia, hush. I'm fine. I'm right here. Mia. I had to say her name 5 or 6 more times to break through her screaming. She opened her eyes and blinked at me, her voice falling silent. She unclenched her hands at her sides and raised her hands to fold them at her chest level. After studying me as if I wasn't really there, she stepped closer to the railing with her eyebrows knit together. Piper, oh infinity. I thought for sure you were dead. She gasped, as if she'd been the one to topple over the edge to her supposed death. I grunted, shaking my head, still slightly out of breath myself. No. I'm not dead. What attention had she brought on us with her screaming? I glanced up and down the trail, unable to see much from my spot below the actual trail by almost my full height. As it was, I stood against the ledge, which was at shoulder height for me. I would rather not focus on how tall I was or wasn't, but suffice it to say, I wasn't signing up to help anyone get things off the top shelves. Is anyone coming? I needed her to see if we needed to do something to protect ourselves from hunters or shadows. What we would do, I had no idea, but a warning at least would be nice. Mia pushed back from the railing, leaning as she studied the trail, both ways. Finally, she turned back, shaking her head. No. I don't see anyone. Surprising, since she sounded like the world was ending with her shrieks. I sighed, at least that was going our way. All right, that works. I'm going to climb up, can you help me up? I dug the toes of my shoes into the crevices on the ledge, pushing and pulling with my feet, my knees, and my hands to get out of there. When I finally climbed up, I realized I didn't need her help. Not that Mia was offering much help as she stood there, fiddling with her bottom lip and staring wide-eyed at me. What is wrong with you? I mumbled, sitting on my butt as I tried to catch my breath. So far, that day was not my day. At least I'd figured out why Mia had left and where she'd gone. Elsie could give me credit for that. I finally stood and climbed over the railing, joining Mia near the path. Was it still spelled? I didn't taste anything other than a faint coppery flavor on my tongue. I must have bit my cheek or something. Oh, Piper. You're bleeding. Mia pointed at my knee, where a long scrape definitely left little doubt that my blood was red. She covered her mouth with her hand. She'd always been the squeamish one in the family. I winced. It hadn't hurt until she pointed it out. Nothing ever really did until they were obvious and you couldn't help but face them head on. Yeah, it looks like I am. My leg would recover, but it definitely was starting to sting. I rubbed at the skin around it like that would help, but it just made me more aware of what I couldn't fix. Here, move your hand. I'll fix it. Mia's specialty in the magic realm was centered on emotions as well as healing. She was a natural because she had so much natural compassion for others. Thankfully, I'd gotten injured around her. That was a cause for thanks in itself. I nodded. Okay, yeah. That sounds good. Then we can head back, okay? I wanted to get back to the restaurant. I just wanted to go back to bed. There was something off about that particular solstice. Would anything be normal again after the banishment? It felt like the entire world had shifted since we'd been banned from Black Rock. Maybe the world sensed something wasn't right, as well. I moved to stand on the trail in front of Mia, waiting as she gathered her calm about her. She pointed her finger at me and twirled her finger over my person and muttered something that sounded like the vanishing spell. Rather than my wound disappearing, my clothes did. I literally stood there with the summer breeze blowing around my naked bits. My jaw dropped and I stared at Mia like she'd blown my head off. Except this was much worse. I wrapped my arm around my chest and crossed my hand across my lap. What is wrong with you? At least, my leg stopped hurting. I glanced up and down the path. What else could go wrong? Chapter 20. Which is when my clothes abandoned me. Mia's mouth hung open as she took in my naked state. Well, are you going to fix it? Or just stand there staring at me? I glared at her and continued casting nervous glances around us. What if someone saw me? Iplups, Mia, hurry up. Mia narrowed her eyes and shook her head. You don't have to curse at me, Piper. I don't know what is going on. My magic is acting like yours. I blinked at the insult. Great. She didn't know that I could do a locator spell. She didn't know the mind tricks I'd performed on a couple on the way here. She had no idea. All she saw me as was the misfit I'd been for all her life and mine. She shook her head and rolled her shoulders, shaking her hands out at her sides. Okay, let's try this again. I'm going to try to reverse what I did. Are you good? I held up my hand and then slapped it back across my chest. No. There had to be another way. What if she made something worse happen? I glanced around again. I couldn't stay there. Mia only had her shirt and shorts on. I couldn't borrow any of her clothes without making us both half naked. My nostrils flared. Okay, I need you to run home and grab me some clothes. Hurry back, though, okay? I don't want to take any more chances with your or Elsie's powers until we figure out what's wrong with them. Mia nodded. Yeah, you're probably right. I guess I better stick to minimal magic until then, huh? She blinked back tears and I rolled my eyes. Let's focus on the fact that I'm naked here, shall we? I couldn't believe Mia was focusing more on her magic issues than the fact that I was literally standing there and nothing. I didn't even have shoes on. At least my totem was still present. How am I going to get home without any clothes on? I leaned my head back and fell silent. And that's when I heard it. A man's voice. Was he laughing? Not at me. Okay, he was far enough away that he hadn't seen me yet. So, what did I do? I turned wide eyes on Mia. Someone's coming. I couldn't breathe. I was standing in a public space, a family area. And I was naked. Mia froze like I'd cast the stop spell on her. I hadn't, so of course she was acting like those curious goats that fainted when they were startled. Severely off topic, I honestly think they were cursed a long time ago and the curse was never completed. Get back over the ledge? Mia questioned, glancing past me for the hiker's location. Back over the ledge? I glanced around the path first. There were no thick bushes big enough to hide behind. I had nowhere to go. I literally was stuck going over the ledge or seeing the newcomers in my nudity. Wanna guess which one I went for? I shimmied as fast as I could over the railing and then paused at the edge of the ledge. It wasn't that far down, since I'd already fallen and then climbed from the space. A saving grace was that it was private. Unless someone was looking at that specific space with binoculars from a boat. The voices grew louder. Panic grew in my chest. I held my breath and slid, jumped, fell, faltered onto the ledge. I got dirt in places I don't want to talk about. Are you okay? Mia's whisper reached me. Thank goodness she opted out of screaming again. Yes, now, just stand there and be quiet until they go by. I closed my eyes, pressing my naked back against the dirty and rocky side of the hill. Mia murmured a hello when the loud male voices, yep, plural, passed by. She giggled at something one of them muttered and then their voices faded again. I turned around and glared at her. She was staring in the direction of where the men had disappeared. Hello? Focus, here. I need you to run home and grab me something to wear. I need shoes, too. I wiped my forehead and then pressed my lips together for a brief moment. Okay. Can you do that? Where was my phone? Mia took on a serious expression and nodded tightly. Yes, I'll be back as soon as I can. We studied each other for a moment and she darted down the path without waving. She would go as fast as she could. I had to have faith in that. I also had to be grateful that the only thing I'd been left with was my totem. At least my magic wouldn't be a beacon to anyone passing by. Now, all I had to do was suck it up and wait. I could do that. Couldn't I? Chapter 21. Witches are cold-blooded. I'm not sure what I did to Mia to deserve to be abandoned out on the ledge and nothing. No clothes, no blankets, no towels, nothing. I couldn't even jump into the water in an attempt to cover myself up since jumping out from the edge of the cliff would put me directly over the collection of boulders leading to the rock island where I'd found Bella. I hugged that hillside for hours. Hours and hours. The minutes weren't that bad, but I had to duck for long periods of time and soon my back hurt from the lengths of time I was trying to stay unseen. So, I tried to sit on the weed-covered space. I sat for a bit until something bit my left butt cheek. I think I screamed. I most definitely cried. I folded my arms across my chest and bowed my head to cry in silence. The least amount of attention I could draw to myself, the better. If Mia wasn't coming back, then I'd have to wait until the sun went down, when it would be colder and there'd be fewer people out, but dark. Except it was the solstice and I was looking at being out there on the longest daylight day of the year. What had I done to Mia? Had she gone back to the restaurant and Elsie talked her into staying? Maybe Elsie figured I deserved whatever happened to me. She wasn't wrong, but was she vindictive enough to do something like convince Mia not to come back for me? Was she caught up in the bitterness against me and just wanted some kind of vengeance? I wouldn't blame her, but at the same time, there were other ways. This was just dangerous, for all of us. When I was at my weakest point though, sometime after I realized I was horribly sunburnt, I stopped crying and blinked. What if Mia wasn't doing this to me? What if something had happened to her? She didn't have a totem and something was obviously tracking us or trying to get to us. Something had spelled the path to make us forget ourselves so that we would want to kill ourselves. There was no other way to explain it. I couldn't put daisies on the intent of whoever it was. To convince us that we missed home so much that we wanted to jump from the cliffs of Tubbs Hill was clearly intent to harm us. Why would I think they wouldn't stick around to make sure their plan worked? If they saw Mia heading back to the kitchen, what would stop them from following through with some other tactic to harm her? Nothing. Nothing was stopping them because her magic was faulty and I was stuck naked on a ledge. Even Elsie was stuck back at the restaurant with no idea what was going on. Not for the first time did I reach in the general direction of where a pocket would be for my cell phone to call for help. But there was no cell and there was no pocket. Just the soft clicking of the items on my totem bracelet. Why hadn't the bracelet disappeared as well? Maybe because it was a protection against magic and I had performed the spell correctly. I could tell I had. My pride in my accomplishment had faded almost as soon as my clothing had disappeared. Even as the afternoon turned into evening and then dusk, I held out hope Mia was on her way. Maybe she'd gotten sidetracked. Maybe something had happened at the restaurant. I had to give her the benefit of the doubt. Where Elsie would have no problem going after me in some way to get back at me, Mia wasn't like that. She would get mad but always forgive because she could feel people's remorse. It physically pained her and no one would actually undergo that kind of torment to make a point or for selfish reasons. The pain defeated the purpose for doing something for selfish reasons. My feet hurt from standing for so long on the hard surface riddled with small sharp rocks and prickly weeds. I'd been leaning against the hillside for most of the time as well, and my skin was either burnt or scratched or both, and I just wanted to climb into a soothing cool bath and sleep. Aloe vera would make my skin feel better. I didn't even want to think about hunger or thirst, both of which I worked hard to ignore. What if whoever had tried to get us out there was still out there? What if they could see me suffering? What if they were waiting for me to be at my weakest? Well, being naked on the side of a hill all day in the sun wasn't going to put me at my weakest. Sorry, but that time had come and gone. I blinked as the memories struggled to the forefront during my hungry and thirsty state. I had to keep my eyes open or Hayden's face floated in front of me. I could almost remember what it was like to be held by him. I could almost remember what it was like to not be cold anymore. What would Hayden do if he saw me right then? Naked on the side of a hill, waiting for someone to come save me? He'd laugh so hard and then he'd shake his head. That was one of the reasons we've gotten along so well. He hadn't cared about my lacking magical talents. He hadn't cared that I didn't fit in at Black Rock. He'd only cared when I'd said yes to marrying him, when I'd promised to do everything in my limited powers to make him happy forever. When I'd held him as he lay dying in the middle of the road after being in a car accident and told him he completed me. Hayden. He'd loved me as I was and for no other reason. I'd never moved on. I'd never fallen for anyone else. I'd never been interested in any of the other wizards or supernatural beings I'd been exposed to at Black Rock. My tender skin tingled at the memory of Hayden wrapping his arms around me when I was cold or just needed comforting. He was always there for me. Or had been. I blinked back, frustrated tears. I still wasn't over his death. None of it made sense to me, and I couldn't figure out how he died there on the shoulder of that windy road when he wasn't even supposed to be out there. Taking a long, deep breath, I sought for something steady. It wasn't important. None of it was. The only thing that mattered was that whoever was trying to hurt us had no idea that I'd already lost everything. There was nothing they could take from me that would hurt like that day Hayden had died. Nothing. Even my sister's deaths wouldn't hurt like that all-encompassing soul-tearing had. If I could survive that, I could certainly survive being stranded naked on the side of a hill. At least, that's what I kept telling myself. As the sun finally decided to dip behind the mountains surrounding the Coeur d'Alene lake, I turned and forced myself to climb from the ledge one last time. I winced and might have even whimpered as my burned legs and knees hit the rocks and roots of trees and brush as I forced my weakened and exhausted body from that ledge. I'd done it earlier without help from Mia, but this time I was much less than I'd been then. I could feel everything I was missing, and then some. Resting on the ground wasn't getting me back. I didn't stay there any longer than necessary. My chest and stomach were already scratched up, and if I could just ignore the pain etching itself into my nerves through my skin, I'd be able to make it. I'd ask Dawn to help me figure out how to soothe the pain, or I'd just make a bath and dump in some herbs. Anything was possible. If I could just get back. From all fours, I made myself stand up. The trail wouldn't be as painful as the ledge had been, but it would still hurt. I ignored the biting pain all over my body and glanced around, anxious for more than shadows to cover my naked state. No one was coming yet, or maybe they were heading off the hill. How had we missed the solstice? How had we missed out on the chance to be together as a family? Or at least a part of a family. We might not be all of the Evans girls, but we were 3, and that had to count for something. I stubbed my toe on a rock as I stumbled forward and bit my tongue to keep from crying out. I'm not sure how I made it off the trail. I ducked from the tree line and stopped when I spied a towel hanging lopsided from a park bench. Grabbing the still damp piece of material, I wrapped it around my body. The terry material hurt almost as bad as the rocks had on my skin. I gritted my teeth and continued heading toward the kitchen, this time with less furtive movements. I was covered, and that had to count for something. I ignored the looks I garnered as I strode as confidently up Sherman as I could. How confidently could I actually walk when my feet were destroyed and my only protection was a towel with some kind of cartoon character on it? There wasn't much pride in what I was doing, but at least the circumstances were better than when I started home. My bits were covered. I was holding on to that with both hands, just like the edge of the towel. The car show was in full swing with the sidewalks packed. More cars than I'd ever seen on Sherman drove by in a slow cadence as they showed their paint jobs and body lines off to the crowds. A loud popping sound followed by a roar of flames from an exhaust pipe didn't faze me as I worked my way home. Wow, Piper. I had no idea. And of course, There was Ryder Thompson just ahead of me on the sidewalk with a bottle of water in his hand as he leaned against the stop sign in front of his tavern directly across from the kitchen. He arched an eyebrow at me, unabashedly giving me the once-over. "You look like you got some sun." Observant. I didn't wait for the crosswalk to clear as I ignored everyone and strode across the vehicle parade, cognizant of Ryder's gaze on my form as I walked. I was almost to the restaurant, then I could hide inside and get some answers, and maybe some liniment or something for my wounds. Mia definitely wasn't going to be treating them with her magic. I reached the door, stretching out my hand and curling my fingers around the long handle. And tugged. And nothing happened. Those witches had locked me out of my own house. Chapter 22. What in the witch? How could they stoop so low? Mia knew I was out there alone and naked. Well, she didn't know I had a towel by this point, but what kind of sadistic person was she? How could they ignore my situation? Act like nothing had happened? Act like I wasn't there? I pounded on the door, once, twice, but I knew it was useless. They couldn't hear me upstairs. And judging by the lack of lights in the kitchen windows, they were nowhere near the downstairs. Were they trying to get rid of me? I shivered as the chill in the air intensified with the simple breeze coming in off the lake. They had to let me in. A shimmer of fear slid down my form. I couldn't stand out here in a towel and nothing else. Not on the main street of downtown Coeur d'Alene. It wasn't safe. Even less safe than normal. And that was saying something. Chapter 23. It's about witching time. It wasn't getting any warmer outside or lighter out. I gritted my teeth and pressed my closed eyelids with shaking fingers. I had to get inside. Why couldn't anything just be easy? I took a calming breath and grunted when it failed at calming me. Fine. Turning my thoughts inward, I focused on Mia. 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 I'm outside. Let me in. Mia. 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 I repeated the words over and over, holding my breath as I became more and more focused. Mia. Mia. I could almost feel a bubble expanding around me, pushing out and encompassing the building. I could see Elsie's dreams centered around a werewolf back in Black Rock. Interesting, that definitely wasn't Jareth. Flynn muttered to himself about always sliding in the High Priestess card in tarot poker. Was he cheating when he went gambling? I didn't even want to go there. Who knew what shady things that cat was into? He'd lost his claws already. I wasn't sure just how much he stood to lose in any other games. I found Mia's thoughts, but she was already walking toward the stairs, mumbling something to herself about why would anyone be outside at that late hour. I pressed her to hurry up and she picked up her pace. This mind control thing could really be a benefit. Letting the bubble close around me as the lock on the door slid open, I glanced again behind me. Before Mia could even fully open the door, I pushed past her, slamming the panel behind me and heaving my chest with a gasp. I desperately clutched the corners of the towel around me and stared up at the ceiling trying to catch my breath. After a minute, I turned, relocking the door, trying to keep my calm. Piper, where have you been? Why are you outside? Mia folded her arms, cocking her head to the side while she studied me. My nostrils flared and she stepped back as I moved forward with my finger pointing toward her neck. You left me out there all day. Iplups, Mia. I'm sunburnt in places that have never seen daylight. I've got ant bites on my rear end and our neighbor just saw me in this towel. Where in the devil did you go? I thrust my finger toward the ground, my voice raised. Obviously, I suck at keeping my calm. Mia blinked at me in confusion. You told me to go and that you'd be right behind me. I called your phone over and over. Elsie did, too. You missed the dinner rush and everything. Go ahead, and tell me how this is my fault. Mia narrowed her eyes, pursing her lips as she waited for my reply. I blinked at her. Are you serious? You left me out there, naked. I was sitting on the ledge all day and into the night. How else was I supposed to get home unless you brought me clothes or something? Anything? Obviously, even a towel worked. What was she saying? Was this some kind of joke? Furrowing her brow, Mia shook her head. Wait. How did you lose your clothing? My lips fell open in surprise. You're joking. This is some kind of a joke, right? I looked around for a camera or something that would be taping me. I'd watched some of the human reality shows where they set people up and then played a joke on them. This had to be one of those times. There was no other way she could get away with acting like she had less brains than she did. Naked? I don't. Hell, sincere confusion was riddled all over her face and she shook her head as if to clear it. I took another deep breath, but without the expectation that it would calm me. Nothing was calming me at that point in time. I was sunburnt. I hurt. You tried to fix my scrape after I came up to rescue you on Tubbs Hill, and instead of fixing my wound, you made my clothes disappear. Thankfully, my totem was left behind. I held up my wrist as if that was enough evidence of what had happened. She snapped her fingers and pointed at me. Wait, that's right. You shouldn't have texted me you were fine. Mia pulled her phone out of the pockets of her sweatpants. She slid her finger across the screen and held it aloft for me to see. Sure enough. There under my name and phone number was a message that said exactly what Mia reported to me. I was fine and she didn't need to worry. You forgot I was naked though? That wasn't really something someone should be able to forget. She shook her head slowly, blinking again as she thought through the day. I couldn't help it. I probed her thoughts and there were no memories of me being naked or even having followed her to Tubbs Hill. She didn't even have any memory of going to Tubbs Hill. I pulled from her thoughts and glanced around the restaurant. Your mind has been wiped. Wait, how do you know that? She stepped forward, pressing her hand to my forearm. I just know. I wasn't going to explain a process I really didn't understand, but that I was getting better and better at when I let my instincts take over. What I wouldn't give to talk to my mom right then, ask her some questions, see if she was all right. Or talk to Hayden. If I could talk to Hayden just one more time, maybe I could figure out just what he was thinking to leave town, or see if he loved me as much as I loved him. I could kiss him and see what he thought about it while we kissed. Or I could take away all of his pain and fear while he died in my arms. Maybe even stop him from dying. There were a lot of possibilities with the mental powers, but I was limited because my magic was still fledgling and trying to do something with magic I hadn't been trained on was like trying to play water polo blind. Impossible. If you're texting me stuff like this, then don't be surprised when I don't come searching for you. Mia tilted her head to the other side and arched an eyebrow. I didn't text you that. You made my cell disappear at the same time as the rest of my clothes. I ground my teeth together. We weren't going to get anywhere. Someone had wiped her memory. That same someone had probably texted her with my phone. Where were my clothes and my phone? If someone had them, then where exactly had Mia's magic sent them? She shook her head and glanced at her cell screen again. I don't know. But I didn't do this. I nodded. She was right. She hadn't. I had seen the evidence as our time together on Tubbs Hill had been completely taken from her mind. That meant, it was my word against, what? No one was debating with me that it had happened or not. Mia just didn't know that it had happened. I need to get upstairs and get some medicine on my skin. I think I'm going to blister. I winced as I stepped forward on feet that hurt so bad. I had to just make it upstairs. I could do that. You said you got hurt. Are you okay? Mia followed me, concern lacing her tone. I'm fine. Just very sore and scraped up. I'm burnt and it hurts. The terry cloth was rougher than I think it would normally seem as it chafed bits of my body that I just wanted to not be aware of. We stopped by the foyer doors and Mia waved her hands. Would you like me to do a pain-vanishing spell to let your body heal? I held up my hands as fast as I could and shook my head. No. No magic from you. I'm good. That's what got me into this mess in the first place. I blew my breath out on a whoosh, still shaking my head. I'm going to bed. Ignoring her expression of surprise, I turned and walked away. She didn't just stand on a ledge buck naked in the hot sun because of a sister's magical mishap. No. She didn't. I didn't really care if her feelings were hurt that I didn't want to go through the same spell and potentially lose my skin or something else. I had no clothing on. What was left to take? There had to be a point where I stopped worrying about other people's feelings and worried about my own condition. Selfishness had to be something that wasn't a problem. Not right then. No. As I pushed through the foyer and by dawn, I didn't speak. He didn't mention anything either, which was probably for the best since I felt grumpy and snarky and would probably throw something at him. Flynn was nowhere around. Smart cat. I climbed the steps to my room, careful to move gingerly and then to climb even more carefully onto my bed after dropping the towel. My soft sheets cradled me and I closed my eyes. I needed to rest. But sleep didn't take me. Not right away at least. Not while I had too many questions whirling through my mind like an out-of-control tornado. Who was after us? Who had been able to break through our house charms and get to Mia? What else could we expect? Was anything safe? Chapter 24. Which is worse? I want to say I woke up with an all-new enlightenment. That I understood what was happening and my magic had clicked into place, and I also knew how to get over Hayden's death as well as how to bring back my mother. But not only was all of that purely impossible, none of it happened. Nothing. I woke up from a rock, hard sleep, and I wanted to suck the moisture out of the drywall. I was that dehydrated. I rolled to all fours, cringing at the pain covering my body from the burns and scratches. I hurt. Everything hurt. I wanted to cry, but there was no spare water in my body to do that. On all fours, I tried to crawl off my bed, but when my foot hit the ground I screamed. Loud. Mia and Elsie burst through the doorway, covering their mouths with both of their hands as they gasped when they saw me. Piper, your skin. Elsie ducked out of my room and then reappeared a few minutes later with a salve and some herbs. Mia left and came back with a bottle of ice water with floating mint leaves in it. She handed over the bottle as Elsie administered the salve to the parts of me I couldn't reach on my own. Then she handed over the jar of salve and left with the now empty bottle of water, only to come back with more. I applied the salve, sighing as the cooling effect of the herbs sank in. I could almost feel the burn being neutralized. "Thank you." "Mia said you didn't text her and that you said her memory was wiped?" Elsie's tone was no longer accusatory like it had been for the last few months since we'd been banned. Instead, I swear I heard a modicum amount of respect, and I swear that wasn't a warmth blooming in my chest that maybe my sisters could love me and forgive me once again. "Yeah. I'm sorry, Mia. But I had to probe your mind." Nothing was making sense. "I just couldn't believe you would leave me out on that ledge naked when you said you'd come right back." And I was right. You have no recollection of our time out there. The path was spelled to make us miss home and jump off the cliff to get there. I shook my head, rubbing at the only part of me that wasn't burned, my scalp. Thank goodness for thick hair. "How do you know it was spelled? Why weren't you affected?" Elsie folded her arms, watching me like I might be withholding something. "Believe it or not, I actually was, and then I tripped and fell off the path. I've never been luckier to be such a klutz before." I shook my head, reaching for the water Elsie had brought in. As delicious as the drink was, I still didn't feel satiated. I shook my head, my emotions high since I still felt exhausted and the pain was only starting to slightly let up. I needed some normal. If only for a little while. I focused on that thought as my sisters continued talking about the weird going-ons. Normal. I just wanted normal. And oddly, that's exactly what I got. The next week was normal. Downright normal. Like almost boring normal. We served customers. Laughed at some of the specials Dawn tried making us do, like Rocky Mountain oysters. I said I wasn't ready for that one yet. The girls and I agreed. We'd wait for a bit before pulling that one out of the cauldron. Nothing seemed out of whack all week. Ryder stayed on his side of the street. Bella didn't make an appearance. Nothing was out of the ordinary all week. To be honest, that weirded me out more than if someone had been watching me the whole time from a different realm. Drunks walked outside and walked right by the kitchen like it wasn't there. We had an influx of customers that were neither too nice nor rude. Nothing was out of the ordinary, which left it feeling extremely anti-normal. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but I wasn't looking a gift horse in the mouth, that's for sure. But the moose outside was definitely a question inducer. Every morning, I woke up and looked out my window, glancing down and to my right. The moose stood there, every morning, with a bouquet of flowers at his feet. I knew it was a new batch, because one day it was daisies, another morning had bright red irises sitting there in the dawn light. Another one was an armload of purple, lavender, and cream lilacs. I always thought flowers were only left at shrines and memorial places. How was the moose anything worth worshipping or thinking highly of? Had someone died there? Humans were weird. There was something off about the flowers, but there was nothing about it that I could actually say was really off. I mean, flowers weren't bad or terrible or rude. Laying them at the base of some statue could mean anything or nothing. I just wished I could understand it. At the end of the week, I was ready for something to happen. Did you hear the comet is coming through? Mia twirled in the apron she'd just gotten from an online store. Humans didn't believe in magic, and yet they could get on a small box and order anything they wanted, and it was delivered to their door. If that wasn't magic, I don't know what was. Comet? Which one? I snapped my gum. I'd been trying to blow a bubble for a few hours, and nothing was happening except my cheeks and mouth were getting tired. Being a normal human was harder than it looked. The comet. Bentleys. You know, I never understood why they called it after the Dark Wizard. Why would they name it after a bad person? Mia's eyes were wide as she leaned forward in the kitchen, resting her elbows on the counter. Was I the only one listening in supernatural history growing up? The answer to that was most likely yes, considering I was the only one with no magical skills to mess around with. Might as well learn everything I could. I'd been praised for my high marks, but still had to sit in the backs of the classrooms and benches because of my deficiencies. Elsie walked in at just the right moment. I don't remember learning about that either. Okay, so Bentley trapped the comet, remember? He trapped it so that the magic community could harness its power every 20 years. If he hadn't trapped it, the comet would never come by here again. At least not for another 10,000 years on the outside. I shrugged. I think it's important to remember that he was called the Dark Wizard and not a Dark Warlock for a reason. He was bad. Why wouldn't he have been a warlock? Mia scrunched her lips to the side. I always wondered that, too. Elsie opened the fridge and dragged out a can of pop. I sighed. I really was the only one who had paid attention. Okay, so, how did I explain it without sounding like a lecturer? Bentley wasn't a bad guy in the ordinary sense of the word. Well, the things he did were, through all intents and purposes, for our benefit. The comet strengthens our magic, supposedly. I half shrugged, wrinkling my nose as I realized I sounded more like Professor Dougie than I meant to. Did you hear it's coming by 3 times this year? Mia pushed off the counter, bustling around the cauldron as she studied more things from the special Dawn had told us to do that night. I paused, glancing back at Mia as if she'd declared a bomb at the bakery. What? 3 times? She nodded. Wait, I know something Piper doesn't? She drew a long face at Elsie. Wow. I'm not sure how that is supposed to feel. Okay, smarty pants. How did you find that out? I closed the distance to the kitchen, standing at the stainless steel counter and staring at my younger sister with more than questions in my eyes. I did some search on the Google. I couldn't believe the things it had to say. The Google is really smart. Mia pulled down squid tentacles and oysters, tossing them into the cauldron. The cauldron magic would figure out the dish. All Mia had to do was put everything inside. She also ran the potions we sold on the Love Potions menu. Using a smaller cauldron on the side, we only did 1 potion a night. I couldn't imagine what would happen if we did more than that. Too much revenge would mean people would talk more than they already did. We knew our business would grow by word of mouth. We were banking on it. But we needed it to grow slowly, not exponentially. The Google. I shook my head. I still didn't completely understand the internet thing, but I doubted it needed to be called the anything. What did I know, though? Okay, so 3 times. Interesting. I pulled at my bottom lip and stared at the counter. Where are you guys going to watch it? They wouldn't leave the restaurant. They couldn't. They were too afraid. I wanted them to go with me to Tubbs Hill, I couldn't help wanting to get out of there. The normal week was getting on my nerves. Not that I wasn't glad something hadn't happened, but at the same time, I needed something to happen. I needed something to point me in the direction of more information so I could answer the questions everything left behind. Like me being left for naked. Mia's memory being wiped. My magic becoming more effective and my sister's not. If we continued on in perpetual normalcy, how would I ever figure out what was going on? We wanted to watch it from the top. Mia yawned. Do you want to join us? Wow, I'm so tired. I probably won't be able to stay up that late, actually. We might do popcorn or something? I don't know. I nodded. Thanks, but I think I'm going to take a walk. Maybe check it out by a moose or something. Mia's eyes widened and Elsie turned to face me. What do you mean? I don't think that's going to be very safe. Don't you remember what just happened? It wasn't that long ago. I mean, aren't you nervous? No. I know my totem works now. If you guys want to join me, we could take a late night picnic or something. Maybe stop at a bar or something? I wasn't even sure what time the comet was supposed to go overhead. It's supposed to be at 3 in the morning. I'm not leaving this place that early, and I don't think you should either. Elsie put on her stubborn expression, and I knew there would be no convincing them to change their minds. I agreed, keeping to myself the fact that they always fell asleep by midnight, no matter what they were trying to do. They'd never know if I slipped out to get a little bit of peace. We went through the evening like normal, customers and patrons coming and going with consistency. I hadn't seen a night yet where the seats weren't packed and a line wasn't out the doorway. We didn't take reservations and we reserved the right to refuse service to anyone. We were as witchy as we wanted to be and no one questioned us. No one gave us attitude. I had no problem with that either. The restaurant closed before we knew it and we all retired to our rooms. And just as I'd supposed, the girls fell asleep in their seats on the observation deck. I climbed from my own reclining seat and removed my robe as I passed my bedroom door. I was already wearing my jeans and a t-shirt underneath, just waiting for the chance to shed the robe. I climbed down the steps and jumped when I saw Flynn standing by Dawn with his sneaky tail twitching. Where you goin', princess? Flynn had taken to calling me that when he learned that princess wasn't always an endearment. He narrowed his bright blue eyes and leaned on Dawn's crystal ball. Don't lean on me, feline. I'm allergic to your kind. Dawn's blue lighting glowed with indignation. Flynn laughed and ended on a cough. How can you be allergic to me or anything? You're glass and not pretty glass at that. I held up my hands. Enough. I'm going to watch the comet. Don't say a word to Elsie or Mia or I'll make sure you're a cuss word in this house for the next 100 years. I edged around them and Flynn called my name. I turned back. Yeah. Have you figured out what's in the box yet? I swear he was smiling. I don't know if cats can smile or not, but if he could, it was there like a smirk. I glanced at the box that had become a non-entity since we'd pulled it from the outside. A human story about a horse made out of wood flashed in my mind. I'd read about it when we'd gotten into town, but I hadn't thought it was a very good story. Like who wouldn't check the inside of a hollow horse? But we hadn't checked the box. Our problems had started when we brought the box into the house. Was it possible we'd brought the cause of our issues on our own? I'll figure it out. I wanted out of that place more than I wanted to know what was in the quiet box sitting benignly on the side of the foyer. Be careful. Rumor has it a young woman was walking around naked about a week ago late at night. You never know what crazy people are up to out there. Flynn purred the last few words as he turned and curled around the crystal ball. Don sneezed. He actually made the sound of a sneeze. I turned back. You don't even have a nose. I couldn't tell them the naked woman was me, or even that I was hoping to get a chance to clear my head. I had a feeling they knew all about my nude exploits as it was. Whatever. I just wanted to get out of there. 2:00 in the morning probably wasn't safe, but I wasn't exactly in a dangerous big city. I tucked my hands into the pockets on my pants and strode down Sherman, passing the moose with curiosity and suspicion. And that's when I noticed there was the scrape of someone's shoe behind me on a relatively empty street. Was I being followed? Chapter 25. Why are you witching me? My heart was pounding. My totem should be working. No one was really out. Why would anyone be following me? Clenching my hands together, I got ready to turn and face whoever would have the audacity to follow me. Me. Well, that makes me sound more important than I actually am, but it helped with my confidence, so I wasn't going to add a dash of humble in at that point. I didn't need it. I needed a bolster of some kind of confidence. Logically, I shouldn't be scared. I'm a supernatural in the human world. There should be nothing to fear. But my magic wasn't completely tested. I still wasn't sure how to do all of the spells or what would work when. What if I turned and tried to make whoever was behind me unconscious and it actually knocked me out? I didn't need that kind of turmoil right then. The footsteps didn't speed up or slow down. They held a steady clip as I did the same. I wanted to turn around. I wanted to face them, but what would I say? I took a deep breath as I reached the first moose with the flowers at his feet. Glancing at the day-old bouquet, I couldn't help my internal awe at the forget-me knots resting with a pink bow at their stems. I used that opportunity to glance behind me to gauge if I would need to run or use the stop spell. My gaze met Ryder's and I stopped, surprised. Ryder. What did I say to him? Why was he following me? What was he doing out that late and behind me on the street? Piper, I thought that was you. I didn't recognize you in clothes. He smirked as he lengthened his stride and came abreast of me. He stopped at the intersection beside me and glanced left and right and then at me. Ready to cross? I nodded mutely, glaring at him for his reference to my state of undress the last time we'd seen each other. I should have known he'd bring it up. I cleared my throat. Well, to be fair, why did I feel the need to explain to him? He didn't need to know. I shook my head and we continued walking down Sherman, the soft glow of the streetlights breaking up the persistent darkness of the late hour. What are you doing? Was being out at that hour normal for tavern owners? I had no idea. I tried to be in bed at a decent time. He peeked at me through long lashes I hadn't noticed before. Well, if you need to know, I'm going to watch the comet. His cheeks took on a ruddier shade over his closely shaved stubble. Did that count as a beard? Why was I noticing his eyelashes and his facial hair? I didn't need to notice that he was exactly what I would think of when trying to define masculinity. I didn't need to notice the way his T-shirt stretched across his broad shoulders with ink peeking from under the edge of his collar and his sleeves. What are you doing out here and so late? He cocked his head toward me, walking beside me without making me feel like he was trying to get ahead of me or move behind me. I licked my lips. Well, at the risk of sounding like I'm copying you, I'm going to watch the comet on Tubbs Hill. At least I'd said where I was going. Then he couldn't say I was following him or taking his idea. Not that he would necessarily go to Tubbs. Right? He gently laughed, the sound soft in the night. I'm headed to the lookout, too. Good. We can keep each other company. If someone tries to jump me, you'll protect me, right? He curved the side of his lips into an eye, catching smile that I didn't know how to respond to. I swallowed, more nervous than I really wanted to admit. Okay, well. Yeah, that's fine. I'll stick up for you, if you need it. I glanced around us, serious as I continued. Are you expecting someone to come after you? If he was, maybe being with him wasn't the smartest move I could be making. We crossed Sherman and headed into the park to get to the trailhead. No one else was around. I should feel awkward walking with him so late, but being with him was oddly liberating. My sisters couldn't see us and I didn't have to watch my back for any danger. I'd take any moments of normalcy that I could. Normally, these types of things happen at like 11 o'clock at night when I'm at work or during the early morning when I'm trying to sleep. I have to take advantage of the fact that it actually falls in the window that I'm available. He grinned at me and motioned for me to go ahead of him on the trail climbing up the hill. The moon hanging low in the sky was the only light we had access to and, surprisingly, it was enough to see after our eyes adjusted to the silvery light. We walked in relative silence, not talking but not uncomfortably, more like companionably. Which was odd. I hadn't been that comfortable around a man since Hayden. I'd never loved anyone like Hayden. I could never feel anything for anyone else the way I'd felt for Hayden. And I had no problem with that. Why was I even thinking about it then? If it wasn't an option, why was I trying to convince myself of my unavailability? In no time we sank onto the empty bench seat feet from the railing and the ledge. The stupid ledge where I'd been stuck naked all day. Just thinking about it made me cringe. As we stared up at the night sky, I took a deep breath and let myself relax. My totem was on. No one was going to suspect I was magic. I could see the lights of Black Rock across the lake, but I was pretty sure Ryder couldn't. I was sitting there, watching the comet with a friend. Nothing weird or inappropriate about that. Thank you again for being so kind to Bella. Ryder's soft rumbly voice broke the bubble of silence between us. I could feel him looking at me, but I wasn't sure if I wanted to return the look. After a handful of seconds, I finally did, turning to face him with a smile I hoped he took as friendly. Bella is a sweet girl. She looks a lot like you. She did, but I could see something more in her that wasn't from Ryder. He folded his arms across his chest and leaned back on the bench, kicking his feet out in front of him in a lounging position. Yeah, she's a good girl. I wish I could be more of what she needs, but, well, after her mom, he shrugged and looked away, lifting his gaze toward the sky. Maybe his wife had died? Hadn't we all seen loss in some way? He didn't actually finish his sentence, but I assumed that's what he meant. I'm sorry. I was engaged once and I sighed, matching Ryder's position and leaning my head back on the edge of the bench seat back. I stared up at the stars twinkling in the velvety blackness. There was a car accident and I got to him, and he died in my arms. I blinked back the moisture in my eyes and cleared my throat again. Sorry, I don't usually talk about him with anyone or even myself. Hayden was one of those topics that was strictly off limits, and Mia and Elsie knew it. I couldn't have him. I couldn't be with him. End of story. Ah, man, I'm sorry. That bites. There's nothing worse than our hearts being broken, is there? He didn't look at me, and I was grateful for that reprieve. I wasn't sure what to make of being called man, but I let it go. I didn't want to feel like a bug under a magnifying glass. I just wanted to enjoy the evening. How will we recognize the comet? I've never seen one. Have you? Ryder changed the topic effortlessly, and I allowed my gratitude to finish pushing the topic of Hayden away. It was too late at night to be thinking too heavily about a man I'd planned on spending the rest of my life with and everything we'd lost because of it. I continued staring up at the sky, but smiled. I have seen 2 comets. Bentley's comet comes every 20 years. That's this one. I saw Halley's comet when it zoomed overhead in 1986. Did you see that one? It was as close as I could get to asking his age. I was 6 when I saw that comet. No. I didn't see it. I was in bed. I think I was 11. He was 5 years older than me. For some reason, that made me feel slightly giddy. Oh, sorry, that's right. You said you hadn't seen any comets. That was thoughtless. I shook my head, waving my hand in the air before returning it to my abdomen. He chuckled, his voice husky in the close proximity. Well, I'm a comet virgin, I guess. My lips parted in surprise. So, what are you saying? I'm a comet whore. I don't know. Do you get money for each comet? He left, unable to keep his faux stoicism in place. I laughed, too. I liked his wit and the ease with which he teased me. And if I do take money? What are you going to do about it? I'm going to ask how I can get in on that. I wouldn't mind some cash. His deep rumbling laughter felt like a calm balm on my lonely heart. I shook my head and then thrust a finger into the air. Look, here it comes. Ryder froze, sinking back into his reclined position on the bench and staring up at the blue and red tail behind the brightly glowing white head of the comet zooming remarkably close. So close, in fact, I could feel the pull on me like a magnet, and then something recoiled back from it and filled me like a balloon. I was full almost to bursting, and then the pressure subsided. I glanced at Ryder in case he'd seen whatever that was. But he seemed lost in thought as he continued staring upward. Just when I thought the night was going to fade into normalcy, he murmured, "Do you believe in magic?" Chapter 26. Witches aren't snitches. Okay, so honestly, how did I answer that after receiving the bolus of whatever amplification I'd just gotten from the comet? I don't know. Do you? Vague. Yeah, that was going to work for everyone involved. But that was as much as I could give him. I was already a rogue. I had no idea what would happen to a human who knew about us. Everything was new for me. Most of it was survival. In fact, everything was survival. What if Ryder knew and then told other people? Charms or not, my sisters and I wouldn't be safe. And that wasn't an option when we were already dealing with things we couldn't comprehend. I used to. He continued staring up into the night sky, keeping his voice low. My daughter helped me believe in it. She used to say there were lights across the lake, A whole town, and she could see the people there. He grunted and readjusted his feet. But there's only so much imagination I can support. She once told me she wouldn't go in the water because of the things in there. Can you believe that? All of the people that swim in that lake, and she's the only one anything would eat? He scoffed, and then his tone grew sad. I do miss her excitement with the Tooth Fairy, Halloween, Christmas, and Easter. She was always so excited for the magic around those times. But over the years, her excitement has faded. I wish I knew how to fix things for her. All of that talk about Bella. What if her only problem was that she missed her mom? I lost my mom just a few months ago. Goosebumps rose on my arms. It was my fault, and my sisters have never or will never forgive me for it. That's probably all I should say, but I needed someone to hear my side without bias. Ryder reached out, cradling my hand in his to both of our surprise. Piper. It's not your fault. You can't blame yourself. His misplaced understanding hurt worse than my sister's blame. They knew the truth, just as I did. Of course, I was to blame. It was my fault. But I couldn't tell Ryder that it was my ill-performed magic that sent my mother out of the earthly realm and not here. I don't even know where she went. That's what hurt the most. If I knew, maybe I could help her. Maybe? Or maybe I would make things worse. That just made me sadder than the discussion about Hayden's loss. So far, I'd let people I love down. I should have been able to save Hayden. If I'd had powers, I might have been able to. I don't know. Do you miss your fiancé? Ryder's voice jarred me into even more awareness of the precise edge of loss I'd avoided for so long. I blinked back tears, but one escaped, sliding down my cheek closest to Ryder. In an instant, his fingertip removed the tear from my skin. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make it harder for you. I swallowed down my sadness, turning my head carefully to meet Ryder's gaze with mine. I never thought I'd make it without him, to be honest. Everything had gone to hell after Hayden had died. And nothing seemed to be getting better. But as I sat there with Ryder, I realized that while a lot of things had gone wrong, a lot had gone right. My sisters and I were protected in a town close to our home and ran a fairly successful business where we helped people every night. What wasn't great about that? Love sucks. Ryder's voice couldn't be more serious, and yet, I couldn't help giggling at his words. That was profound. I sat up, staring out at Black Rock. I could see the light slowly fading as the town went to sleep after the comet zoomed by overhead. Well, you can't say I'm not smart at 3 in the morning. He laughed again and stood, holding out his hand to help me up. I accepted, allowing him to pull me along beside him. Thanks. This was fun. I'm glad we happened upon each other. Or you were stalking me. He winked at me, nudging me with his shoulder. My jaw dropped. Me? You were behind me. I thought you were someone coming after me. I might have had to kill you. That was magic I'd never even attempted before. I was worried about losing my soul if I killed someone, but did it count if there was provocation? I was definitely surprised to see you leaving your restaurant at that late hour, though. Someone who looks like you should be more careful. He looked away from me, casting his eyes like he was embarrassed. What do I look like? Am I ugly or something? Was I ugly in human standards? I hadn't really considered it important until right then. What if Ryder thought I was ugly? No. Actually, I mean, you're far from ugly. You have to know that. With your eye coloring, you stand out even more than you would with your beauty. There's nothing common about you, Piper. He pulled me to a stop, studying me in the very present moonlight. I swallowed, my nerves shaky and uncertain as his gaze dropped my lips. What was he saying? He didn't speak again as we stared into each other's eyes. Does this mean we're not enemies anymore? I'm not sure. I would think at least we're not enemies anymore. His lips curled up in the most endearing smile, and I licked my lower lip. At least? Is that the same as not interested? I had to tease him as well. What else would he possibly mean? I wasn't sure what to make of him, but the last thing I needed was to taint our brief time together. We turned at the same time, walking toward town in silence. On Sherman, Ryder crossed the street with me and walked to my restaurant on my side. He glanced up and down the still empty road and then nodded at me. Maybe I'll catch you outside again. It wouldn't be bad if it was just in a towel, either. He winked and laughed as he turned and crossed the street toward his tavern. I chuckled and shook my head. At least he'd been paying attention. But then that made me think. What else had he noticed that he wasn't mentioning? There were a lot of strange things going on at the kitchen. The last thing I needed was for him to find out what they were. Chapter 27. What kind of witch business is this? I didn't sleep well with the thoughts I had of Ryder mixing with the memories of Hayden. Did I believe in magic? Things didn't seem that simple. I'd had what one could call a crisis of faith almost my whole life. I was supposed to be a witch. I was supposed to be supernatural. I was supposed to marry Hayden, a wizard from a very powerful family, and then, nothing. I lost Hayden, my powers never grew beyond primary skills. The only thing I knew about magic was that everyone had it but me. I'd even wondered just how supernatural I really was since I couldn't do much of anything except cook. I could cook, but it was always without magic. And no one knew that. What if I was adopted? So many questions. And now there I was, facing an uncertain future because of a mistake I made and in the human world. Doing extremely well by anyone's standards. Magic is starting to come around, and only after I actually learned to do things for the most part without it. Did that seem fair to anyone? Certainly not to me. And just when I start thinking I might be able to heal from Hayden's death, which was more than a handful of years ago, along comes a man, a mortal man at that, who has the audacity to ask me about my dead fiancé like Hayden is something I'm allowed to think about often. Thinking about Hayden would be safer to do, never. Witches were better off not mourning. Emotions make a witch's powers a little wonky and... Wait. Was that what was going on with Mia and Elsie? I sat upright in my bed and pushed the mass of hair from my face. Were their gifts and talents off kilter because they were emotionally unstable? Why hadn't I thought of this before? Jumping from my bed, I pulled on a pair of some amazing things called yoga pants and a 3/4 sleeve t-shirt. I splashed my face with cold water and yanked my hair into a snarling bun, like mess. Yeah, let's go with that. And then I rushed into the central meeting area we sometimes called a living room, sometimes not. Elsie and Mia sat with their cups of tea and what looked like donuts from the bakery. Mia's eyes widened at my approach and she shoved the box of pastries across the table toward me. You need a few of these. What's with the hair? Elsie half turned and jerked backward like she was shocked. Yeah, let's go with the hair. I furrowed my brow. What was wrong with my hair? Everyone I saw sported a messy bun now and then. I turned, glancing at my reflection in the microwave glass. I winced. Yep. I definitely did not pull off the sloppy bun look. Instead, I had to be harboring a bird and its family up there. Reaching up, I yanked the rubber band from my hair and then smoothed the snarls to the back of my head while working it into a sloppy lower bun. Ignore my hair. I had a question for you too. They stared at me expectantly, and my mind cleared for a brief second. I took a breath. Okay, so when your magic has acted up, did it do it when you were emotional? Are you asking if it was that time of the month, Piper? That's classy. Elsie rolled her eyes, shaking her head as she turned back to her maple bar and tea. No, actually. I'm just wondering what your emotional state has been lately. We've been gone from home for a bit, but we only just recently started to see these problems. I don't have any problems. My magic is fine. Mia crossed her arms and set her feet on the table. I beg to differ, sister. I still have blisters on my body from you messing up a charm and then being enchanted yourself. I ignored her angry gasp and powered on. Look, this isn't a finger-pointing thing. I just want to know what your emotional states have been lately. I think that might be part of the issue we're running into. I joined them on the couches, leaning forward and claiming a raspberry-filled donut with chocolate frosting. No scones? I could be happy with a donut, or two. Elsie took another bite and thought as she chewed. Well, to be honest, I've been missing Mom a lot more lately. Not to mention our sisters. I've been madder and madder at you, which hasn't been easy on my difficulty to focus either. Well, the angry part one could attest to. I inclined my head at her reply. I understood where Elsie was coming from. She wasn't one that liked her emotions messed with, and if she was missing Mom, then she was missing our sisters, and who knew who else? An image of her dream flashed in my mind. I'd have to ask about that at a later date. Elsie and Mia pursed their lips at me as they thought. Mia tapped her mug with one finger. I don't know why. I feel like yes, I've been getting more emotional lately. Do you think it's because of the varied patrons in the restaurant? Well, that would make sense if it was just you being affected, but I'm being affected, too. Elsie spoke to Mia as if I wasn't there. You and I both are getting dinged, and I can't figure out why either. It's made me more and more frustrated. I don't even trust my simple spells anymore. Elsie sighed and rubbed at her eyes. What did I say? Or do for that matter? I'm not sure what it is, but it's affecting us all differently. I feel like the more emotions I experience, the more my magic seems to center. That goes against everything we ever learned. I wasn't sure how to explain my confusion. Why did I have to be the anomaly? Why couldn't I have the same reactions as my sisters to anything? Well, maybe we can ask our sisters. Elsie stood, wiping her hands on a napkin she pulled from a holder and turned back to use expectation on her face when Mia shifted on her seat beside me. I blinked. Sorry, what? Our sisters? What are you talking about? That was the first time I'd heard that type of optimism surrounding the topic of the rest of our family. Olivia reached out to Mia last night while you were gone, or I guess it was the first thing this morning. You were gone. Olivia was able to connect with Mia during the comet. Elsie nodded toward Mia, as if to say it was her story, she might as well continue. I turned my attention to Mia, waiting with my lips partially opened. Unnerved by all the attention, Mia scrunched her nose. Okay, so, yes, Olivia reached out. She said we might be able to go home, but there are some conditions that need to be met. She bit her bottom lip and snuck a peek at Elsie before continuing. You're not going to like them. Who cares if she likes them? We already talked about this, Mia. We're in this mess because of Piper. Elsie waved her hand my direction. No offense intended, Piper. Where I would normally shrug and agree, this time I couldn't. I wouldn't. Well, offense is taken, Elsie. You didn't have to stick up for me. You didn't have to stand your ground against what was wrong. You could have gone along with them. You didn't. So, you were banished with me. Instead of being grateful that we're living the kind of life that we're living, you're bitter because we're not back there. I'm sorry. I can't fix it. I shook my head and turned away from them, the half donut I'd eaten weighing in my stomach like a lead ball. Why was everything my fault? I just didn't understand that. I was grateful for their support, but I couldn't carry the burden of their consequences forever. And I was starting to understand that I didn't have to. Mia waved her hand in the air and stood from the couch, stepping around the coffee table and pointing toward the stairs. Let's just go watch, what she said. Maybe you'll see something we didn't. Or can't. There was Elsie's bitterness. And it wasn't because we were stuck out of Black Rock. At least in that moment, it looked more like she was mad at me that her magic was going haywire. If that was the case, was it really my fault? It's not like I was absorbing their magic. I wouldn't even know how to do that, if I wanted. Chapter 28. Witches don't say can't. I followed behind Mia and Elsie, more questions than answers riddling my mind after the short conversation. You guys understand that we can't go back, right? I bit at the skin on the side of my thumbnail as I continued following them. You can't, but we might be able to. Elsie shrugged as we reached the bottom of the steps and didn't even bother glancing back at me to let me know if she was joking or not. I knew she wasn't, but it wouldn't be bad for her to stop being a brat to me for even a few minutes. I tried to hide my hurt and took a seat on my chaise. Dawn, do you think you can show us the conversation Mia had with Olivia this morning while Piper was gone? Elsie ignored me further, pointing out yet again that I was gone. What is your problem with me having been gone this morning? I wanted to watch the comet. Is that illegal? I challenged her, standing from my seat and narrowing my eyes. She stood, too, folding her arms and glaring at me with pure anger. You leave us often and go off to do your own thing. How do we know you're not the one setting us up? Your powers are growing and ours are stumbling? That doesn't make sense. Maybe you set all of this up. Maybe, she glanced at Mia and lifted her chin. Maybe you're the reason we're having so many problems and you don't want to tell us because you want our powers. If a broom had fallen from the sky, it wouldn't have surprised me more. I blinked. And blinked again. Okay, I blinked again and my lips opened and closed like a fish's mouth. What in the eclipse was she talking about? What was she insinuating? I tucked my chin and ignored Mia's soft sounds of distress. Is that really what you think? That I'm doing all of this to hurt you? That I would honestly set me up for pain? That I would spell her to try to kill herself off that ledge? Why not? Why isn't it realistic that I would suspect that? You sent mom who knows where and you don't even care. You have never even said that you miss her. Or that you're sorry. You don't miss the rest of the family, and you certainly don't seem to care that we're having issues with our magic. No. All of this is just too perfectly wrapped up for you. It's fair for you, but not for us, and I don't see how you think I shouldn't suspect you. Elsie's chest rose and fell as she panted after her tirade. I could take this one of two ways. I could match her anger with my own. This wasn't fair to me. This entire thing was bewildering and unfair, and yet, the second option was more likely how I was going to take it. I was tired and I just hated running the same issues into the ground. Sighing, I rubbed my hand over my face and shook my head. Elsie, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know how to convince you that I didn't do that to Mom on purpose. I don't know how to prove to you I'm not doing any of this, especially intentionally. Why haven't you cried? Mia's soft question added another layer of tension to the moment, and I accepted the defeat as I sank onto the seat behind me. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on my knees. I don't cry because I'm not sure I would stop if I started. I still feel Hayden's. And Mom's. I cleared my constricting throat. I didn't want to admit my shortcomings. I didn't want to own my shame and sadness. If I allowed the pain to overtake me, I might never emerge from the darkness that threatened to take me over. I didn't want to give in to that kind of emotional loss, so I ignored it. I'd always ignored it. I didn't cry at Hayden's funeral. The only tears I'd shed for him had been when he was sprawled across my lap with my cheek pressed to his steadily cooling flesh. I shut my eyes and hung my head. No. Just no. I don't want to go down that road, okay? Let's just leave it alone, please. I was willing to beg. My survival depended on it. Suddenly a calm, comforting blanket seemed to settle around me, and I closed my eyes as I welcomed the removal of the sadness threatening to take over. I murmured, "Thank you, Mia." I meant it. I genuinely was grateful that she could help me cope right then. If I was going to break, it would be better it wasn't there in front of Elsie, who would most likely use it against me. Which was weird. Elsie wasn't the type to act the way she'd been acting lately. I couldn't pin what the problem was, but she was getting worse and worse. She'd supported me when faced with the council of our sisters back in Black Rock. Why would she turn on me now? Okay, let's watch the interaction. Maybe you'll have a different take than we did. Mia motioned toward Dawn, whose bright light projected an image on the top ceiling. Thank you, Mia. Finally, I've been paused while you've been running through your drama. And yes, I memorized that one as well. Dawn's ego was almost too big to fit in the abyss contained in the crystal ball. I rolled my eyes, but focused on the scene in front of me. Mia and Elsie stood in front of the ball and stared into the blue orb in the vision. And then there was an image of Olivia hovering in the smoky blue of Dawn's crystal. Her eyes were hollow and black and her lips moved in a weird way, but her words were oddly sing, "Sanji. You can come back, but you have to get rid of Piper. Sacrifice the one to save them all." Wait, sacrifice me? A sudden twinge of fear riddled up my spine. Just before Dawn stopped the image, I noticed something. I held up my hand and stood to get closer to the image. Dawn, wait. Can you rewind? Instead of focusing on Oliva's image this time, I watched Mia as she watched her sister's image. Every time she moved, Olivia mimicked her. Olivia wasn't Olivia. It was a mirror image of Mia. Someone else was speaking through Olivia's mouth. I pointed and yelled, "Don, pause." He paused, but snorted at the same time with sarcastic amusement. "Watch how Olivia mimics you, Mia." "That isn't her." Doubt curved Elsie's lips into a smirk, but they watched anyway, and then their postures changed from cocky to unsure. "How did they do that?" Elsie breathed. "They would be whoever was after us. There was no other they it could be." "Dawn, how did someone get inside your protections?" I leaned closer, trying to hear something, anything that would give us a clue to what was going on. "Only the family can access me, Piper. The magic is absolute. You know this. Even Grandma Tatui has tried breaking into other family balls, and she was never able to. I'm impenetrable." His tone was calm because he hadn't been broached. If he'd been broached, it would be easier for us to handle. An outsider we could handle, but family? The only ones who could access the channel under Dawn was family. My sisters. My mom. My grandma. Anyone in our bloodline. That meant, since the image had wanted Mia and Elsie to sacrifice me, I had sisters who were more than just mad at me. I had at least one sister who wanted me dead. I doubt it was out of line to say I was happier thinking I was the problem. Dead. Sacrificed. Could it get any darker than that? Chapter 29. Which one wants me dead? I didn't move from my spot on the chaise as I stared at the image frozen above us. I didn't want to look at Mia or Elsie. I didn't want to do anything but go to sleep. Maybe if I went back to bed and got up again, the day would have a reset and I wouldn't have to face the fact that one of my sisters wanted me dead. Maybe even more than one. That wasn't exactly something I wanted to face right then. I knew they were mad at me. I knew it. I mean, they banished me for crying out loud. They banished me. And now, at least one of them was trying to convince Mia or Elsie, or both, that I needed to go. Were they the ones trying to get Mia to jump off the cliff? Or Elsie to go ballistic on me? I inhaled a shuddering breath and stared at the ghostly mirror image. Finally, I sat up. "Dawn, normal lighting, please." I pinched the bridge of my nose and then dropped my hand to my lap and lifted my chin. "Well, girls, you're going to need to make up your minds. Right now." I stared between them, not looking away or backing down. "You need to decide. Are you on my side, which is actually now our side? Or are you thinking about doing what that person wants you to do? Because honestly, if you're leaning that way, I want you to leave. Now." I held my expression without wavering. "You want us to leave?" Mia stepped toward me, her hands at her sides. I lifted my chin. "If you're even thinking for a moment of entertaining this idea that I need to die so you can get back into Black Rock, then yeah, I do. I want you to leave now. Because this isn't about them versus us or Mom or anything else like that. This is about someone or multiple someones in our family wanting me dead. Which makes it easy to question just what exactly else they might be involved in. What if someone took advantage of the fact that I can't do magic? What if someone else sent Mom away? How would it be possible for someone with my limited abilities to use that kind of powerful magic? I've never been able to move more than a feather in the cleaning skills classes. How would I logically be able to shift our mother from one realm to another? Assuming that's what happened to her. I still wasn't sure on all the logistics. You want us to choose? I thought we already did that. Elsie folded her arms across her chest and settled onto her back foot. Really? As you're talking about making the trade upstairs? You think that counts? It doesn't. You have to make the decision every day whose side you're on. One or the other. You can't be halfway in and halfway out. Either you're here, on my side, and we're working together, or you're not. I shook my head and stared them down. I wasn't afraid of being on my own. I could do it. Sure, it'd be hard as the devil, but I could do it. I didn't need magic to survive. Something in Elsie's eyes softened and she dropped her arms to her sides. When she huffed, she rolled her eyes. I wasn't serious about trading you in to go back to Black Rock. I just really miss home. She blinked back tears and then sank onto her own chaise a few feet from mine. Mia glanced at her, nodding her head and pressing her lips into a thin line. After a moment of considering Elsie and then me, Mia stepped forward. It isn't that we aren't on your side, Piper. We just aren't sure what is going on. And now, this? She motioned toward Dawn while still looking at me. You have to see how it's hard to keep going like this. We're both at our wits' end. We haven't left this building except to run down for donuts on the mornings you don't go. Except for the trip to Tubbs Hill that you told me about, we haven't done anything. You go all the time. You're not afraid. I don't have the sense to be afraid, and I've never thought my magic was strong enough to be a signal to anything or anyone. Or so I'd hoped. I kept my tone low as I dropped my gaze to the velvety folds of material draped around Don's table. He always demanded the best, and the black velvet had been something he'd chosen when we got the restaurant. I need to hear you guys say it. You have to tell me you're choosing the business and me. You have to swear it. I leaned over, reaching into the top drawer of a small side table. I pulled out a long, thin needle with the sharpest tip. A flat ebony handle that wasn't more than 3 times the needle's width differentiated the ends. I held it up on my palm their direction. You have to swear to it in blood. I wasn't pulling any stops. If they did the promise ritual, they would be bound for life or until we released each other. It would take a bloodletting to release the spell, since it would take a bloodletting to secure the spell. I didn't have to be good at magic to know that. Mia set her jaw and stepped forward, holding out her palm. I'm in this. She glanced from my face to Elsie's and furrowed her brow. Aren't you, Els? Elsie swallowed, obviously thinking over her options. Slowly, she stood and then met my gaze. I'm sorry, I've been so mad at you. She blinked back tears, and I didn't need Mia's empathy talent to know how Elsie felt. I shook my head and stood up to join them in a triangle. You don't have to explain. I know it hasn't been easy. I wish it was. I took a deep breath and pricked my palm until a healthy-sized amount of blood gathered in the indent of my hand. Elsie and Mia did the same, and we turned our hands into fists, clenching our fingers until the blood seeped through and dropped to the ground at our feet. Then we opened our hands until they were flat and pressed our palms into each other's over and over until the blood was definitely mixed. We reached forward with our feet and rubbed the blood together on the hardwood floor. We had to stain the house with our oath. It would hold true for us, if we held true to it. Blood in, blood out. Sisters passed blood. We choose this route. Our words faded into the house around us as one. We stared at each other, and I broke the silence. You guys might need to teach me some magic. I know the book spells, but the ones I've tried, well, they haven't all worked out right. I didn't want to talk about the lighting up of the rocks. That was just embarrassing. Well, I'm not sure we're the ones that should be teaching you. I know my magic has lost its sanity. I tried clearing my legs of hair this morning, and Elsie pulled up her pant leg, her cheek slightly pink. Her leg had scorch marks running up and down like she tried singeing her legs. I covered my mouth with my hand. What happened? Are you okay? Yeah, it's mostly just soot, but I can't get it off. It's like it stained it. I don't know how long it will last, either. She sighed and then glanced at Mia. You know about the totems, right? Mia shook her head, shooting her gaze from one of us to the other and back. What about them? They weren't spelled. Piper respelled them and now they glow. They didn't before. Elsie shrugged, with a slightly compassionate look on her face. Nothing was going to make Elsie have a better bed, sighed Manor, but at least she was trying, quasi. The thing is, I bit my lip and then decided just to go for it with finite honesty. I don't think we've fully charmed the restaurant. I think that's why we haven't felt completely safe, and that's why someone was able to put a box on the. I turned and pointed at the box sitting on the far table and I stopped, staring. The box was glowing. Not like the whole box was glowing, but something was glowing inside it which seeped from the cracks and under the top. The black box looked to have gold oozing from inside. Mia and Elsie turned and looked the same direction as me, their mouths falling open at the appearance of the box. Yep, I should have gone back to bed. Chapter 30. Witches aren't crazy. I sidled closer to Dawn, narrowing my eyes as if I expected the box to jump at me or something. Dawn, did you happen to get that box open and just forgot to tell us? Yes, actually. I got the box open with my amazingly muscular arms. Have you seen these things lately? They rip out of my tank top like nobody's business. His strong sarcasm drew my gaze to him with a jerk. Whoa, Donatello. Sorry about that. I forgot he didn't have hands or anything else. What did he expect me to do? Keep everything straight with what was going on. You're right. I wasn't thinking. I turned back to the box, careful not to worsen the situation by rolling my eyes. I honestly don't know what to do. I laughed, nervously, ending with a cough into my cupped my hand. Out of everything that was beyond my scope of understanding, and that list was intense, let me tell you, this had to be at the top. A box that was dropped off at our supposedly charmed backstop was glowing when it had literally been a vault since arriving. None of us had been able to open it. So, we'd left it to sit there as we went about our business. We hadn't thrown it away. We hadn't tried magic on it. We just ignored it. What else were we supposed to do? No ideas? Okay, then, on we go. I do think it was rude of you to point out again that I don't have a body, but I'm starting to get that that is part of your charm, Piper. Dawn's tone didn't sound malicious, but without facial features it was hard to tell. I cleared my throat and glanced at my sisters. Our oath was still on the air and it would be for quite a while, but what did they think about the box? What did they think about any of it? I twisted my lips to the side and moved to stand between Elsie and Mia as they continued staring at the glowing box. Well, do we try opening it with magic? I don't know. That doesn't seem smart, but I can't figure out why. Mia pinched her lips between her fingers and continued staring. Not to mention, none of us are really ready for that move just yet. I mean, if I tried to open it, this house might blow up. She ended on a laugh and glanced sharply at us and then back to the box. Piper, you're still learning what you can do. Do you think I should at least try to open it? I don't know, maybe the glowing is telling us it's okay to try again? I was just blathering at this point. I had no idea what was going to work and what wasn't. We had to do something, though. We couldn't open the restaurant with a glowing mystical box in the back distracting us. Go ahead. Elsie ushered me toward the box, stepping back to give me space. Mia copied her motions but didn't say anything. The whole lot of them were smart mouths. I set my jaw. Fine. If they weren't going to try, I could. I'd claim a modicum of courage. At least a small amount, anyway. I could try to. My pulse became faster and faster and I swallowed as I closed the distance to the box. The light wasn't blinding. In fact, it was more like a welcoming glow and I didn't feel anything threatening at all. I motioned for Mia to move up beside me. Mia, come here. Can you feel if the box is dangerous or not? It was a wild card hope, but maybe she could tell if the box was friend or foe. Mia moved to stand beside me and Elsie moved to my other side. At least I didn't feel so alone in the center position. I don't feel anything negative toward you. It's more or less indifferent toward me. I think toward Elsie, too. It's kind of pulling toward you? Is that possible? Mia glanced at me and then back at the box. I've never felt this before. Something was pulling me toward the box as well. I could feel the magnetic tug on my flesh. I stepped closer. I should be terrified. I should run. What if the box was from whoever was trying to make us kill ourselves or whoever had put the image into Dawn? The last thing we needed was a threat directly inside our home. But that wasn't the sensation I was getting from the box. I reached out with both hands, resting them on either side of the cylinder. When both of my hands were fully on the lid, the box dissolved away in a whisper of smoke, leaving behind a gold-glowing book that looked old, thick, and worn. Dark gold hinges and buckles on hardwood bound with leather straps protected pages that glowed with the intense light. And yet, it wasn't intense. It didn't hurt my eyes or blind me. Instead, it felt like a soft, cozy glow I wanted more of. A book? What kind of a book is that? Mia breathed, as caught up in the moment as I was. It kind of resembles the Evans grimoire, Elsie murmured, reaching out but stopping before touching the book. Except older somehow, thicker, stronger. Is that possible? The Evans grimoire was supposed to be the oldest grimoire in existence. The Evans family was supposed to be the oldest witch family on Earth. I didn't touch the book, already done with the amount of revelations for the day. You can feel it calling for Piper. Don's voice surrounded us as if he filled the room when instead he was just using his surround sound effects. You think so? Why would it call for me? What could it possibly want with me? I stepped back a step and the book's glow dimmed. I stepped back again and it dimmed further. When I moved closer, the glow grew brighter. There was something connecting us, I just couldn't identify what, until I opened the book, which I didn't want to do. At all. I stepped back again, taking a seat on my chaise and pressing my fingers to my temples. I can't deal with this right now. I just wanted simple. Was that too much to hope for? Chapter 31. Where the witch did you go? Why would anyone send me a box? Why would it have an old book in it, and what was I supposed to do with it? No. Just no. I didn't want to deal with the questions and mysteries anymore. I wanted to ask Dawn for the specials for that night and get some kind of a sneak peek at what the tavern owner across the street was doing. Simple. Keep it simple. But my curiosity got the better of me. I blinked and stood, ignoring the book as I moved to stand in front of Dawn. My shoulders back, I had to remember that I had the right to ask questions. Especially considering my questions weren't selfish. Donatello, can you please show me when this box was dropped off? I'd never considered that the magic would have been weak enough around the restaurant that I could ask Don to break through some of the barriers. There were some things he could access easily without having to memorize if the space or time wasn't protected by magic. If the back door had been unguarded enough, someone had dropped off a box clearly intended for me, then maybe the magic was weak enough Donatello could see through the time and space around it to the day it was dropped off. I'll try. We'll see if Mia's magic sucked as bad as you're thinking then. Lights flickered overhead as Don skimmed through what time he could. I ignored Mia's grunt of disapproval. I folded my arms. Just a clue, just anything that would help me figure out where the book had come from and what I was supposed to do with it. Why would someone drop a grimoire off with me? That made no sense. Don stopped the images zooming by as he reached the day we'd gotten the box. The time of day seemed off since it was more dawn than anything. Peachy, cream skies suggested the sun was still trying to rise as a glowing figure appeared along the edges of the property in the alley. This was more of a silvery, blue glow, like the inner depths of Dawn's crystal soul. As the figure walked or floated closer, the features became clearer around the black box they carried. My knees felt weak and I stumbled back, my chest heaving with gasps I couldn't contain. I shook my head and blinked, trying my hardest to get the image out of my vision. I had to be dreaming. I had to be going insane. The vision set the box down and turned, staring at me as if he felt the same way I did. Then the vision stepped from the image on the screen to stand in front of me, his nose as straight as it had always been, his jawline defined and strong. Even his hair seemed the same except no longer golden brown, just more a silvery shadow. Is that? Mia pressed her hand to her lips and Elsie shushed her. My stomach tightened and I whimpered as I stared at the ghost of my dead fiancé. Hayden, I couldn't understand the sadness in me. Hadn't I said goodbye in my own way? Hadn't I let him go? Why then did I want to leap into his arms and have him hold me? Why did I feel like I'd seen a ghost, but in every good sense possible? Why were my cheeks wet? Hello, Piper. It's been a long time. Hayden's voice left ripples in my soul. Why was he back and with my new powers, could I make him stay forever? Iplops. My new favorite curse word. Don't you love Piper and her sisters? There's so much more coming with the Evans family, their snarky crystal ball, the crazy goose, and a cat with a gambling addiction. I hope you'll stick around. Check out Midlife, with a splash of danger, Witches in the Kitchen, Love Potion number 2. Don't forget to click subscribe and the bell for notifications. More books coming all the time.